Late autumn had brought a chill to the training field at Gouching #1 Martial Arts Academy. Yet the potion in my hand was making my palm burn hot. Silvery liquid flowed slowly inside the vial, and a panel of translucent text that only I could see hovered above it. Potion name: Combat Burst Potion, Moonlight Type 1. Positive effect: doubles the user's spiritual power output for 3 hours after consumption, greatly increasing combat strength. Side effect: after the potion wears off, the user will strike a pose in place every 30 seconds and shout, "In the name of the moon, I'll punish you." This will continue for 1 hour. Special notice: all system slots are occupied. No further synthesis can be performed until this batch of potions has been cleared. I stared at the last 2 lines, my eye twitching. Passing the big exam that afternoon and keeping my place at the academy were important, of course. But if the price was striking poses and shouting catchphrases in front of the entire school, I would rather forfeit. Worse, I had gotten greedy and ordered the system to brew a full 100 vials at once. Every slot was now jammed. Unless I got rid of this batch, I could forget about making any new potions. Should I drink all of them in one go, then hide somewhere deserted until the side effects passed? Chuzhou, my life is over. Heavy, hurried footsteps thundered up behind me. I did not have to turn around to know it was Zhao Baoran. No one but that fat kid could make one person's running sound like an entire crowd charging into battle. He dropped down beside me and wailed with a miserable expression, "If I fail the big exam again this afternoon, the school will expel me. My dad is a 9-star martial artist. Once I get home, he'll break my legs for sure. You have to save me." Uncle Zhao probably would not actually break his legs, but a brutal beating was all but guaranteed. The fat kid had only come to vent, but I lowered my eyes to the potion in my hand. "As long as you can stay at the academy, you'll accept any price?" "Anything, as long as I don't have to go home and get beaten. If you have a way, I'd even take you bribing a teacher for me." I rolled my eyes at him. "If we pooled all our money, we could barely buy a teacher a case of milk. And you want to bribe one?" The fat kid's family was well off, but Uncle Zhao kept a tight grip on the money and would never let him spend it recklessly. My parents had been gone for years, so I had no chance of conjuring up enough cash to bribe a teacher either. If we tried that route, the school would punish the 2 of us before any teacher even agreed. The spark of hope in his eyes died at once. He got up to head to class, but I called him back. After deliberately hesitating for a moment, I drew the silver vial from inside my clothes. I got a combat burst potion on the black market. I was saving it to turn things around for myself, but even if I fail this time, I'll still have another chance. If you fail again, going home could be genuinely dangerous. The fat kid's eyes lit up. He snatched the vial, then clutched it tight as if afraid I might change my mind. "What does it do?" "It doubles your strength for 3 hours. You're at body tempering level 5 right now. Drink it, and you won't just pass. You might even break into the school's top 10. The fat kid sucked in a sharp breath. Gouching #1 High did not have a single official 1-star martial artist among its students. If the potion really gave him power close to that of a true martial artist, a top 10 finish was no empty promise. He stared down at the vial, breathing faster and faster, then lowered his voice and asked whether I was truly willing to give it up. I pressed the potion back against his chest. "If you're too scared to drink it, give it back. I'll use it myself this afternoon and pass just the same." That was what finally made up his mind. He immediately hid the vial behind his back, as though I might try to snatch it away. How much does something like this cost? Talking money hurts a friendship. But I need to make one thing clear. Strong black market drugs always have side effects. After this potion wears off, your mental state may change a little. "How little?" the fat kid asked, staring at me. I held my thumb and forefinger so close together that the gap was nearly invisible. "It varies from person to person. It'll probably make you especially righteous." That was not exactly a lie. How could anyone shout that line without a powerful sense of justice? The fat kid relaxed completely. I thought it was going to be something serious. "If it keeps me in school, forget a sense of justice. I'd be willing to turn into a superhero of justice. If I make the top 10, I'll buy you spirit beast meat for 3 months. All you can eat, every meal." He stuffed the vial into his pocket and ran off in high spirits. I watched his retreating back and silently sighed. I had given him a warning. He had chosen this path himself, so when the public humiliation hit, he could not put all the blame on me. Still, getting rid of 1 vial was nowhere near enough. I had to unload the remaining 99 as quickly as possible before they clogged the system for good. The fat kid's predicament gave me a bold idea. If one failing student needed a burst potion, then all the others hovering on the edge of expulsion needed it too. Rather than let 99 vials rot in my system slots, I might as well sell them cheaply. I would get the money, and they would get the chance to pass their exams. As for the price they would pay 3 hours later, I would warn them before they bought. Whether they could handle it was their decision. At noon, I went home and dug out my long winter coat, a thick scarf, and a pair of sunglasses, then pulled an opaque black rain poncho over everything. The destructive power of that, in the name of the moon, line was too great. I absolutely could not let the buyers remember my face. Under the blazing midday sun, I wrapped myself up like a black rice dumpling and headed to the intersection where students from several martial arts academies tended to gather. Combat burst potions. Drink one and double your strength. Passing the big exam is no longer a dream, and today's your day to break into the top 10. My sales pitch quickly drew a crowd of worried-looking students. One of them looked me up and down. "You're wearing a rain poncho on a clear day? Is this potion even legit?" "It's a secret family formula. Direct sunlight makes it lose spiritual energy," I improvised. Another student asked, "This isn't some laxative that'll give me diarrhea, is it?" Compared with the real side effect, I thought, diarrhea would practically be a bonus. My face remained perfectly composed. 500 a vial. Drink it on the spot, and if it doesn't work, you don't pay. If anything goes wrong, I'll be right here. You can report me to the authorities anytime. The effect would not wear off for 3 hours. By then, I would be long gone. In this world, 500 yuan might not even buy an ordinary potion vial. The price was so low it sounded like a scam. But to students facing imminent expulsion, even a suspicious chance was worth taking once. Abroad, burly student repeating the year shouldered his way through the crowd. "I'll go first. If it doesn't work, you're not leaving here today." He tipped his head back and drained the potion. Dozens of pairs of eyes locked onto him. 3 seconds later, a visible ripple of spiritual power spread from his body. His previously unstable aura rapidly condensed, even faintly pressing toward the next minor level. The crowd erupted. It really doubled. "Give me one. My exam's about to start. I'll pay 600. Sell to me first." My hands nearly cramped from taking payments, but I still remembered to give the final warning. "After the effect ends, you may experience a mild mental reaction. That's perfectly normal dash." No one let me finish. As long as they could pass the big exam, they believed they could endure any side effect. Some transferred money on the spot. Others emptied out every bit of allowance they had saved. Still others called their classmates while urging me to reserve a vial. The burly student who had tested the potion flexed his arms and legs, then casually punched the roadside strength tester. The number jumped to a height he had never reached before, wiping away everyone else's remaining doubts. I did not conceal the side effect just because people were scrambling to buy. No one was willing to stop and ask for details at a time like this. To them, failing that afternoon could mean expulsion. Whatever happened 3 hours later mattered far less than the opportunity in front of them. I took advantage of the frenzy and rushed to all 5 martial arts academies in the city. At 2 in the afternoon, I sold the final vial, and the system notification at last sounded in my mind. Extraction slots cleared. System returned to standby. New materials may now be inserted. I ducked into an alley and stripped off the sweat-soaked poncho. I had made 50,000 yuan, and the system was unlocked again. Last time, I had thrown in rotten vegetable leaves and tap water and ended up with that absurd side effect. This time, I had money to buy spiritual ingredients. There was no way I would produce anything like it again. Before visiting the Wanjin trading house, however, I had to take part in the academy's big exam. My score could be terrible, but I could not be absent. By the time I returned to the training field, dozens of alloy fighting platforms had been prepared, and the air reeked of medicated bruised liniment. From the students' conversations, I learned that the scanners had detected more than a dozen people with vitality readings above 100. Even Ma Jiangwo, an inspector sent by the provincial government, had taken notice. I followed everyone's gaze. On the reviewing platform, Principal Wang was handing the testing terminal to Ma Jiangwo, and the two of them repeatedly checked the abnormal data. In past years, only 2 or 3 students in the entire school had ever approached the standard of a true martial artist. Today, more than a dozen had suddenly appeared. Principal Wang credited the abnormal results to the school's newly installed training equipment and the students' hard work. Although Ma Jiangwo still had questions, he was eager to see these newly emerged prodigies. He even promised to present the awards to the top 10 in person. Recognition from a provincial inspector would add weight to any future application they made to a prestigious martial arts university. No one else knew the cause, but I did. Those 500 yuan potions had already begun rewriting the outcome of this exam. In the locker room, I changed back into my faded school uniform, threw the black rain poncho straight into the trash, and checked the mirror to make sure the sunglasses had left no marks on my face. Only then did I stroll back onto the training field as if nothing had happened. The moment I reached the edge of the grounds, the referee called my name. Next match, Chu Zhou versus Lin Fei. A buzz immediately rose around me. Lin Fei had ranked in the top 10 last year. His family had money, and he had never lacked spirit beast meat or training resources. I had not taken a potion. If I stepped onto the platform at my current level, I would only be volunteering for a beating. Sir, I forfeit. The referee froze. You're surrendering before the fight even starts? Lin Fei and all the students around the platform turned to look at me. I raised a hand to cut them off. Climbing up there to get beaten when I know I can't win isn't courage. Preserving my strength is called a strategic retreat. Jeers followed me into the stands, but I did not care in the slightest. My system slots were empty, and I had 50,000 yuan in my pocket. Once I brewed a potion truly suited to me, everyone laughing today would naturally shut up. After my forfeit, I had no more matches, so I went looking for the fat kid. The crowd was thickest around platform 3. As soon as I drew near, I saw Zhao Baoran charging like a stampeding bull straight at last year's 10th ranked student. His opponent raised both arms to block, but the fat kid did not slow down. All the fat on his body tightened with the force of his movement, and his straight punch whistled through the air before slamming into the other student's guard. Boom. The student flew more than 30 feet and crashed into the sand-filled safety pit, unconscious on impact. The fat kid stood on the platform, panting hard, his entire face trembling with excitement. I won. The crowd below fell silent for a moment, then exploded into cheers. An unknown fat kid had knocked out one of last year's top 10 with a single punch. A dark horse-like that was more exciting than any ordinary victory. Zhao Baoran spotted me through the crowd and thumped his chest. His eyes plainly said, "Brother Chu, this potion of yours is stronger than an elixir from the gods." I was happy for him too. At his original level, even passing the big exam had been doubtful. Now he had defeated last year's number 10 head-on. The potion had not taught him any new techniques, but it had forcibly raised his strength and spiritual power high enough to crush his opponent. The matches continued until evening. That day's competition would only select 10 people for the ranking matches. Their exact positions would be decided the following day. When the final match ended, the roster began scrolling across the giant holographic screen. The rule was designed to keep students from fighting several grueling battles in a single day. First, the entire grade was narrowed down to 10. The following day, those 10 would compete for their individual rankings. For an ordinary student, earning a place today was the same as passing the exam and securing the right to remain at school. Zhao Baoran, Li Chong, Wang Lei Zhang Dabiao. I counted from top to bottom, then slowly fell silent. I knew most of the students at Gaoqing No. 1 high, and I remembered the faces of the ones from my school who had bought potions at noon. Every single person on that screen was one of my customers. This was less a school top 10 roster than a customer follow-up list. Even more absurdly, nearly all the school's former star students had been pushed out together. The advantage they had built through nutritional pods, spiritual energy training, and instruction from famous teachers had been erased by doubled strength. The students who bought my potions did not have outstanding combat experience, but absolute explosive power let them smash through defense after defense. Side effects aside, the potions produced by the system were unreasonably powerful. The school's carefully cultivated students were knocked from the platforms one after another by dark horses. Even Lin Fei failed to make the top 10. Principal Wang stared at the roster for a long time. Suspicion appeared on his face first, then turned into a smile he could not suppress. Ma Zhengwo rose and patted him on the shoulder, and the two headed for the awards platform together. Nearby, I heard excited teachers say that the sudden appearance of 10 near martial artists would make both the school and the city's performance figures look spectacular this year. Principal Wang clearly had no intention of investigating the anomaly on the spot. Whatever had made these students suddenly stronger, the test data and match results were right there. As long as the 10 near martial artists were real, the honor would be credited to the school first. Several thousand students formed their lines again, while a massive holographic projection illuminated the reviewing platform. The 10 winners stood at the front, every one of them still lost in the excitement of their sudden rise. Only I calculated how long it had been since I sold the potions, and my heart sank a little more with every second. The 3-hour effect was almost over. Before the awards ceremony began, the fat kid's father, Zhao Taizhan, suddenly sent more than a dozen voice messages to the parents' group chat. I did not witness the scene myself, but the fat kid later sent me a recording from his father's hunting team. In the video, Uncle Zhao and his teammates were resting at a wilderness supply station. Someone stumbled across the live stream of Gaoqing No. 1 High's exam and casually asked whether he wanted to watch. He said student fights were boring, but his eyes were already drifting toward the phone. On the screen, the fat kid stood in the middle of the award lineup. Uncle Zhao snatched the phone, checked the livestream title, and verified the official account. Then enlarged the image to make sure the scrolling roster truly said Zhao Baoran. He stared for a few seconds before blurting, "Isn't that my boy?" His teammates crowded around and recognized both the fat kid's face and his name. Only then did Uncle Zhao seem to grasp what had happened. He slapped his thigh. Top 10. Top 10 in his grade at Gouching number 1 high. Someone asked if it could be another student with the same name. Uncle Zhao immediately closed the stream and opened it again, confirming the school, the official account, and the footage were all correct. There was no chance he could mistake that round face either. During the team's last video call, the kid had been sneaking Spirit Beast meat behind the camera. His voice grew louder and louder. He had always scolded the fat kid for being a disappointment. When his teammates teased him about it now, he did not get angry. Instead, he puffed out his chest and said, "That was called building up his strength. My boy takes after me when it matters. He never lets anyone down." There was a small television in the supply station's lounge. Uncle Zhao immediately cast the live stream to it so the entire hunting team could watch. When the roster scrolled past again, he stood with his hands on his hips and blocked half the screen, desperate to make sure everyone saw the name. "You see that? Zhao Baoran. My son. Top 10 at Gouching number 1 high. How impressive is that?" His teammates laughed and egged him on, and he could not stop grinning. To a man who risked his life in the wilderness all year to earn money, seeing his child change his destiny through a martial arts academy was worth more pride than any number of mutant beasts he might hunt. At the end of the video, Uncle Zhao forwarded the live stream link and a screenshot of the roster to the extended family group chat. The relatives who were used to hearing him complain about his son's grades quickly lined up to congratulate him. He kept saying it was just his normal performance, yet enlarged the roster again every few seconds. Uncle Zhao was not the only excited parent. The school's livestream comments were soon flooded with people claiming their children, while screenshots of the top 10 roster appeared everywhere in social feeds, family chats, and parents' groups. Students who had always earned ordinary grades, some of whom had even faced expulsion, had suddenly stormed into the top 10 together. After repeatedly confirming the school and the names, their parents all began sharing the good news. I could not see any of those scenes from where I stood on the training field, but I could see the live stream's audience count soaring. Hundreds of thousands of viewers were waiting to watch these dark horses receive their awards, while the principal and the inspector were already treating the ceremony as a new triumph for education in Gouching. I was the only one who knew the truth. The greater the honor, the more people would witness the public humiliation that came next. The 10 students stood in a line before the reviewing platform. Some straightened their clothes, while others were flushed red with excitement. Zhao Baoran stood in the middle with his back perfectly straight, his round face still red from the spiritual power surging through his body. Principal Wang gave a brief speech first, describing the 10 dark horses as the result of healthy competition within the school. Applause rolled continuously through the crowd. I clapped along, but never took my eyes off the fat kid. Almost 3 hours had passed since he drank the potion at noon. I could only hope the side effect came a little later, at least late enough for him to accept his award with dignity. Principal Wang stepped aside and announced in a booming voice, "Now, please welcome Ma Jiangwo, Provincial Education Inspector, to present the awards to this year's top 10 students." The applause suddenly swelled, and celebratory comments flooded the live stream. Yet several students on the awards platform began showing subtle changes at the same time. One person's fingers twitched. Another's eyes went blank. A third seemed to have something stuck in his throat and swallowed with difficulty. My hand froze in midair. It was over. Ma Jiangwo walked up to the 10 with a polished, friendly smile. "You are the pride of Gouching and the future of Great Xia's martial arts." I watched Zhao Baoran and counted silently. 5, 4, 3. The fat kid's face rapidly darkened from red to purple red, and his body grew tenser by the second. Just as Ma Jiangwo was about to hand over the medal, his right foot suddenly stepped forward. Thump! The fat kid twisted at the waist, raised his arms, and crossed his hands above his head. Then, with astonishing agility, he pointed straight at Ma Jiangwo. The pose was so precise that it looked as if he had practiced it countless times. Under the gaze of the entire school and hundreds of thousands of viewers, he drew a deep breath and shouted loudly enough for the whole training field to hear. "In the name of the moon, I'll punish you." The field fell deathly silent. The only sound was the flag snapping in the wind. Principal Wang stood stunned, while Ma Jiangwo's outstretched hand froze in the air. The fat kid regained his senses as soon as the shout left his mouth, and his face turned scarlet. That's not I didn't. He clearly knew what he had just done, but he could not control the next episode. Thousands of people and every livestream camera were pointed at him. The glory of reaching the top 10 had transformed into an even greater public execution with that single shout. Before he could explain, the student beside him went rigid, stepped forward, raised his arms, and struck the exact same pose. In the name of the moon, I'll punish you. His voice was even louder than the fat kid's. Ma Jiangwo instinctively took half a step back, then turned to Principal Wang. Is this some new instructional program at your school? The children may be a little overexcited. Principal Wang forced out a smile, but sweat was already beading on his forehead. Then the third, fourth, and fifth students succumbed in rapid succession. It was as though someone had pressed a synchronization switch. Not one of the top 10 escaped. One after another, they stepped forward and shouted the same line at the reviewing platform. Each student briefly regained control after shouting and frantically tried to explain or hide his face. 30 seconds later, however, his body would involuntarily repeat the gesture. Teachers tried to lead them from the platform, but they kept shouting even as they struggled. The scene quickly descended into chaos. Most awkward of all, every student pointed directly at Ma Jiangwo while shouting. The inspector had come to present awards, yet 10 people were taking turns declaring that they would punish him. Several times, he tried to speak and restore order, only for the next shout to cut him off. After freezing for 1 second, the livestream comments exploded. Students below the platform laughed themselves senseless. Teachers rushed forward, and every school official lost control of their expression. The 10 prodigies who had just been called the future of Gaocheng had instantly become a perfectly coordinated moon squad. Ma Jiangwo's initial bewilderment turned into suspicion, while Principal Wang repeatedly ordered people to check the student's condition. All 10 displayed identical symptoms at identical intervals. This could not possibly be simple emotional excitement. Standing in the crowd, I silently covered my face. This was not one person losing control by chance. All 10 dark horses had developed precisely the same symptoms at the same time. Once the school investigated the source of the drug, the man in the black rain poncho from noon would become the most obvious suspect. My system slots might have been clear, but my trouble had only just begun. The moment the first round of side effects erupted, I began edging toward the outskirts of the crowd. When all 10 students shouted, "In the name of the moon, I'll punish you." Together, I knew for certain that I could not stay there any longer. Principal Wang tried to calm them down, only for their synchronized chant to drown out his voice completely. Ma Jiangwo's expression shifted from shock to wariness. He even quietly asked whether the school was conducting some dangerous experiment. The school hurriedly cut off the live stream. Before the feed went dark, however, the 10 students had progressed from individual poses to holding hands and spinning in a circle. That final image was enough to silence every parent who had just finished boasting about their child. 1 second, their social feeds read, "Thank you to the school for nurturing our children." The next, the video from the awards platform began playing automatically. The family group chats had barely finished filling with congratulations before nothing but question marks remained. Some people guessed that the children were under too much pressure. Others suspected something had gone wrong with the school's training program. The parents who could no longer retract their proud announcements could only watch helplessly as their relatives saved the footage. The fat kid later showed me the parents' group chat and the recording from Uncle Zhao's team. One moment, Uncle Zhao had his hands on his hips and was praising his son's spirit. The next, he saw the fat kid shouting at the inspector. After a long silence, he asked his teammates, "My son wasn't the only one shouting just now, was he?" One teammate comforted him. "No, your son just put the most feeling into it." At that point, the video began shaking violently, and everything that followed was the sound of laughter no one could hold back. On the training field, the side effect continued for a full hour. When the potion finally ran out, the fat kid had his backside sticking out and the tips of his fingers pressed beneath his chin. The manic excitement abruptly left his eyes. He looked down at his pose, then saw several thousand students and teachers staring at him. During the episode, he had even ripped open his undershirt and made a heart with his hands at the school medic. Now, every last gesture returned to his memory with perfect clarity. His hand froze beside his face. He neither dared lower it nor make another move. "What did I just do?" A teacher beside him said sympathetically, "You were pretty loud." The fat kid looked at the cameras that had not yet been removed, let out a despairing scream, then lay flat on the ground and covered his face. "Don't look at me. Just kill me now." The other 9 were hardly better off. One crouched on the ground and refused to look up. Another tried to crawl beneath the awards platform. Meanwhile, Ma Jiangwo cornered Principal Wang on the reviewing platform and demanded an explanation for why 10 students had developed identical symptoms at the exact same time. After examining them, security and the school medics found no sign that the students had been controlled or had truly lost their minds. The fact that all 10 were physically normal only made their excessively coordinated behavior during that hour even stranger. In the end, Principal Wang could only say that they might have an unusually strong sense of justice. He did not believe it himself. By the time all this happened, I had already slipped through the school gates. One school alone had 10 victims, and I had sold 100 vials in total. The same spectacle was probably unfolding at the city's 4 other martial arts academies right now. The fat kid was loyal and might not give me up, but sooner or later the other 99 would start looking for the potion seller in the black rain poncho. The more I thought about it, the more uneasy I became, so I could only run faster. I was not worried about the fat kid betraying me willingly, but I could not stake my safety entirely on brotherly loyalty. Nearly 100 students had seen the black poncho while I was selling the potions, and there might have been surveillance cameras at the intersections. If the schools connected the anomalies at all 5 academies, they would eventually discover that every affected student had bought the same silver potion before the exam. Evading the investigation would solve only the immediate problem. Real safety came from strength. If I were powerful enough, then no matter how ridiculous my potion's side effects became, no one could force me to perform the moon dance in public. Half an hour later, I reached the busiest commercial district in Gaoqing. I did not slow down until I stood beneath the gold-lettered sign of the Wanjin Trading House. All 50,000 yuan from the potion sales was on my card, and my system slots were empty. What I needed next were genuine spiritual ingredients for a new potion that could make me stronger as quickly as possible. The Wanjin Trading House deserved its reputation as Gaoqing's largest martial arts store. The moment I stepped inside, cool air and the fresh fragrance of spirit herbs washed over me. A receptionist in a qipao approached at once and asked what I needed. High-quality spirit herbs and beast bones. With 50,000 yuan in my pocket, I spoke with more confidence than before. Taking me for an alchemist or a wealthy family's son, the receptionist explained that the 3rd floor displayed medicinal ingredients and high-grade beast bones. I could browse on my own and pay on the 1st floor once I had made my selections. In the small shops I had visited before, clerks followed me like I was a thief if I looked at anything twice without buying. The Wanjin Trading House did not pester customers that way, which only made its confidence more obvious. The truly expensive goods were displayed in plain sight, but anyone without sufficient strength had no chance of taking them away. I was happy no one followed me around to guard against theft. A system potion's side effects were related to the ingredients used. I needed the peace and quiet to compare them and select materials that could stabilize my meridians and strengthen my body. Only after reaching the 3rd floor did I understand how little 50,000 yuan was worth. The entire hall was paved with polished black stone that reflected every passerby. Alloy display cases were separated by medicinal properties and maintained at individually controlled temperatures and humidity levels. Beneath each costly ingredient was a description of its origin, suitable cultivation realm, and known risks, yet not a single personal guard was visible nearby. I tested the security by approaching a high-grade beast bone, and a faint sensor light immediately appeared around the display case's edge. It was not that the Wanjin Trading House lacked defenses. It had hidden them in formations and surveillance equipment. If an ordinary person truly dared reach out, he would probably be marked before his fingers even touched the glass. Spirit marrow ginseng, 9 million yuan. Leg bone of an imperial blazing bear king, 50 million yuan. Heavenly soul stabilizing grass, 150 million yuan. I touched the bank card that had only just warmed in my pocket and silently walked away from the premium cases. The fact that they dared display materials worth more than 100 million yuan behind bulletproof glass meant the Wanjin Trading House had no fear of robbery. At my present level, it was best not to entertain any crooked ideas at all. I had thought selling 100 potions had transformed me from a poor student into a modestly wealthy man. Those price tags showed me the truth. 50,000 yuan could not even buy one complete leaf of heavenly soul-stabilizing grass. Martial arts resources existed in a price range far beyond ordinary living expenses. At least the standard materials section along the wall was closer to reality. Blood-coagulating grass cost 12,000 yuan, soul-nourishing leaves 15,000, and spirit-sensing flowers 18,000. Even so, my entire savings could only buy 2 or 3 items. I compared the options at the counter again and again. Blood-coagulating grass was suited to healing injuries, but might not improve a system potion. Soul-nourishing leaves could stabilize the mind, but the price would force me to sacrifice ingredients that strengthened the body. In the end, what I needed most were bones capable of enduring combat and greater affinity with spiritual power to accelerate my cultivation. After repeated comparisons, I chose a length of azurback wolf spine and one spirit-sensing flower. The former strengthened the body and cost 25,000 yuan. The latter aided perception of spiritual power and cleared the meridians, and it cost 18,000. After the additional fees, my 50,000 left me only a few thousand yuan for living expenses. I made a point of checking the traditional incompatibilities between the two ingredients. Azurback wolf bone mainly reinforced the physical body, while the spirit-sensing flower principally affected spiritual perception. Conventional alchemy rarely used them in the same formula. The system did not follow conventional recipes, but it might still read the innate properties of each material. Putting them in separately would make it easier to tell which one produced a given effect. At checkout, the counter required me to acknowledge that spiritual ingredients cannot be returned or exchanged after leaving the premises in the event of personal refinement errors. I signed my name, realizing for the first time that alchemy did not guarantee a profit merely because one possessed a recipe. If the temperature, ratios, or contamination went wrong at any stage, tens of thousands of yuan could become worthless slag in seconds. As I swiped my card, it felt as though my heart emptied along with my balance. Alchemists looked profitable from the outside, but once they started burning through ingredients, the work became a bottomless pit. If I wanted to keep brewing potions, I needed to find a new source of income as soon as possible. The receptionist packed the two ingredients into separate spiritual energy insulating bags. Carrying them made my steps feel unsteady. The money I had just earned had stayed in my account for less than a day before turning into a piece of bone and a flower. If the system produced another potion that did nothing but publicly humiliate people, I would have to worry about next month's rent. On the way downstairs, the trading house's giant screen happened to replay the exam disaster. The fat kid twisted his waist and raised his arms on the reviewing platform. My foot slipped, and I nearly tumbled down the escalator. I immediately left with the ingredients, returned to my rented room, locked the door, shut the windows, and pulled the curtains tight. Only after making sure no one had followed me did I place the two packages on the table. The azurback wolf spine gave off a faintly ferocious aura, while the spirit-sensing flower carried a cool fragrance. Putting them in together might produce a more well-rounded potion. Refining them separately would reduce the risk of losing everything in a single failure. I wrestled with the decision for a long time, but ultimately did not dare stake all my money on a single synthesis. The Moonlight Type 1, the system had made from cheap materials, had already taught me the meaning of absurdity. I would test the azurback wolf spine first. At least I would still have the spirit-sensing flower if it failed. I placed the spine into the system's synthesis slot and ordered in a deep voice, "Begin synthesis." After placing the azurback wolf spine into the illusory furnace, I added 500 milliliters of tap water. Ingredients inserted: 1 length of azurback wolf spine, 500 milliliters of tap water. Ingredient assessment: the fighter jet of garbage. Even an ingredient worth 25,000 yuan was still garbage in the system's eyes. Suppressing my irritation, I looked at the next item. Select the number of finished doses, 1 to 9,999. My greed last time was what had left me with 100 vials of Moonlight Type 1. This time, I selected a single dose. Gray light flashed, and a vial of translucent potion dropped into the extraction slot. Name: Reinforced Iron Bone Setting Elixir, Tier 1. Effect: comprehensively increases the hardness, density, and load-bearing capacity of the user's bones. Side effect: the potion will not activate on its own. It will repair and strengthen a damaged bone only after that bone cracks, breaks, or shatters. There was nothing wrong with the effect, but the activation condition meant I had to break my bones first. The human body had 206 bones. If I wanted to strengthen my entire skeleton, did I have to shatter every one of them? I even considered doing it myself, but after picking up the wrench on my table and lining it up several times, I could not bring myself to swing. Deliberately breaking a bone was entirely different from being injured in combat. It was difficult for any sane person to be that ruthless with himself. More practically, as long as the potion remained in the extraction slot, the system could not perform another synthesis. Pouring it away would mean throwing out 25,000 yuan. In the end, I pulled the stopper and drank it in one gulp. The potion tasted like mint soda and caused no change after entering my body. I moved my arms and legs, but my bones had not become any harder. The system lock had been released, however. Clearly, The effect would not appear until I suffered a real injury. At the very least, it could serve as a peculiar kind of insurance. If I fractured a bone in a future battle, the potion would automatically repair and reinforce the damaged area. As long as I did not deliberately shatter my entire body to chase the effect, the 25,000 yuan was not a total waste. Only the spirit sensing flower remained. I did not dare mix it with tap water alone, so I found a pinch of crushed moonlight grass among the remnants of my previous synthesis and inserted both ingredients together. The system once again rated them the fighter jet of garbage. This time, I selected 10 doses. That was not enough to lose control, and it still left me the option of selling them. If the effect suited me, I would use them myself. If not, I would find someone willing to endure the side effect and recover my money. My hand still paused when I selected 10. The more doses I made, the more likely the power in each vial would be diluted. If I made too few, I could not recoup the cost through sales. After my experience with 100 moonlight potions, I finally understood that quantity was a true synthesis parameter, not something where more was always better. As I waited for the result, I remembered the safe deposit box my parents had left behind. 10 years ago, they had mysteriously disappeared during a mission and were later declared dead. Their belongings had been placed in the central bank under an agreement stating that their biological child could retrieve them only by reaching the rank of 5-star martial artist before his 18th birthday ceremony. The deadline was 3 months away. If I missed it, the Empire would reclaim and destroy everything. I did not care how much money the box held. I only wanted to know whether my parents had left any clue to their disappearance. But I was only at body tempering level 5. Through normal cultivation, there was no possible way for me to reach 5-star martial artist in 3 months. For 10 years, the only conclusion I had ever received was missing during a mission, presumed dead. There were no bodies, no detailed account, and no one would tell me where they had last gone. The safe deposit box was the only thing that had not been publicly disposed of. It might also be my final chance to approach the truth. This system of side effects was my only chance. A notification chimed, and 10 vials of green potion appeared in the slots. Name: Battle Spirit Convergence Elixir, Tier 1. Effect: greatly increases the user's affinity with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, raising the absorption rate by 300%. Side effect: the potion's effect begins dormant and activates only when the user is struck by an external force. The more painful the blow, the faster the absorption. If no one attacks the user, the potion will be converted into body fat. I stared at the last line, unable to speak for a long time. Triple absorption speed meant I could compress several days of cultivation into one, provided I endured a sufficiently powerful external force. On the other hand, if I drank the potion and hid it home, it would not quietly expire. It would turn the remaining energy into fat. The system had even blocked the option of simply not using the medicine. The first potion required broken bones. The second required me to get beaten. This system seemed determined to drive me ever farther down the path of a masochist. The Battle Spirit Convergence Elixir could triple my absorption rate. Its positive effect alone was enough to transform the pace of my cultivation. But if no one hit me, all that medicinal power would turn into fat. I looked down at my reasonably muscular abdomen, then remembered the fat kid's 200-plus-pound body. The thought of experimenting slowly vanished at once. There was no hope of reaching 5-star martial artist in 3 months through normal cultivation. However absurd the side effect might be, I had to use it. That left only one question: where could I go to get beaten? Sparring at the academy stopped short of serious harm. A teacher would halt the match at the first minor injury. I could find a training partner at a legitimate martial arts gym, but the little money I had left would not even cover a few sessions. If I wanted people to strike hard without paying them, my only option was Gauching's underground arena. Asking the fat kid for help was not realistic either. He was still drowning in the shame of his public humiliation. Even if he agreed, he would instinctively hold back for fear of seriously injuring me. The Spirit Convergence Elixir activated according to the degree of pain. Ordinary punches and kicks would only waste its power. The arena did not record real identities or ask about anyone's background. Fighters risked their lives for prize money. Broken bones and coughing up blood were commonplace, and some people left on stretchers. Whenever I heard those rumors before, I thought everyone there was insane. Now I had to admit the place seemed almost custom-made for my potions. The worse the injury, the faster I would gather spiritual energy. If someone truly broke a bone, it would activate my reinforced iron bone-setting elixir at the same time. The danger was just as obvious. The arena would not call off a fight merely because I was a student. I might be beaten to death before the reinforcement finished. I paced my room several times while reason continually urged me to find a safer method. Every plan, however, returned to the same problem. I did not have enough time. If I failed to reach 5-star martial artist in 3 months, my parents' belongings would be destroyed. I would not even get a second attempt. Thinking of the safe deposit box waiting at the end of those 3 months, I called a shady contact I had met while doing odd jobs at a martial arts gym. I heard you know the entrance to the underground arena. The other end fell silent for a moment. Have you lost your mind? That's no place for a student. Send me the address. When he realized he could not talk me out of it, all he said was, your life, your risk. The address arrived on my phone moments later, followed by a warning. Once inside, I should reveal neither my school nor my real name, and I should never trust anyone who approached me with an offer of friendship. The arena did not protect its fighters, and no one cared about debts or grudges outside the ring either. I logged out of every shortcut on my phone associated with the school, the fat kid, or my address, then disabled my location history. I left my identification at home and carried only a spare bank card with a low balance, preventing anyone who restrained me from tracing my real identity through my accounts. I had already consumed the reinforced iron bone-setting elixir, and I had to clear all 10 vials of Battle Spirit Convergence elixir before the system slots would unlock again. I extracted the 10 vials one by one and drank them. The green liquid caused no immediate change, leaving only a growing warmth in my blood. If I did not receive enough blows that night, all that medicinal power would become fat. From the moment I swallowed it, retreat was no longer an option. I pulled an old hoodie from beneath my bed and found a plastic Ultraman mask left over from a New Year's celebration. Losing would still activate the potion, while winning might earn me prize money. At least the risk did not offer no return at all. Before leaving, I set 3 limits for myself. I would not face an opponent a full major realm above me. If surrender was allowed, I would withdraw the moment I suffered any internal organ injury. And after the match, I would refuse every private invitation from strangers. Events later proved that once a real underground fight began, I would not necessarily be the one deciding whether those safeguards applied. At least they meant I was not walking in completely unprepared. I also tucked the standard hemostatic medicine Uncle Wong had given me into an inside pocket. At the time, I did not know what the spirit-dispelling potion he had brought truly was. I regarded him only as the elder I trusted most. Looking back later, that detail made my suspicions even more complicated. The entrance was hidden behind an old iron door at the edge of the city, marked only by a flickering red lamp. When the 2 doormen saw my cheap mask, they made no effort to hide their ridicule. Name? The registrar asked. I answered with the first thing that came to mind. Tiga, wearing a mask like that, are you planning to transform and scare your opponent to death? I ignored him. The moment the iron door opened, roars, shouted bets, and the dull thud of fists striking flesh poured out together. Circular stands surrounded the central ring, and the dark brown bloodstains that could not be scrubbed from the floor spoke more plainly than any warning. A fighter in the center had just been knocked down. His injuries did not quiet the spectators. Instead, they raised their betting slips even higher. Medics waited until the result was settled before entering the ring and dragging him toward a side door. No one here cared whether a fighter lived. They cared whether he had won money for the gamblers. I saw the odds at ringside shift in real time with a fighter's condition. The first time the fallen man coughed blood, the odds of his comeback immediately doubled. The medics still remained outside the metal gate and were allowed to enter only when the announcer confirmed that his opponent had stopped attacking. The so-called medical care existed to keep the establishment operating, not to protect its competitors. A short waiver hung beside the registration desk. Voluntary participation, death at one's own risk, and no liability for permanent disability. When I pressed my fingerprint to the terminal, I used a temporary number and a false name. The mask, however, had to remain on throughout the event. Anyone who removed it midway would lose the arena's protection of his anonymity. I stepped through the door and smelled the thick stench of blood. From that moment on, the rules of the academy no longer protected me. The stands held gamblers, fugitives, black market merchants, and even well-dressed members of the upper class. They looked at the fighters in the ring less like human beings than disposable assets they might choose to bet on. While I was still studying the surroundings, an aggressively strong perfume approached. A woman in a black leather jacket stopped in front of me, her gaze traveling from my Ultraman mask to my school uniform shoes. Little boy in the mask, there aren't any monsters for you to fight here. Go home while your legs are still intact. Her voice carried a smile, but she was clearly no ordinary receptionist. Her balance, finger placement, and breathing were all remarkably steady. If she attacked, she would be nothing like the casual woman she appeared to be. She deliberately lowered her voice as she drew closer, teasing the newcomer on his first visit. Several people nearby were already looking over, plainly waiting to enjoy the sight of me being frightened away. If I explained that I was only there to compete, it would merely confirm that I lacked confidence. Rose was looking at more than my mask. Her gaze swept over the soles of my shoes, my palms, my shoulders, and my back. From my lack of calluses caused by long-term weapon use, the style of my uniform, and the way I stood, she had already identified me as a student. Telling me to run home to mommy was both mockery and one final opportunity to walk away. If I took that exit, I would escape injury that night, but I would also lose the potion's effect and the time I needed to claim my parents' belongings. Staying meant admitting that I was willing to entrust my life to an establishment whose rules were not even fully transparent. Showing fear in a place like this would only make me look like an easier target. I deliberately stepped closer. If you want to know whether I have what it takes, come with me after the match. Then you'll find out. She had not expected me to provoke her in return. Taking advantage of her surprise, I put an arm around her waist. Outwardly, I remained calm. Inside, my heart hammered so hard it nearly burst from my chest. This was the closest I had ever been to a woman, but I needed everyone around us to believe that Tiga was not some student who had wandered in by mistake. The woman's eyes turned icy. In the next instant, she caught my wrist, twisted my arm, turned, and forced me down onto one knee. She moved too quickly for me to react, and her thumb found the pain point beside my joint with perfect accuracy. Not until my knee struck the floor did I realize I had not even seen how she changed positions. Rose had undergone years of practical combat training. She was far beyond an ordinary registration clerk. Let your big sister teach you your first lesson. Harassing a receptionist here comes with a medical bill. My arm felt as though it were being slowly crushed in an iron vise, and cold sweat sprang from my skin. At the same moment, the dormant medicinal power inside my body violently awoke. External force detected. Battle Spirit Convergence Elixir activated. It was as if a hole had been torn open in the surrounding spiritual energy. It flooded madly into my meridians. My cultivation speed became several times faster than usual, and the realm where I had stagnated for so long finally began to move upward. Normally, I had to circulate a technique deliberately to capture spiritual energy. Now it poured into my body on its own. The stronger the pain, the faster it entered. Merely having one arm twisted produced more progress than a long period of seated cultivation. The pain was real, and so was the effect. Suppressing a groan, I spoke to her through the mask. Could you use a little more force? The woman's movement visibly faltered. I happened to enjoy being abused. The people who had been waiting to laugh at me grew a little quieter. A normal newcomer whose arm was twisted behind his back would instinctively struggle or beg for mercy. I was asking her to squeeze harder. Rose did not actually break the bone, which showed she was more cautious than the spectators. The more unnatural a reaction was, the more likely it concealed a drug or an unusual cultivation technique. She stared at me, trying to judge whether I was pretending to be tough or was genuinely abnormal. I hoped she would simply snap my arm. The Spirit Convergence Elixir needed pain, and the Bone-Setting Elixir needed a fracture. One injury could activate both potions at once. Even I found the thought ridiculous. Before entering, I had worried about being injured. Now I thought she was not hitting hard enough. The system's activation rules were forcing me to understand battle in precisely the opposite way from everyone else. Other people evaded damage. I had to calculate which injury was most worth enduring. After 2 seconds of silence, however, she released me instead. As the pain faded, so did the potion's power, and my spiritual energy absorption rate rapidly declined. That proved the system had left no loophole. Minor discomfort could not sustain efficient cultivation. If I wanted a true breakthrough, I had to enter the ring and let an opponent attack without restraint. I staggered to my feet, feeling slightly disappointed. She noticed my reaction and suddenly smiled. Interesting. How old are you and what's your name? Age isn't the issue. My name is Tiga. She did not press me for my real name. She merely told me to call her Rose, and then led me deeper into the arena. On the way to registration, she asked whether I had a guardian and whether I understood the mortality rate. I said neither mattered. She stopped at an iron door and made me confirm one last time. Once a match was arranged, withdrawing at the last minute would incur a massive penalty unless the opponent agreed. Those unable to pay often settled the debt with their bodies and labor. I signed the voluntary entry form on the spot. Rose put aside her teasing, recorded my realm as body tempering level 5, and refused to falsify it for me. Fighters could remain anonymous here, but they could not intentionally conceal the basic realm that affected the odds in their opponent's decisions. If you insist on entering the ring, listen carefully to the rules. There is no stopping short of serious injury here, and no referee will blow a whistle. Once you step inside, There is only one result that matters. Rose stopped and looked back at me. The one who walks out on his feet is the winner. Rose told me to stay close and not provoke anyone. She had seen my registration information and knew I was only at body tempering level 5. She planned to pair me with a newcomer in a similar realm so I could at least survive and gain some experience. She walked slowly, as though deliberately allowing me to keep up. The arm she had twisted still hurt, yet my spiritual energy absorption had not immediately fallen to zero. Residual energy continued entering my body at a slow pace. That proved a brief external force could ignite the potion, but sustaining efficient absorption required the pain to continue. I immediately caught up to her. Could you make it someone at body tempering level 6? 7 would be even better. She stopped and looked at me like I was an idiot. Do you not understand the difference between taking care of you and sending you to your death? My constitution is a little unusual. The stronger my opponent, the better I perform. When someone is about as strong as I am, I have trouble getting motivated. I could not explain the system to her, so I could only present the truth as a special constitution. She obviously did not believe me and asked if I thought the arena was an academy training class. I pointed at my still numb arm. You saw it yourself. The more it hurts, the more alert I become. I'm not pretending to be tough. A minute ago, you said you enjoyed being abused. Now you're claiming you grow stronger the more people hit you. Rose sneered. Once you're inside the cage, no one will hold back because you're new. A broken bone is a light injury. If you die in there, your corpse won't be worth more than the straw mat they wrap it in. Hearing broken bone only made me more certain of my choice. Both the bone-setting elixir and the spirit convergence elixir required sufficiently powerful injuries. If I faced an opponent roughly equal to me, the match might end before the potions fully activated. I thought it through. If I didn't want danger, why would I come here? She stared at me for several seconds. In the end, she agreed to make the arrangement, but warned me not to cry and beg her to save me if I was genuinely crippled. All you can do is register me. Once the match starts, you have no authority to stop it, right? Rose nodded. The arena allowed a match to end once one side lost the ability to fight, but it did not protect anyone who entered the iron cage voluntarily. If an opponent deliberately struck to kill, the staff would merely collect the body after the result was decided. This was not a scare tactic. It was the rule the arena had always enforced. I changed the subject and asked about the betting rules. Fighters could bet on themselves to win, but not on themselves to lose, preventing deliberate match fixing. That suited me perfectly. Taking blows would cultivate my strength. Victory would bring prize money and gambling profits. A single match could solve both my power and funding problems. If you trust me, you could place a small bet too, I said. You'd at least make enough for a new purse. Rose did not mince words. Bet on you? I'm afraid I'd lose the clothes off my back. With our realms out in the open, it was only natural that she did not believe me. A playful impulse suddenly came over me. Then let's make a wager. I guarantee I'll walk out of the ring alive. If you lose, you'll be dead. What kind of wager is that? That's why I'm staking my life. If I win, I had intended to ask for a share of the prize money, but what came out was, you give me a kiss. Someone happened to walk past, forcing me to maintain my worldly tone instead of immediately taking the words back. The calmer I pretended to be, the hotter my face became beneath the mask. I even began to wonder whether absorbing spiritual energy too quickly could affect the brain. I regretted the words the moment I said them. The mask hid my face, but it could not hide the heat in my ears. Rose froze as well. Then she leaned closer, and the scents of perfume and leather pressed in around me. If you make it out alive, forget one kiss. I wouldn't even mind going home with you tonight. I had only been bluffing, yet she immediately raised the stakes and gave me no chance to take it back. She turned away to speak with the person in charge. I could not hear their conversation from that distance. The manager glanced at me with the expression of someone examining a dish about to be served. A moment later, Rose tossed me a metal tag. A waiver was inscribed on the back. Participation was voluntary. Competitors accepted responsibility for disability or death. The arena paid only the agreed prize and bore no responsibility for later medical care. After confirming the terms, I pressed my fingerprint to it, and number 7 officially joined that night's match roster. 7 is your number. The betting windows are on the right. Your turn will come soon. Her tone became strictly professional, as though the flirtation a moment earlier had never happened. But once I closed my hand around the number tag, I had no road back. If I wanted clues about my parents, I had to cross in 3 months a distance most people might not cross in years. Tonight's match was the first shortcut I had chosen for myself. People packed the area in front of the betting windows. I pushed forward all the money I had left. Number 7, Tiga. I'm betting on myself to win. The clerk saw it was my first match and looked up to warn me. Going all in on your debut? You might as well throw your funeral money down a well. The odds above the window had not yet locked. Since no one knew my record, the payout for betting on my victory continued to rise. Bets on Gitanathor, by contrast, poured in without stopping. Almost everyone regarded him as guaranteed money. The small amount I placed in number 7's column did not even visibly change the final digits. Just do it. He shrugged and stopped arguing. The moment my bet was confirmed, the announcer's nearly hysterical voice boomed over the speakers. Our next fighter is the newcomer, number 7 Tiga. The crowd began with a chorus of jeers. The announcer paused for effect before revealing my opponent. The murderous beast with 6 consecutive victories, Gitanathor. I instantly understood what Rose had discussed with the manager. Pairing the names Tiga and Gitanathor was no coincidence. The audience caught on as well. Laughter erupted throughout the bloody arena, and some spectators even mimicked Ultraman's signature moves to taunt me. The laughter quickly faded beneath the weight of my opponent's record. Gitanathor had won all 6 of his previous matches, and every one of his opponents had suffered comminuted fractures throughout the body. By comparison, I had registered that day and had never entered the ring before. The announcer projected footage of all 6 injuries on the screen above us. Gitanathor did not rely on elaborate martial techniques. He specialized in using his size and strength to destroy defenses head-on. One fighter had an arm smashed apart. Another was slammed unconscious against the floor. This was not exaggerated promotion. Every match had a clear medical record. Both the odds and the crowd's discussion swung completely toward my opponent. It'll be impressive if the newcomer lasts 3 minutes. A hero in name, but in real life, he's just here to die. Listening to the ridicule outside the waiting area only sharpened my focus. Rose had indeed found me an opponent capable of striking hard. As long as his opening attack did not kill me outright, both potions would truly activate. I reviewed the cards in my hand once more. At body tempering level 5, I could not contest his strength head-on, and my fighting skill was not great enough to close the gap between our realms. My only advantage was that he did not know I could recover from broken bones, much less that damage would speed up my cultivation. I had to protect my skull and internal organs from the first blow, letting the fracture occur somewhere the potion could repair. The iron gate opened, and I walked into the central cage. Old blood had stained the metal floor dark, and it felt faintly sticky beneath my shoes. The man opposite me stood nearly 6.5 feet tall, with shoulders as broad as a wall and arms almost thicker than my legs. He wore a monster mask perfectly suited to the code name Gitanathor. Standing before him, I looked like a student who had wandered into an adult competition by mistake. He looked down at me with a derisive laugh. "You dare stand in here?" I could hear the breathing behind his monster mask, heavy but steady. His feet remained in a position suited to a sudden charge, and his right shoulder angled slightly forward. He was clearly accustomed to smashing his opponents with a heavy punch at the opening. There was no need for him to probe. No one in the previous 6 matches had survived that pressure. Why wouldn't I? My calmness caught him off guard for an instant, then made his smile even crueler. Outside the cage, gamblers crowded against the rail and screamed for him to tear me apart. The announcer closed the betting and declared the death match underway, then immediately withdrew into the safety corridor. Gitanathor licked his lips and slowly raised a fist. He had crippled all 6 of his previous opponents. He would not suddenly show mercy to me. All 10 vials of spirit convergence elixir remained dormant inside me. Only an external blow could activate them in proportion to the pain. The bone-setting elixir was also waiting for the first true fracture. I raised both arms and settled into a defensive stance. The gate locked behind me. Its click erased my last trace of wishful thinking. The crowd's shouts grew faster, and the killing intent from my opponent became increasingly obvious. It was too late for regret. Unless I lost the ability to fight on the spot, no one would open that gate for me. From this point on, I could not think only about winning. First, I had to endure a blow powerful enough to make me stronger, but not powerful enough to kill me instantly. Gitanathor said he was going to show me what it meant to have every bone in my body crushed. My eyes lit up when I heard that. "Then don't hold back. It would be best if you really did break my bones." The stands went silent for an instant, then laughed even more loudly. Gitanathor took it as a provocation. His foot slammed against the floor, and his entire body charged at me like a runaway heavy truck. His fist tore through the air with a piercing boom. I could see the attack, but I was nowhere near fast enough to dodge. All I could do was cross my arms to protect my head and chest. For that one instant, I still had time to throw myself sideways. Doing so would avoid one punch at most, and the potions would remain dormant. Gitanathor was faster and stronger than I was. Delaying further would only place all initiative in his hands. I clenched my teeth and committed to taking the blow as planned. Boom. Both arms snapped with an audible crack. The enormous force blasted me off my feet, drove my back into the iron cage, then dropped me to the ground. My arms immediately went numb, and the agony darkened my vision. Cheers erupted outside the cage. Everyone assumed the match was over. Katanathor tore open his shirt to show the crowd his muscles, already celebrating his 7th victory. The announcer did not declare the result immediately because I remained on one knee instead of collapsing completely. In the gambler's eyes, however, someone at body tempering level 5 with 2 broken arms had no chance of fighting back. They began waving their betting slips and urging Katanathor to deliver the final blow. Kneeling on one knee, I forced myself to remain conscious. The next second, scorching power exploded inside my body. Bone fractures detected. Reinforced iron bone setting elixir activated. A searing current like molten iron flooded into the broken bones, forcibly drawing, joining, and reshaping the fragments. The pain of the repair was even worse than the moment the bones broke. I clenched my teeth to keep from screaming. I could clearly feel every jagged piece being pulled back into place. New bone spread outward from the fractures, first stabilizing the breaks, then adding layer after layer of density. The system's so-called break to rebuild did not erase the injury in an instant. It made me remain fully conscious through the entire reconstruction. The external impact simultaneously awakened the battle spirit convergence elixir. Spiritual energy rushed madly into my meridians. One potion repaired my bones while the other pushed my cultivation forward, the two forces operating inside me at once. By the time Katanathor finished celebrating, I had already raised both arms again. The fractures had healed completely, and the bone's hardness and load-bearing capacity had visibly increased. My long-accumulated spiritual power crossed its threshold, and my aura surged directly to body tempering level 6. The strength of the breakthrough rapidly filled my limbs. I rotated my wrists experimentally. The motion that should have triggered excruciating pain was normal again. Heat still burned beneath my skin, but it no longer interfered with my power. The first blow had been brutal, but it confirmed that the two potions could work simultaneously. I slowly stood, and it was as though someone abruptly strangled the cheers from the entire arena. Weren't his arms broken? Why did his aura advance instead? Katanathor spun around. For the first time, the breathing behind his mask faltered. I moved my arms, confirmed the rebuilt bones were sound, then said, "I'm not down yet. Isn't it a little early to celebrate?" The public taunt drove him into a complete rage. He charged again and threw an even heavier punch than the first. This time, I did not defend. I met his fist with mine. Our fists collided head-on, shaking the iron cage. I did not fly backward as before. Both feet remained firmly planted. After a moment of stalemate, bone cracked again. The bones in my hand had shattered, and the fractures extended only to the wrist. My newly reinforced forearm did not move at all. The recoil from the collision numbed Katanathor's arm as well. He had expected me to fly away as I had the first time and had already pressed his weight forward. When I stopped him cold, his center of gravity was suddenly thrown off. That brief loss of balance was the first opening he exposed to me. The audience assumed I was about to lose again. Only I understood what the result meant. The bone-setting elixir's reinforcement was permanent. Parts that had already been injured and repaired truly could withstand Katanathor's full power. The bones in my hand began healing again, and my spiritual energy absorption accelerated once more. I raised my other fist and smiled at Katanathor. Every one of his attacks was completing my next round of reinforcement for me. Katanathor could not understand why I had not retreated a single step. He stared at my deformed hand, visibly beginning to hesitate. Instead of following up immediately, he flexed his own fist to check for injury. That head-on collision should have posed no risk to him at all. The fact that only my hand had shattered was already enough to shake his judgment of the gap between our strength. I deliberately clenched my healing fist and spoke in a weak voice. "That really hurt. I don't think I can keep fighting." The remark burned away the last of his reason. He roared and swung. I used my other hand to meet the blow. Boom. A bone cracked, then repaired. When one fist shattered, I switched to a foot. When the bones in that foot cracked, I changed to the other leg. Every collision knocked me backward, doubled me over, or nearly made me lose my balance. Yet as long as I endured the initial pain, the damaged part rejoined and became harder than before. I was not taking blows without purpose. Each time, I used an area that had not yet been reinforced to absorb the impact while protecting my temples, throat, heart, and other vital points the bone-setting elixir could not guarantee to save. Gitanathor thought I was exchanging attacks like a madman. In reality, I was using his fists to reconstruct my hands, wrists, ankles, and lower legs one by one. The faster Gitanathor attacked, the more spiritual energy gathered inside me. At first, the spectators waited for me to collapse. Gradually, they noticed something was wrong. The same attacks caused less and less damage when they landed on reinforced areas, and every time I steadied myself again, my aura grew stronger. He was not destroying me. He was tempering my body for me. When his barrage failed to produce a result, Gitanathor's eyes reddened, and he began gathering all the strength in his body. I could tell he was preparing his most powerful punch, and I also realized the reinforcement of my limbs was nearing its limit. His movements had grown rough, and his breathing was far more labored than at the beginning. Repeated full-power attacks had consumed enormous stamina. My injuries were healing while my realm continued to rise. If I endured one more decisive impact, the difference in our strength would reverse. Only my most important areas remained, my torso and spine. When the fist came, I neither raised my arms nor dodged. At the final instant, I twisted and deliberately placed my back in its path. Boom. The world seemed to turn over in an instant. Tearing agony shot through my spine, and my body nearly folded in half. I hit the floor face first. Even breathing pulled at every part of me. Celebration thundered through the stands like a tidal wave. Some people were already running toward the payout windows. The announcer leaned from the tunnel, ready to declare the result. Gitanathor beat both fists against his chest, once again enjoying his victory in advance. Rose stood in the front row without cheering. Through the gaps in the cage, I saw her frowning, the cup in her hand untouched. She could not know about the system. Based on the injury she had just witnessed, she could only conclude that I would never stand again. I lay face down and motionless, yet the corners of my mouth rose beyond my control. An unprecedented wave of heat exploded along my spine, rushing from my neck through my lower back and limbs. As my vertebrae rejoined, it felt as if someone had dismantled my entire skeleton and assembled it again. The pain almost severed my consciousness, but it also drove the battle spirit convergence elixir to its greatest intensity. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured into my body without restraint. My meridians expanded continuously, and wave after wave of vitality struck the barrier of my realm. Within minutes, I had risen from body tempering level 5 to 6. Now I crossed the second threshold, body tempering level 7. The medicinal power of the 10 spirit convergence elixirs was finally close to exhaustion, and my absorption rate began to fall. My skeleton, however, had undergone large-scale reinforcement, and my realm had advanced by 2 full levels. Progress that would have taken an ordinary genius months had been compressed into a few minutes of brutal beating. The price was equally clear. There was not a single place on my body that did not hurt, and my consciousness had nearly shattered. Had the bone-setting elixir worked even a little more slowly, that last punch would have left me paralyzed or dead instead of advancing. More dangerously, the bone-setting elixir reinforced only my bones. It did not automatically heal the damage to my muscles or internal organs from the impacts. My chest and abdomen still churned, and every breath tasted of blood. I had to end the match as soon as the potion faded. I could not mistake this power of recovery for true immortality. People at the payout windows were already cheering, and the ones who had cursed me began leaving. I pressed my hands against the floor and slowly pushed myself upright. Don't be in such a hurry. My voice was not loud, but every sound in the arena quickly died. I straightened my newly rejoined spine and looked at Gitanathor, who was still beating his chest. This show isn't over yet. Gitanathor froze in mid-motion. He knew better than anyone how powerful that last punch had been. Not only had I stood up again, but my aura had climbed all the way from body tempering level 5 to 7. His mask hid his expression, but it could not hide his increasingly ragged breathing. I did not attack impulsively. First, I took a deep breath to assess my injuries. My spine could support me normally, and the reinforcement in my limbs had not faded. Though my internal organs were bruised, they could withstand a short burst of exertion. Gitanathor, by contrast, had thrown a long series of heavy punches. His speed and reactions had visibly deteriorated. I rolled my shoulders and neck, and my joints released a crisp series of pops. You enjoyed hitting me just now. It's my turn. As soon as the words left my mouth, I drove a foot into the floor and charged. My speed after the breakthrough was far beyond what it had been at the start. Gitanathor had only begun raising his arms when my straight punch slammed into his guard. Crack! His arms protected his face, but my punch fractured the bones directly. I gave him no time to breathe. My second and third punches followed in rapid succession. There were no flashy techniques. only reinforced bones and the power of a realm one level higher than his. Every strike was accompanied by the sound of cracking bone. Gitanathor staggered backward until his back struck the cage. I immediately drove a knee into his abdomen. He doubled over and coughed blood, finally losing the stability of his defense. He tried to reverse the fight with his favorite grappling throw. I lowered my center of gravity in advance and blocked his shoulder with my reinforced forearm. At the beginning, that power would have launched me away. Now, not only could he not move me, but the force of his attempt exposed his flank. I seized his arm, twisted it backward to destroy the joint, then kicked him in the knee. His enormous body dropped to the floor. For the first time, he genuinely wanted to get away from me. But there was no exit from the sealed iron cage. At the beginning, he had not intended to give me a chance to surrender. Now, I would not stop before the result was settled either. Using his remaining arm to shield his head, he voluntarily retreated for the first time. I did not prolong the fight to humiliate him, nor did I attack any exposed vital point. I needed to strip him completely of the ability to move and ensure the announcer could declare a victor. I continued breaking down his defense and ability to act, then planted one final foot on his back. Gitanathor collapsed completely and could no longer rise. After confirming his condition, the announcer declared in a strained voice, "The winner is number 7 Tiga." The entire arena was deathly silent for a moment, then erupted. Those who had bet on Gitanathor cursed his 6-win streak as a fraud, while the few gamblers who had backed me rushed to the windows to celebrate the 10-1 payout. I shook out my still aching hands and checked my condition. Body tempering level 7. My bone strength had undergone a qualitative transformation, and my limbs and spine had all been broken and rebuilt once. The most important gain that night was not fame. It was proof that the system's extreme side effects could be transformed into a genuine path of cultivation. That path, however, could not be copied without limit. If the opponent was too weak, the damage would not activate the potions. If he was too strong, I might die before the healing began. I had succeeded that night partly because Gitanathor habitually crushed bones with his fists and feet, and partly because he had not attacked my vital points. I would have to choose my next opponent more carefully. The few thousand yuan I bet had also become more than 40,000, enough for another batch of materials. With more capital, the profit would have been even more astonishing. At least I had money for my next synthesis. As I left the cage, Rose hooked an arm around my neck from the side. Leaning close, she laughed and said she had underestimated me. I put an arm around her waist in return. "It's not too late to see me clearly now. Don't forget I won." She produced a newly settled betting receipt, and only then did I learn that she had actually wagered 500,000 yuan on me. At 10-1 odds, that match had earned her far more than the price of a purse. 500,000 was every bit of savings she could access at the time. If I had died in the ring, all that money would have disappeared with me. She claimed not to believe in me, but she had taken a greater risk than anyone watching. No wonder she had not left while I lay face down on the floor. "If you didn't believe in me, why did you bet so much?" "Because I wanted to see what was hiding inside someone who asked for a stronger opponent and complained that I wasn't twisting hard enough when I had his arm pinned." Rose stared at me. "The result proves I made the right bet." She did not explain further, and I did not reveal the potions. We both knew the other still had secrets. I lowered my face toward hers. "You have your money. Isn't it time to honor our wager?" Inside the iron cage, I had traded my life for 2 levels of advancement. Yet what truly made me nervous now was how Rose would answer. Rose glanced down at the hand I had placed on her waist. Instead of pulling away, she smiled even more broadly. "Your big sister keeps her word. But there are too many people here. Come with me in a little while, and we can settle our wager slowly in private." The more serious she sounded, the faster I came to my senses. Talking tough was one thing. Letting someone who had spent years around an underground arena learn my address was something else entirely. I had the system and many secrets that could never be made public. I absolutely could not bring a stranger home on impulse. Besides, Rose was far stronger than I was. I had not even seen her movement clearly when she twisted my arm. If she truly followed me home, I could neither stop her from inspecting the traces of potion synthesis in my room nor guarantee that the system panel would not reveal itself at a critical moment. Neither beauty nor curiosity was worth risking my secrets. I released her immediately and returned to the tone of an ordinary student. "Let's forget tonight. I have something else to do. We'll meet another day." I had achieved every goal. My realm had risen 2 levels, my bones had been reinforced, and the payout from my bet had restored my funds for new ingredients. Every additional minute I remained there only increased the risk of exposing my identity. I turned to leave, but Rose caught me from behind. My body tensed instinctively. She merely pressed a dark card into my hand. Relax. It's an arena identity card. You defeated a fighter with 6 consecutive wins, so you won't have to register again next time. Just show them this. The card bore the number 7 and the arena's insignia. Unlike the disposable number tag, it meant Tiga had become my permanent identity as a competitor. The identity card also recorded settlements and rankings. If I used it to register in the future, my victories and prize money would continue accumulating, and the arena could arrange opponents based on my record. For me, that meant I would not need to contact someone for the entrance every time and could continue seeking battles suited to activating my potions. After thanking her, I prepared to leave. Rose deliberately asked again, "Are you sure you don't need your big sister to go home with you?" "No, thank you." I ran as soon as I said it. Only after bursting through the iron door and returning to the night wind did I slow down. She had not followed, and I no longer had to maintain that bold facade. I found a secluded corner, removed the Ultraman mask, and discarded it and the old jacket in separate trash cans. Now that the identity of Tiga was tied to the card, the disguise would only leave clues for anyone trying to trace me. The mask might have been cheap, but many gamblers already remembered it. Wearing it straight back to my apartment complex would be the same as handing Tiga's route to every surveillance camera. I circled another 2 blocks and confirmed that no footsteps continued behind me before returning home from the opposite direction. It was already late at night when I reached my old apartment complex. Most of the lights in the stairwell were broken. Yet a figure stood before the entrance to my building, directly in front of the route to my home. I immediately pressed myself against the wall and hid in the shadows, softening my breathing. The arena's people should not have found this place so quickly, but victims of the exam potions might have come looking too. As I evaluated my escape route, the figure waved toward my hiding place. I had just broken through to body tempering level 7, but the increase in strength did not make me show myself recklessly. The stranger had positioned himself precisely at the building entrance in the darkness. If he was truly following me, his strength and preparation might both exceed mine. An iron spike had already slipped from my sleeve into my palm. If necessary, I would create a disturbance first, then escape over the rear wall of the complex. "Xiaozhou, I can see you. What are you hiding for?" The familiar voice made me relax. The man beneath the light was Wang Wenlang. Uncle Wang had looked after me ever since my parents disappeared, bringing cultivation potions and living supplies every so often. "What brings you here so late?" "I happened to be passing by, so I thought I'd check on you." "You've finished the last batch of medicine, haven't you?" He handed me a familiar box. I felt a little guilty as I accepted it. "Please don't spend any more money on this. My strength hasn't improved at all, so giving me medicine is a waste. I can take care of myself now." Uncle Wang's expression hardened. "If I give it to you, use it. Do you really need to draw such a clear line between us?" I stopped refusing. I could not tell him about the system yet, but once I truly became a martial artist, I would make sure the man who had cared for me all these years saw that his help had not been wasted. In the first years after my parents disappeared, much of my tuition, medicine, and care when I was ill came from Uncle Wang. We shared no blood, yet he had never treated me as an outsider. That was precisely why I was even more unwilling to drag him into this before I understood all the system's rules. When Uncle Wang heard me say I could already take care of myself, his expression slowly softened. "It seems Xiaozhou really has grown up. I always ask you to visit, but you never come. That leaves me no choice but to check on you myself. I'll visit more often from now on. Come upstairs and have some water." He glanced at the time and shook his head. "It's too late. I still have business to handle. As for you, coming home at this hour, don't be late for class tomorrow." As he spoke, he patted my shoulder as usual, but his hand paused for the briefest instant. I had just undergone 2 breakthroughs. There was no way to hide the change in my vitality completely. He must have noticed that I was no longer at body tempering level 5, yet he did not question me directly. By the time I looked up, his smile had returned. He only asked whether I had changed my training method recently. I vaguely said the big exam had given me a shock and that I had found an opportunity for real combat the previous night. He did not ask where, but he examined my arms and gates several times, as though checking for injuries. I did not volunteer anything about the arena either. The system remained secret, and my victory that night involved both an underground organization and an identity card. A single unnecessary word might draw Uncle Wang into danger. Before leaving, he gave me a pointed warning. "Things have been unsettled out there lately. Watch yourself. You take care too. Don't end up bedridden before I get around to visiting you." He laughingly cursed my smart mouth, waved, and disappeared into the night. I stood there watching his back and silently decided that the next time we met, I would give him a genuine surprise. After returning home, I locked the door behind me before opening the box Uncle Wong had brought. The packaging was the same as always, with no formula or instructions. Inside were several ordinary-looking vials. I had never doubted them before. I simply took them as Uncle Wong instructed, though they had always produced little benefit to my cultivation. More precisely, whenever I drank one, the spiritual energy in my body became calmer, and my vitality was less likely to surge out of control during cultivation. I had always assumed it was a mild foundational medicine and that my poor talent prevented me from realizing its benefits. If the system identified a different use, however, much of my past stagnation would require a new explanation. Back then, I had only believed I lacked talent. Now that the system could identify ingredients, this batch of potions might reveal what those medicines from the past truly were. That momentary pause before Uncle Wong left also bothered me. He had not asked why I suddenly advanced, which meant he might already have formed his own conclusion. I did not want to suspect the man who had cared for me, but the clues my parents left were too important. I had to establish the facts behind every inconsistency. The smells of sweat and blood from the arena still clung to me. I did not begin the experiment immediately. Instead, I took a long hot shower. The water still brought pain when it flowed over my arms, back, and leg bones, but everything inside felt far more stable than before. Body tempering level 7 was no temporary burst. The strength had truly taken root in my body. I collapsed onto the bed and quickly fell asleep. When my alarm went off the next morning, the first thing that appeared in my mind was the fat kid on the awards platform. The whole school had watched him shout for an hour. If I went to school today, I would face not only him, but possibly other students who had bought my potions. I could avoid them for a while by skipping class, but I could not hide forever. Besides, I had hurt the fat kid more than anyone. However good my intentions, failing to explain the side effect clearly was my responsibility. I needed to brew a potion that genuinely improved his strength as compensation. Yesterday, the potion had carried him into the top 10. Today, his strength would return to normal. If the school tested him again, everyone would see that it had only been a temporary burst. Giving him a permanent advancement would not only compensate him, but also preserve some of the dignity he gained as a top 10 dark horse. I got up and searched for ingredients, only to find the table and cupboards completely bare. The system had consumed all the spiritual materials and remnants from yesterday, and the Wanjin trading house had not opened yet. As I considered asking for the day off, my gaze fell on the medicine box Uncle Wong had delivered. If spirit herbs could be used to brew potions, why couldn't a finished potion become a new ingredient? The more I considered the idea, the more practical it seemed. The system even accepted tap water. A potion was itself an extract of spiritual ingredients, so there was no reason it could not be refined a second time. I removed 2 vials from the box and inserted them into the system furnace. The vials carried no names, only labels for an ordinary nutritional supplement. In the past, Uncle Wong had always told me to take them before bed and never combine them with high-intensity cultivation medicines. I had interpreted that caution as protection for my meridians. Looking back now, it meant he knew very well that the medicine altered the state of spiritual energy. Materials detected: 2 vials of spirit-dispelling potion. My eyes locked onto the words spirit-dispelling. Uncle Wong had always given these to me as cultivation resources, but the name sounded like something that scattered spiritual energy inside the body, not something that helped gather it. The system immediately rated the materials garbage. I did not begin the synthesis at once. Instead, I sealed the remaining vials again. The system had already consumed the 2 I inserted, but I had to preserve the rest until a teacher could confirm whether spirit-dispelling potion was a treatment, a control agent, or something that caused long-term damage to cultivation. The rating itself meant nothing. The system had also called the azurback wolf spine and the spirit-sensing flower garbage. What unsettled me was the potion's name. I believed Uncle Wong would never deliberately harm me. Perhaps it cleared impurities or had some legitimate use I did not understand. Until I knew for certain, however, I could not continue taking the remaining vials directly. I planned to ask an alchemy teacher at school for verification while completing the synthesis. Select the number of finished doses, 1 to 9,999. After the 100 moonlight potions, the highest number no longer tempted me. I selected only 2 doses. I had inserted just 2 vials to begin with. Fewer finished doses would better preserve their effect and would not trap the system slots behind another massive batch of potions with terrible side effects. I had another reason for choosing 2. If the effect increased cultivation, the fat kid and I could each use 1. If the side effect was unacceptable, disposing of 2 would still be easier than disposing of hundreds. The system was too unpredictable. When using a new material for the first time, The most important thing was to leave room for adjustment. The light contracted, and 2 new vials appeared in the extraction slot. Name: Spirit Quickening Potion. Positive effect: forcefully stimulates spiritual energy within the body and the surrounding environment, directly advancing the user by 1 minor level of body tempering. Side effect: the stimulation of spiritual energy will cause gastrointestinal discomfort. For 7 days after consumption, the user will pass gas at unpredictable times. Frequency and intensity vary by individual. When I read directly advancing the user by 1 level, I nearly praised the system on the spot. Every level of body tempering required long-term accumulation. An ordinary student often needed 1 or 2 months to rise from level 5 to 6. This potion bypassed the entire process. Unlike the Battle Spirit Convergence Elixir, it required neither injury nor an opponent of suitable strength nor a particular cultivation environment. Drinking it was enough to push the user's realm forward. If I could reproduce it reliably, every martial arts family would fight to obtain it, and it could provide the income one needed to keep buying spiritual ingredients. When my gaze reached the side effect, my excitement quickly cooled. It lasted 7 days and struck at unpredictable times. If it were only 1 day, I could lock myself inside my room. If I did not leave home for an entire week, the school and my neighbors would come looking for me. Worse, it could not be controlled. It might suddenly strike in the classroom, the cafeteria, or a silent examination hall, anywhere at all. The system gave no information about the number of episodes, the sound, or the range of the odor, which meant the upper limit of the risk was equally unknown. One quiet release and a non-stop blast lasting more than 10 seconds were entirely different things. The Moonlight Potion had already proven the previous night that varies by individual was never a reassuring description. Still, compared with the fat kid publicly performing in the Moon Squad, farting would at least not control his body or speech. Measured purely by the degree of social death involved, this really was much more civilized. The system would remain locked until both vials were consumed. I was already at body tempering level 7 and closer to becoming a martial artist, but I still needed to advance. Before drinking it immediately, however, I had to consider the school environment and the full 7-day duration. Another, more suitable candidate naturally appeared in my mind. The fat kid had just relied on a potion to enter the top 10. His true realm remained low, and he desperately needed an achievement substantial enough to overshadow yesterday's scandal. If he was willing to accept the side effect, the Spirit Quickening Potion was practically designed as compensation for him. He was at body tempering level 5. 1 vial would take him to 6. If the effect truly produced the permanent advancement described by the system, it would at least prove he had not reached the top 10 entirely by cheating. I could take the remaining vial myself once I chose an appropriate 7-day window, advancing from level 7 to 8. The question was whether, after yesterday, he would ever touch another liquid I handed him. I put the 2 Spirit Quickening Potions in my pocket and hurried to school. The moment I reached the gate, I heard several students discussing the previous day's big exam. That fat kid from senior class 15 shouted for a full hour. The video is everywhere. I lowered my head and walked faster. I felt terrible for the fat kid, but I also worried that other students who had bought the potions might recognize me. My disguise had been thorough, yet my voice and body shape still offered clues. An arm suddenly wrapped around my neck from behind. My fingers had already touched the iron spike inside my sleeve, but I drew them back when I heard the grief and fury in the resulting roar. After the arena, I was instinctively wary of anyone who approached without warning. If the fat kid had spoken half a second later, that iron spike might already have struck his arm. Realizing this, I did not struggle. I let him release the anger he had accumulated all night. You still dared come to school? Do you have any idea how I spent that hour yesterday? His grip tightened as he accused me directly beside my ear. Every time he shouted in front of the entire school, the audience below laughed. When the potion wore off, videos of the incident continued spreading through every group chat all night. Worse, he had not lost his memory. He remembered the actions, the sounds, and everyone's expressions throughout that hour. He simply could not control his body. Whenever he tried to explain, the 30-second interval ended and he publicly struck the next pose. This was not something I could dismiss by saying everyone would forget soon. I was about to apologize when I noticed people stopping nearby, including someone raising a phone. Stop shouting for a minute. Someone's filming you. The fat kid froze instantly, released me, and dragged me into the school at a run. We circled behind the old classroom building to an overgrown lot. Once he confirmed no one had followed, his fury erupted again. Everyone is talking about me now, and it's all your fault. They aren't only talking about you. There were 9 others on the platform dash. Please, I'm begging you, stop talking. A few hushed comments happened to drift over from nearby. The fat kid pricked up his ears, confirmed they were discussing him, and nearly burst into tears. Yesterday, he had enjoyed the cheers that came with defeating a top 10 student. Soon afterward, the same audience turned him into the entire school's joke. That reversal was harder to endure than simple defeat. He handed me his phone. Someone in the class group chat had made an action compilation. An outside school forum had assigned positions to all 10 members of the Moon Squad. Even acquaintances from Uncle Zhao's hunting team had forwarded the video back to him. Every time the fat kid deleted one post, 3 more appeared. There was no possibility of blocking the incident out of existence. I did not brush him off by saying people would forget. I told him plainly that failing to explain the form of the side effect was my fault. If the school investigated, I would do my best to take responsibility for the potion's source so he would not be branded as someone who performed voluntarily. He remained angry, but he finally stopped trying to strangle me. His eyes were red. He warned that if I mentioned yesterday again, our friendship was over on the spot. I raised both hands in surrender and stopped provoking him. Only after his emotions settled slightly did I produce the spirit-quickening potion. This is compensation. Drinking it will directly advance you by 1 minor level of body tempering. It's stronger than yesterday's potion. The sight of the vial did not excite him. Instead, he backed away 2 steps. Stop. Put that away. I only have one question. Are those potions of yours fit for human consumption? Yesterday's came from the black market. I brewed today's myself. That was not entirely honest. Both potions came from the system. I had merely chosen the ingredients and operating conditions. By separating Moonlight Type 1 from my own stable ability to brew potions with the words black market, I hoped to keep the fat kid from carelessly telling others that I could mass-produce unusual medicines. Concealing the system, however, did not give me the right to conceal the risks again. The first incident had already damaged his trust. If I described this side effect as nothing more than stomach discomfort, then no matter how powerful the positive effect was, I would still be using my best friend as a test subject. That makes me even less willing to drink it. The fat kid reminded me that yesterday I had likewise described the side effect as a small mental reaction, only for reality to be worlds apart. He was not rejecting the advancement. He simply no longer trusted my definition of small. I had no choice but to agree that this time I needed to explain the effect, duration, and every possible situation in full. His answer came without the slightest hesitation. Yesterday's potion had allowed him to pass the exam and enter the top 10, but I had said only that it would make him righteous. I had not told him it meant an hour-long public execution. No effect, however powerful, could make him forget that psychological scar. I admitted that I had not explained the side effect clearly enough, but reminded him that effectiveness and risk were separate matters. The result of reaching the top 10 was real. This time, I would not conceal the price. I don't care what you say. I will never drink another one of your potions. The fat kid folded his arms with a resolute expression. I did not keep pushing the vial at him. I simply returned it to my pocket. A real choice had to be his own. The more aggressively I tried to persuade him, the more certain he would become that an even larger trap was waiting. If you don't trust me, forget it. I sighed. I spent all night researching this and wanted my brother to have it first. It seems our bond isn't what it used to be. I did not explain the side effect immediately because all he wanted to do at that moment was refuse. He would interpret any explanation as another sales pitch. He first needed to recognize that he genuinely wanted the advancement. Only then could discussing the risk produce a truly informed choice. I turned to leave. The fat kid did not follow at once, but he visibly began to waver. A direct advancement of 1 level held far greater appeal to a body-tempering student than any ordinary reward. After experiencing the burst potion's strength the day before, he understood better than most what a gap in realms meant. At last, he asked, "This one really won't kill me when I drink it? If you don't want it, I'll drink it at home. I have to keep improving anyway." As though it were an afterthought, I added, "Look, I'm already at body-tempering level 7. Do you really think I'd gamble with my own life?" The fat kid sensed my vitality again, and his expression immediately changed. We had both been at body tempering level 5 yesterday, but today I towered far above him. He had no way of knowing about the arena or the simultaneous activation of 2 potions, so he naturally attributed my breakthrough to alchemy as well. He circled me twice and even squeezed my arm to confirm that I did not have the unstable, inflated condition caused by a temporary burst potion. My aura was steady, and my bones were harder than before. This genuine transformation persuaded him more effectively than any promise. I pointed out 2 differences. Moonlight Type 1 only increased strength for 3 hours. When the potion ended, The user's realm remained unchanged. The spirit-quickening potion directly pushed the barrier of a realm, and the person who took it had to circulate his own vitality to stabilize the result. The former was more like a temporary combat drug. The latter was a growth potion. They could not be lumped together simply because both were called potions. The fat kid also asked why I did not keep both vials for myself. I answered honestly that one had always been intended as compensation for my incomplete warning yesterday, and I would drink the other. If there was some unknown harm, both of us would share the risk from the same batch. I was not asking him to test it alone. His attitude completely reversed within seconds. Brother Chu, your little brother was being foolish just now. You only wanted to help me. How could I doubt you? Give me the potion. I stepped back. Forget it. If something goes wrong again and you say I tricked you, damaging our friendship over one potion isn't worth it. When the fat kid saw me about to leave, he wrapped both arms around my leg. His voice was nearly tearful. Bro, I was wrong. My dad comes home tomorrow. You can't leave me to die. Those words revealed the true pressure on him. Yesterday, Uncle Zhao had bragged about his son to all his relatives and his hunting team, only to watch that performance afterward. Some people in the family chat even suspected the fat kid had a mental disorder. Uncle Zhao was coming home with all that resentment, making a beating almost unavoidable. But if the fat kid truly advanced after the temporary effect disappeared, proving the top 10 performance had not been only a brief burst, Uncle Zhao's fury might become a pleasant surprise. Uncle Zhao had never demanded that his son become a genius. What he could not accept was seeing the boy humiliate the entire family on a live stream. Body tempering level 6 would not be enough to secure the fat kid's place in the top 10, but it would be enough to prove genuine growth. If the performance could be explained as an accidental reaction to medication, his return home might end entirely differently. Think carefully. The potion can advance you by 1 level, but the side effect lasts 7 days. Still clutching my leg, the fat kid said, as long as it isn't like yesterday, forget 7 days, I'll accept a month. After taking it, you'll pass gas at unpredictable times. The frequency and intensity are unknown. I further explained that neither antidiarrheal medicine nor controlled breathing could prevent it in advance. The side effect came from a gastrointestinal reaction to stimulated spiritual energy, not ordinary food poisoning. The safest plan was to take 7 days off and remain at home, but his final year classes and Uncle Zhao's return made him unwilling to hide. The fat kid proposed a compromise. He would sit as close to the classroom door as possible, keep masks and deodorizer in his backpack, and run to the restroom at the slightest movement in his stomach. I warned him that unpredictable might mean no advance notice at all. He still chose to accept it. At least this time, he made the decision himself after understanding the worst possible situation. He fell silent for 2 seconds and looked up. That's it. I explained every point in the system description. It would last 7 days. He could not control the timing, and it might happen in class or in a crowd. There was no information guaranteeing the sound would be quiet, and nothing could end it early. The fat kid did not grab the potion immediately. He first asked whether this advancement would vanish after 3 hours, as Moonlight Type 1 had. It won't. The system says it directly raises your realm, not that it temporarily doubles your strength. Once the effect finishes, body tempering level 6 will remain. That's all. No transformations, no catchphrases, and it won't control your movements. But it may strike at any time and in any place. The fat kid waited seriously for a while. Farting in public would certainly be embarrassing, but compared with shouting in the name of the moon on a school-wide livestream, it really was a minor problem. More importantly, a true advancement of 1 level could change the outcome of Uncle Zhao's homecoming. I'll drink it. Whatever happens afterward, I'll accept it myself. I promise I won't blame you. He added one condition. If the side effect became truly severe, I had to help him prepare an excuse for a leave of absence, and I could not mention the potion source in front of anyone else. I agreed. The last time, the information had been unequal. This time, every possible price was in the open. I repeated the side effect one more time and made him confirm that he had missed nothing before handing over the potion. Heaven and earth were my witnesses. The fat kid had asked for this of his own free will after learning every risk. I had neither deceived him nor forced it on him. Before giving him the vial, I had him make a recording on his phone that would remain stored locally. He repeated the positive effect, the 7-day duration, and the possibility of an episode in public. This was not so I could avoid responsibility later. It was to keep him from forgetting what he had accepted once the excitement of the breakthrough took over. The fat kid complained that the recording was too formal, but I refused to skip it. The stronger a potion's power, the less its use could depend on someone saying, I trust my brother. Trust should rest on complete information, not on pretty words laid over the risks. The fat kid accepted the potion in both hands with more reverence than someone offering a toast to an elder. He twisted off the cap and brought it to his lips, then stopped again. One last confirmation. 7 days of farting at unpredictable times, but no transforming, dancing, or shouting catchphrases. The system lists only a gastrointestinal reaction. I can't guarantee the sound or smell, and I can't guarantee when it'll happen, but it won't control your body. You still have time to change your mind. He closed his eyes and considered it for several seconds. In the end, he tipped back his head and swallowed it. The fat kid's face rapidly turned red after the potion entered his mouth. He said it felt like swallowing a ball of boiling chili oil that burned from his throat all the way into his stomach, accelerating his vitality as it went. He pulled open his collar, sweat broke out on his forehead, and he anxiously asked whether something had gone wrong. This was my first time using the spirit quickening potion as well. All I could do was rely on the system description and tell him to steady his breathing. Soon, his stomach released an unmistakable gurgle, followed by scorching spiritual power erupting from his dantian. The medicinal power forcibly broke through the realm barrier that had trapped him for so long. The fat kid's aura rose steadily from body tempering level 5 to 6. He stood stunned for a moment, then clenched his fists, swung his arms, and jumped several times in succession. His strength had genuinely increased. This was not the timed burst of Moonlight Type 1. I told him not to judge the result in his excitement and to circulate his vitality quietly for a full cycle first. He sat cross-legged and used the Academy's basic breathing method to guide spiritual power through his limbs. The slightly agitated aura of his recent breakthrough quickly stabilized. It neither fell nor showed any obstruction in the meridians. We then performed a simple comparison with the strength target beside the training field. The fat kid used no martial technique, only one straight punch. Even so, the reading was significantly higher than it had been the day before. The permanent advancement had passed a second test. There was no problem with the spirit quickening potion's positive effect. What we could not test was its 7-day side effect. The system said only at unpredictable times. It listed neither the interval nor the intensity of each episode. The more energetically the fat kid bounced around now, the more I worried that it would deliberately choose the most crowded possible moment to strike. It really worked. Brother Chu, if we sold this potion, people would fight to pay 50 or 100,000 yuan a vial. I did not rush to think about making money. I simply observed his condition. His complexion, breathing, and spiritual power were normal. His stomach had growled once, but no more obvious reaction followed immediately. The fat kid excitedly threw punches in place and even felt that he could knock down a bull. After several minutes without any sign of the side effect, my concern gradually faded. The remaining spirit quickening potion had always been intended for me. 3 levels still separated body tempering level 7 from the threshold of martial artist, and the 3-month deadline would not be extended because I feared embarrassment. Even if the side effect struck, admitting in advance that I had stomach trouble would still be easier than breaking every bone in my body at the arena. I reminded myself again, after I succeeded, today's embarrassment would be nothing more than the price of growth. When you lack strength, people used your shameful past to mock you. Once you became powerful enough, the same experience might be described as proof of an unshakable will. That self-comfort sounded perfectly logical, but it could not change reality. When I held the second vial, I still surveyed the training field first to make sure no teachers or students were nearby. The fat kid's reaction at least proved the potion would not make someone lose control immediately. I would have to solve the problem of public humiliation later. I opened the second vial and drank it in one swallow. A pungent wave of heat rushed straight into my stomach, as if I had swallowed an entire pot of boiling chili oil. Enduring the burn, I felt the medicinal power forcefully stimulate my spiritual energy. My meridians expanded, my vitality continued rising, and cracks quickly appeared in the barrier of body tempering level 7. The fat kid's result proved the system had not exaggerated the positive effect. The only remaining unknown was the form that our individual side effects would take. The familiar sensation of breaking through a barrier appeared. My spiritual power crossed the threshold, and I entered body tempering level 8 without instability. Less than a day had passed since I was at level 5 the previous night, and now I was at 8. I still had 2 steps before the martial artist threshold, and 5-star martial artist remained far away. At least the next 3 months no longer looked like a dead end with no visible exit. The fat kid slapped my shoulder and promised to buy a spirit meat feast after school. I reminded him that he had made the same promise after reaching the top 10 yesterday, only to nearly strangle me that morning. He apologized at once and insisted he would keep his word this time. Spirit meat came from the edible portions of mutated wilderness beasts. It replenished the energy expended by martial artists and cost far more than ordinary food. For two people who had just advanced, it truly was the most direct way to celebrate. The warning bell rang, and we hurried toward the classroom. Our homeroom teacher treated tardiness equally. Top 10 or bottom of the class. 1 second late could mean standing as punishment. The front of the room was still empty when we rushed inside, so at least we were not late. After the fat kid sat down, his stomach made a faint sound. He paid no attention to it, and I assumed it was a normal reaction to the potion entering his body. Our classmates were discussing yesterday's testing. Some were still imitating the fat kid's moon dance. They immediately fell silent when he entered, but could not stop themselves from snickering. The fat kid held his head high as he walked to his seat, using body tempering level 6 to preserve the last scraps of his dignity. He also made a point of warning me not to mention the previous night again. Our homeroom teacher was strict, but he did more than punish students. He never treated people differently based on their grades. A top 10 student who arrived late still had to stand, while someone who ranked last year after year received personal instruction as long as he was willing to train. That was why the sound of the classroom door instinctively made everyone sit straight. A moment later, our homeroom teacher entered with an unfamiliar girl behind him. She was tall and slender, with delicate features and simple, spotless clothes. After a brief silence, nearly every boy in the room looked over. The fat kid immediately straightened and whispered that this time he had truly found his type, then told me not to compete with him. I could not be bothered to answer. Every time he saw a beautiful girl, he said, "This one is different," and the feeling never lasted more than a few days. Besides, all I wanted now was to keep increasing my strength. I had no interest in wasting time chasing anyone. The fat kid was still talking when our homeroom teacher suddenly stopped. "I'm teaching up here, and you're talking down there. Would you two like to come up and teach instead?" The classroom instantly fell silent. The fat kid pulled in his neck and even began breathing carefully. Our homeroom teacher did not introduce the girl at once. He first swept his gaze across the back row. The fat kid propped up his textbook and pretended he had been studying all along. I suppressed the spiritual power fluctuations from my recent breakthrough, not wanting to become a second focus of attention in front of the new student. Only after confirming no one was still talking did our teacher invite the girl to stand at the center of the platform. He finally introduced our new classmate. The applause was unusually enthusiastic, especially from several boys who seemed determined to clap their hands red. The girl bowed to the class, her voice clear and bright. "Hello, everyone. My name is Rose. I'm very happy to become your classmate, and I hope we get along well from now on." I had been clapping only as a gesture. The moment I heard the name, my hands stopped completely. Rose. The same name could have been a coincidence. But when I truly looked up and saw her eyes and features clearly, the woman in black leather at last night's underground arena instantly overlapped with the schoolgirl standing before me. An hour earlier, I had worried about the spirit-quickening potion side effect. Now I had a more urgent question. Why had an arena receptionist transferred into my exact class the very next day? With her hair tied back and a school uniform on, Rose looked completely different from the dangerous woman in black leather the previous night. Everyone else in the class saw only a polite transfer student. I knew she could wrench an arm behind someone's back in an instant and had dared wager 500,000 yuan on a newcomer in a death match. My first thought was that Tiga's identity had been exposed. I had worn a mask throughout the previous night, registered under a false name, and placed my bet without using my real identity. Before leaving, I disposed of the mask and jacket separately and confirmed no one had followed me home. Logically, she should have had no way to find the real me. Rose's gaze swept across the back row and finally settled on me. When our eyes met, the corner of her mouth rose slightly, and she gave me a subtle wink. There was no possible way this was a coincidence. The fat kid, however, misunderstood completely. He grabbed my hand in excitement. Did she just wink at me? I knew she'd noticed me. I had no interest in correcting him. If Rose had truly come for me, her target might be my arena identity, my abnormal recovery, or even the system potions. First, I had to pretend not to know her and determine how much information she possessed. Our homeroom teacher seated her in the front row. As she sat, she looked back once more. The fat kid immediately interpreted the gesture as interest in the back of the room and became even more convinced of his own charm. After taking her seat, she did not continue looking at me openly. Like an ordinary transfer student, she took out her books, asked what material the class had reached, and copied down the teacher's notes. Her natural performance only made me more cautious. Anyone capable of hiding the dangerous air of the arena completely beneath a school uniform had not infiltrated the school on a whim. She had prepared an identity and an explanation in advance. I even considered asking for leave immediately, but that would be the same as telling her I had recognized her. Remaining in the room at least kept the teacher and dozens of students around us. She would not attack openly. If I left the school alone, the situation would fall under her control instead. I spent the entire class reviewing every action I had taken the previous night. The identity card recorded only Tiga, and the arena staff had never seen the face behind the mask. The only things I might have exposed were my voice, build, age, and perhaps the scent or habitual movements Rose noticed while touching me at close range. Those traits were not enough to identify me accurately among every student in the city, unless she had another source of information. Uncle Wong, who had waited below my building the previous night, returned to the range of my suspicions. Perhaps he had noticed someone following me. Perhaps he already knew what happened at the arena. The clues continued multiplying, but none could be verified directly. All I could do was remember every time Rose turned around and every detail of her conversation with our homeroom teacher, then wait for her to reveal her purpose. While I was thinking, the fat kid's expression suddenly stiffened. His hands slowly moved behind him. His body went rigid as though someone had struck a pressure point, and sweat quickly appeared on his forehead. "What's wrong?" I whispered. "Don't touch me. If I move right now, it's coming out." The potion's side effect had finally begun. The fat kid did not dare trust any urge to pass gas. He was terrified his body might send the wrong signal and cause something even more serious in the middle of class. I told him the system had specified only gas, not anything else, and that he could go to the restroom. He did not dare stand, convinced that the moment he released his restraint, disaster would strike in front of everyone. I discreetly checked my own abdomen and felt nothing unusual for the moment. That showed the side effects, timing, and manifestation truly varied by individual. It also meant I could not predict my first episode. The teacher continued lecturing at the front, with Rose seated before us. Meanwhile, the fat kid and I had entered a very different kind of countdown. Neither of us knew how much longer he could hold it. The system says you'll fart, not have diarrhea. If it's really uncomfortable, let it out. Maybe no one will notice if you keep it quiet, I advised the fat kid. He widened his eyes and shook his head firmly. At a time like this, I don't trust any fart. The moment he finished speaking, a tremendous bang erupted beneath the desk, like someone had lit a small firecracker. The whole class fell silent at once. The front row turned around, the back row stared, and even the teacher stopped lecturing to look at us. The fat kid relaxed the instant the sound emerged, only for his face to rapidly pale when he met dozens of eyes. The student in front first looked down at his own chair. Then the entire row gradually shifted its attention to the fat kid. Someone began to laugh, but for fear of being called out by the teacher, forcibly turned it into a cough. The fat kid clamped his legs together and tried to maintain an innocent expression. That scarlet face, however, looked more suspicious than any testimony. Yesterday, he had shouted a catchphrase in public. Today, he had thunderously farted in class. He opened his mouth to explain, only to find his mind blank. "I'm sorry, sir." I stood voluntarily. A balloon I inflated this morning was stuck inside the desk. I accidentally crushed it just now. Our homeroom teacher was not personally teaching that period. The subject teacher found nothing else unusual nearby, so he merely warned me to stop fooling around and resumed the lesson. Though our classmates remained suspicious, they withdrew their attention for the moment. The teacher also asked the students beside the windows to open them for ventilation. The wind blew from the front of the room toward the back and should have carried everything away. Instead, it made me worry that if my own side effect appeared, the odor would be delivered perfectly throughout the class. For the first time, I realized the fat kid's noise had at least revealed itself only once. A silent version like mine would be truly impossible to disprove. The fat kid caught my hand, his eyes red. "Bro, you find out who your true friends are in hard times. Without you just now, I wouldn't have known how to face anyone ever again." I told him to listen quietly in class, but felt even guiltier inside. The side effect came from the potion I had given him. Taking the blame once was the bare minimum of compensation. The moment I settled back into my seat, my abdomen suddenly churned. The same sense of danger searched for an exit from deep inside. I immediately went rigid and finally understood why the fat kid had not dared move. But willpower could not suppress a side effect. A few seconds later, gas slipped out without a sound. Silence. I nearly thanked the system. Then, in the next instant, an overwhelmingly vicious odor reached my nose. The fat kid's side effect was loud but odorless. Mine was precisely the opposite. The stench rapidly spread across the back row. The students around us covered their noses and asked whether something had spoiled. I lowered my head and covered my face, not daring to speak. As long as no one identified the source, I might still get away with this one. Unfortunately, the smell immediately energized the fat kid. He had just suffered public embarrassment. Discovering that someone's fart was worse than his own instantly restored his psychological balance. First, he suspected the trash can in the hall. Then he bent down to inspect the desks. Finally, he brought his nose close to my side. I held my breath and fanned my textbook in the other direction, deliberately dispersing the odor. It never occurred to him that I had drunk a potion from the same batch. He assumed someone in the classroom had suffered a far greater accident. Did somebody crap their pants? The back row erupted. Everyone began searching for the source. Beneath the desk, I kicked the fat kid to make him shut up. He had no idea the real culprit was sitting beside him. At the front of the classroom, Rose gently looked back. Unlike everyone else, she did not search the room. She only gave me an unreadable glance. For the first time, I wondered whether she had already recognized even the spirit-quickening potion side effect. The smell refused to dissipate, and class could not return to normal. The young teacher stood holding a piece of chalk, unable either to continue or stop, while the students' discussion grew louder. The fat kid became the most enthusiastic analyst. An ordinary fart isn't this powerful. This has to count as a strategic class weapon. I desperately wanted him to shut up on the spot. He was speaking with great enthusiasm when his expression froze again, and his hands slowly moved behind him. At the same time, the familiar churning returned to my stomach. Our side effects had entered their second round at the exact same time. The teacher finally put down the chalk, called for silence, and tried to identify the source of the smell. During the classroom's brief quiet, an even louder explosion came from the fat kid's side. Every gaze snapped toward him. He was still frozen in the posture of exerting himself, his skin red from his neck to the tips of his ears. Amid the dead silence, my second side effect escaped without a sound, and the familiar stench spread immediately afterward. The fat kid supplied the noise, while I supplied the smell. Naturally, our classmates assumed both came from the same person. It wasn't me. Let me explain. The fat kid hurriedly stood. Before he could finish, a third thunderous fart supplied the period at the end of his sentence. As if matching his rhythm, my abdomen followed with another silent wave of odor. The next several rounds were almost perfectly synchronized. One explosion, then one wave of stench. Girls in the front began retching. Boys in the back stood one after another. Even the teacher had to cover his nose and retreat to the edge of the platform. At first, the fat kid tried to defend himself. Eventually, even he began to suspect that both the noise and the odor came from the same side effect. Whatever he said, the next blast immediately interrupted him. The evidence seemed impossibly complete. I lowered my head and covered my face, not daring to offer a single word in his defense. I had passed off the first sound as a balloon, but repeated explosions could not be explained away. If I confessed my own side effect now, the entire class would learn that both of us had taken a strange potion. The fat kid slowly sank into his chair, his eyes empty. Yesterday, his public identity had been captain of the Moon Squad. Today, he was about to become the classroom's human biological weapon. At last, students began carrying their chairs toward the door to escape. The young teacher could not endure it either. Holding his breath, he announced, "Class dismissed. Everyone go outside and let the room air out." During the evacuation, the students in front practically hugged the wall for fear of passing the fat kid's desk. One covered her nose with a scarf. Another burst into the hall and gasped for air. Still others were already messaging students in other classes. The secret recording from yesterday's testing had not even grown old, and today's news story would spread across the grade before lunch. The teacher was the last to leave. Before going, he told the fat kid to visit the infirmary and have his stomach examined. The fat kid opened his mouth to explain that he had just advanced and felt healthier than ever, but the third round of side effects released another loud blast into the silence. The teacher did not wait for an answer. He pulled the door closed behind him. The classroom emptied in an instant. Only the fat kid remained in his seat, motionless, staring at me. He might not yet have understood where the odor came from, but he had already established one fact. Both episodes of social death were connected to potions I had given him. Chuzhou. His voice was unnaturally calm. "Today, I am definitely going to strangle you to death." The calmer he sounded, the more certain I was that this was no casual threat. Once the classroom door closed, the fat kid first shoved every window open and fanned the room dozens of times with a book. Only after confirming the smell had mostly dispersed did he turn and walk toward me. Every bit of anger he had not dared show in front of others was reserved for the one person who knew the truth. The fat kid seized my throat and demanded in a low voice, "This is what you called stomach discomfort? 2 days in a row, and you've screwed me twice." I did not resist. Everyone had blamed him for the stench just now. Letting him vent for a while was only fair. Didn't I explain the side effect in advance? Didn't you beg me for the potion yourself? And I drank one too. Mine just went off the same way. The fat kid's grip loosened slightly. The spirit-quickening potion had permanently advanced him to body tempering level 6, and he had confirmed the risks beforehand. What truly angered him was not that the potion had failed. It was that the side effect had erupted again in the very place where he most needed to preserve his dignity. While we were still arguing, Rose walked toward the back row instead of leaving with everyone else. The fat kid immediately released me and straightened his collar. Then he remembered that he had just driven the entire class from the room with the smell, and his expression became extremely unnatural. My reaction was the exact opposite of his. My identity might have been exposed last night, and now Rose was approaching voluntarily. All I wanted was to minimize contact. Everyone else has gone out. Why are you two still here? She asked with a smile. Let's go get some fresh air together. The fat kid immediately agreed, as though his social death a moment ago had never occurred. He still believed Rose had winked at him that morning. The fact that she had approached him without disgust and initiated a conversation made him even more confident that he had a chance. I stood up. I have something else to do. Fatty, show the new student around the school. I left through the rear door without giving Rose another chance to speak to me. The fat kid later told me that he showed her most of the campus, introducing the training field, the clubs, and the neighborhood around the school. Yet Rose asked most often about my usual cultivation, where I lived, and my interest in potions. The fat kid was so focused on impressing her that he did not realize until much later how unusual those questions were. First, she asked when I had suddenly begun taking martial arts seriously. Then she asked whether I had been visiting the ingredients market lately. The fat kid told her quite a lot, that I had studied basic alchemy, had lived alone since my parents disappeared, and disliked burdening others. He did not reveal my exact apartment number not because he was cautious, but because he only remembered my apartment complex and building. Rose also indirectly asked about the underground arena the previous night. The fat kid had no idea I had been there. He excitedly described how Tiga became famous overnight and insisted that a freak who recovered by taking beatings could not possibly be a student at our school. She did not disagree. She merely smiled and said, "Maybe he's closer than you think." At the time, I had no way to know what they were discussing. I went straight to the alchemy lab. Rather than guess at Rose's purpose, I had something more urgent to confirm. What exactly did spirit-dispelling potion do? And why had Uncle Wang given it to me for years? The lights in the alchemy lab were on, and Mr. Wu Langyun was organizing ingredients. He looked surprised to see me because I should have been in class. I explained that the teacher had dismissed class early and said I had a question about a potion. Mr. Wu knew me well. Before the system appeared, alchemy had been the second path I prepared for myself. If my martial arts could not meet the requirement for my parents' safe deposit box, I could at least earn a living with that craft. I often helped in the lab and had learned a considerable amount of basic knowledge. After confirming that no other students were nearby, I finally asked, "Mr. Wu, what does spirit-dispelling potion do?" Before speaking, I had already checked the medicine cabinets and textbook catalog to make sure no such finished potion was present. I did not want to sound as though I had just obtained a prohibited drug personally. The more cautious Mr. Wu became, the more I understood that an ordinary high school student should never have encountered the name. Mr. Wu's hands visibly stopped moving. "How did you encounter that name?" I did not reveal Uncle Wang. I only said I had seen it in some old materials, but had never found it displayed in the alchemy lab, making me wonder whether it was prohibited. That explanation fit my habit of researching obscure subjects, so he did not press me further about the source. As its name implies, spirit-dispelling potion causes the spiritual power inside the body to dissipate continuously. Mr. Wu's expression was grave. After taking it, no matter how someone cultivates, advancing becomes extremely difficult. It was classified as a prohibited drug 30 years ago. You can barely find it on the market today, and very few people know how to make it. For a moment, I said nothing. Uncle Wang had cared for me ever since my parents disappeared. I believe the concern he showed in daily life was genuine, but the system had also unmistakably identified the medicine he brought as spirit-dispelling potion. My years of stagnation at a low level might not have been caused solely by poor talent. Seeing me distracted, Mr. Wu emphasized that the drug could permanently sever someone's path as a martial cultivator and warned me never to come into contact with it casually. If the goal was only to stabilize spiritual power, is there any legitimate situation where spirit-dispelling potion might be used? I asked. Only to treat certain cases of uncontrolled power or to deliberately abolish someone's cultivation. There is no legitimate reason for a healthy body-tempering student to take it over a long period. Those words closed off my last simple explanation. I thanked Mr. Wu and left the alchemy lab. More than anger, I felt the loss of realizing something had been hidden from me. If Uncle Wong wanted to harm me, why had he cared for me in every other way for so many years? If he was trying to keep me from investigating my parents, why had he not simply told me about the danger? Another possibility remained. He might know the secret behind my parents' mission and believe that preventing me from growing stronger was a form of protection. But secretly feeding me a prohibited drug for years had changed the course of my life, whatever his motives might be. I did not condemn Uncle Wong based on a single explanation either. Someone might have switched the spirit-dispelling potion, or the system might have identified a different formula with the same name. The safest course was to preserve another sample, record its source and date, then have multiple alchemists analyze it independently. Confronting him before the evidence was complete would only drive whoever was truly responsible to erase the traces in advance. I barely heard my afternoon classes. The spirit-dispelling potion, my parents' safe deposit box, and Uncle Wong's pause when he discovered my breakthrough connected and reconnected in my mind. Yet there was not enough evidence to reach a conclusion. When the dismissal bell rang, I finally made my decision. Until I had sufficient strength, I would not confront him, and I would never again take any medicine I could not identify. Everything Uncle Wong gave me in the future would first be examined by the system and, if necessary, refined again as an ingredient. The system was unpredictable, but at least it stated each positive effect and side effect clearly. If someone truly wanted to stop me from growing stronger, let him come. I would never again entrust my martial path to a potion of unknown origin. The fat kid hooked an arm around my shoulder and reminded me about the promised spirit meat dinner. I put my concerns aside and decided to go with him. Suspicion could wait for evidence, but cultivation and life could not stop. After showing Rose around the campus that afternoon, the fat kid was in an excellent mood. Convinced that he had already earned the goddess's affection, he volunteered to pay for dinner and said Rose had agreed to come only if I joined them. That statement alone was suspicious, but the fat kid noticed nothing. I had planned to visit the ingredients market for spiritual materials and tried to refuse. The fat kid immediately wrapped an arm around my neck and announced that, beginning today, we were the 3 musketeers of senior class 15. This dinner would commemorate our group's first gathering. He assigned our roles on the spot. He would handle socializing, I would provide alchemy expertise, and Rose would raise the group's overall attractiveness. I asked who would handle fighting. Patting the chest that had just advanced, he said he would obviously do that too. Rose laughed cooperatively beside him. All I could think was that the most dangerous fighter in our temporary group was pretending to be the most harmless. The more excited he became, the more cautious I felt. Rose clearly had a purpose. If I continued avoiding her, she might adopt a more direct approach. Rather than let her continue investigating at school, I might as well hear what she wanted in a public place. The fat kid did not take us to an ordinary chain restaurant. He chose the small spirit meat restaurant the 2 of us had visited for years. He had refused to bring even classmates there before, yet he revealed his secret base on Rose's first day. I had now seen exactly how unreliable his principles were. The restaurant stood at the intersection of 2 old streets. Its storefront was unremarkable, but the kitchen could prepare low-level mutant beast meat without any muddy, gamey taste. All the way there, the fat kid insisted it was a place he visited only with true friends. He never noticed me studying the exits, surveillance cameras, and neighboring tables. If Rose could trace me into my class, a public restaurant's cameras might not protect me. They might become one more record she could use to confirm my identity. On the way, he described how the owner prepared mutant beast meat and which specialties replenished vitality best. Once inside, he grandly told us to order anything we wanted. Rose said it was her first visit and left every choice to him. The fat kid beamed and immediately ran to the counter to order. The instant he left the table, I prepared to stand as well. Rose pulled her chair closer, hooked an arm around my neck, and repeated the exact gesture from the previous night. "You were so bold with your big sister yesterday. Why have you been hiding today?" She kept her voice very low. To an outsider, we would look like 2 classmates sharing a private whisper. I could not tell whether she was testing me or already possessed evidence, so I continued playing dumb. "We met for the first time today. If I'd seen someone as beautiful as you yesterday, I definitely wouldn't have forgotten." The compliment did not make Rose release me. Instead, she leaned even closer. "Then how do you explain the fact that I know you wanted to take me home last night?" Only Tiga, and she knew about that. My identity had indeed been exposed. I stopped pretending we were strangers and asked directly, "Why did you investigate me? What exactly do you want?" Rose glanced at the fat kid, who was still busy at the counter, then gave me her answer. "I want your potions. The moment I heard the word potions, every nerve in my body tightened. The system was my greatest hidden card. I always kept my doors and windows closed during synthesis and had never told anyone. Rose had identified me and directly asked about the potions, which meant she knew more than my false name from the previous night. What makes you so sure I have any? Before she could answer, the fat kid returned with a pitcher of water. Rose immediately released me, and her posture and tone reverted to those of a well-behaved student. She said she had merely been asking about the school. The fat kid believed her without question, thumped his chest, and proclaimed himself an expert on everything around campus, inviting her to consult him anytime. The dishes arrived one after another. The fat kid busily introduced the restaurant's specialties, and Rose nodded and smiled at the appropriate moments. I spent the entire time tracing how my identity might have been exposed. She could not have seen the system, but she had watched the entire arena match. At the start, I was only at body tempering level 5. After each severe injury, my bones healed and my realm advanced. I reached level 7 by the end, and my aura remained the same at school the next day, proving it had not been a temporary burst. More importantly, she had restrained me at close range near the arena entrance. She could compare my build, voice, and habitual reactions. Then, when she mentioned my invitation to take her home, I visibly paused, effectively supplying the final piece of evidence myself. Continuing to ask how she found me would only reveal which link in the chain I feared most. In the absence of any normal cultivation technique that allowed permanent advancement through being beaten, a special potion was indeed the most reasonable deduction. She might not know I could brew potions. She might merely think I controlled a secret source. Even so, that was dangerous enough. Any martial artist would be tempted by a potion that permanently advanced a realm. If the news spread, my current strength would be nowhere near enough to protect either the formula or my freedom. After dinner, the fat kid wanted to go sing karaoke, but his phone suddenly rang. The caller was Uncle Zhao, who had returned home earlier than planned and ordered the fat kid to come back immediately. The fat kid tried to say he was accompanying a new classmate. Uncle Zhao asked only one question, "What exactly were you dancing on yesterday's livestream?" And the fat kid immediately wilted. Body tempering level 6 proved the potion had worked, but it could not erase the hour-long performance that the entire city might have watched. Before leaving, he paid the bill and repeatedly asked me to explain things to Rose. If he had heavy bags beneath his eyes tomorrow, it would only be because he had trained too hard. The fat kid's face fell completely. I reassured him that he had reached body tempering level 6 and should go home with confidence. Uncle Zhao would at least leave him breathing. He said I would have been better off keeping that remark to myself, punched me in resentment, and still did not dare disobey his father. On the way out, he told the two of us to keep going. The words sounded strange even to him, but he had no time to think about them. Only Rose and I remained at the table. She stopped speaking like the girl next door, brought up last night's wager again, and asked me to take her home. Stop circling around it. What kind of potion do you want? First, I presented myself as a novice alchemist with limited ability. That explained my source of potions without allowing her to believe I could produce the same thing whenever I wished. At last, Rose stated her target. The kind you used in the iron cage yesterday. A potion that lets you recover after taking a beating and permanently raises your realm. She did not mention the system or threaten me. For the moment, at least, she wanted a transaction, not a robbery. Even so, I established my boundaries. I would not admit that the potion could be reproduced reliably, would not let her watch the synthesis, would not trade directly inside my home, and would not accept a quantity imposed by force. If she tried to cross any one of those lines, the partnership had to end immediately. At my present strength, I might not be able to stop her, but defining the boundaries in advance was better than reacting after danger arrived. Rose laid out her full reasoning. She had watched me enter at body tempering level 5, suffer broken bones, then recover and advance with each blow. No common technique in the world caused someone to improve automatically by taking a beating, and my realm remained the following day, ruling out a temporary stimulant. She therefore concluded that I had taken a permanent strengthening potion activated by external force. Her reasoning had a solid basis. Continued denial would only convince her I refused to cooperate and might drive her toward a more dangerous investigation. I can provide potions that increase strength, but I don't have any more of yesterday's kind right now. The ingredients are difficult to find, and the synthesis result is unstable. Even with the same materials, the effect may be entirely different next time. I set her expectations as low as possible and did not promise to reproduce the battle spirit convergence elixir. The system's unpredictability was real. If she believed I was hiding stock from her, 20 later explanations would be less effective than making the truth clear at the beginning. Rose said it did not have to be identical as long as it made her permanently stronger. She had searched for such a resource for a long time and would not abandon it merely because the activation method changed. There will also be side effects, I added. The stronger the effect, the stranger the price may be. You have to learn every risk before taking it and decide for yourself. Without revealing their exact sources, I used Moonlight Type 1 and the Spirit Quickening Potion as examples to explain that even one alchemist could produce vastly different costs. The phrase strange side effects did not drive Rose away. She asked only whether they could permanently damage her cultivation. Her true concern was whether she could continue fighting, not whether she might be embarrassed. She nodded, then asked the price. This was precisely the partnership I needed. Alchemy consumed expensive materials, and a few underground matches would not sustain it. Rose had money, demand, and connections within the arena. As long as the arrangement remained mutually beneficial, she could become not only a customer, but also a layer of protection when others set their sights on me. Materials, time, and risk are all part of the cost. The better the effect, the higher the price. You have to pay a deposit on the first batch because I don't have enough capital to advance the ingredient costs. In addition to the money, I set 3 conditions. She could not ask about my master's identity, resell or display the potion to anyone else, or consume it before I personally confirmed the instructions. She added 2 conditions of her own. I had to describe the effect truthfully and could not conceal any known side effect. If the finished product was suited only to a lower realm, she had the right to withhold the final payment. Only after we clarified each condition did the situation stop being a powerful person demanding a weaker person's secret and become a transaction from which either party could withdraw. My request was not particularly fair to the buyer. I had even prepared for her to refuse, but Rose placed a bank card on the table without hesitation. A deposit of 200,000 yuan. If the finished product works, I'll pay the balance. If you disappear with the money, I also have ways to find you. She smiled as she said the last sentence, but it was an unmistakable warning. I did not pretend to be polite. I accepted the card immediately. 200,000 yuan was enough to purchase better ingredients than the azure-back wolf spine and spirit sensing flower, as well as my first set of visible alchemy equipment. The system required no traditional tools for synthesis, which was abnormal in itself. If anyone investigated me later, my home needed at least a furnace, measuring instruments, extractors, and written formula records, making every finished product appear to come from ordinary experiments rather than materializing from an extraction slot. I won't guarantee that every batch will succeed, I stressed again. After a potion is made, I'll confirm its effect and side effect before deciding whether to deliver it. You cannot tell anyone else about my identity, my address, or our partnership. Deal. Rose extended her hand. I shook it, formally confirming our first transaction. Until then, I had regarded her only as a danger approaching me on her own initiative. The danger had not disappeared, but it now had controllable boundaries. She wanted potions, I wanted money and security. As long as each of us still needed the other, neither would casually break the relationship. Her grip was light, but she did not release me immediately. If I found your school, I can find your home. Don't test my patience over 200,000 yuan. Looking at her, I replied, the fact that you came to me means you can't obtain what you want anywhere else. If you truly drive me away, you'll lose more than 200,000. It was the first time I had knowingly faced a large gap in power and used my own value as leverage in a negotiation. Rose did not become angry. Instead, she smiled, released my hand, and silently acknowledged that I had earned the right to continue negotiating. The 200,000 yuan on the bank card also gave me an opportunity to test the next question. Could better ingredients finally make the system restrain those absurd side effects? I put away the bank card, then deliberately asked Rose, 200,000 isn't a small amount. Aren't you afraid I'll disappear with the money? She hooked an arm around my neck and smiled easily. I've already entered your school. Do you think I can't find you? I trust that you're smart enough not to do something so stupid that you'd spend the rest of your life hiding over 200,000 yuan. It was both trust and warning. She had not exposed my identity, showing that she preferred a long-term partnership. But if I broke the agreement, she also had the power to connect my school, the arena, and the previous night's Tiga. Don't worry. Wait for good news. The moment she released me, I slipped free, left her to finish the meal, and headed straight to the Wanjin trading house. Spiritual materials were more important than any celebration now. All 200,000 yuan came from Rose's advance payment, and had to be used first to determine whether expensive ingredients could improve potion quality. Before reaching the 3rd floor, I had already decided on my purchasing plan. Instead of spreading the money across several ordinary materials, I would concentrate the full 200,000 on one spirit herb. The purer and higher grade the input, the easier it would be to determine whether ingredient quality influenced the system's result. In the end, I bought a scarlet pattern spirit heart herb for exactly 200,000 yuan. It strengthened spiritual power and the heart meridian and was one grade above the spirit sensing flower. I then spent 2,000 yuan of my own money on the most basic furnace, measuring cups, and extraction tools. A clerk had advised me to divide my budget among 4 50,000 yuan materials, lowering the risk of failure. I declined. The previous batch of cheap ingredients had already shown that trying a few more times only produced more uncontrollable potions. What I truly needed to test this time was the ceiling imposed by material quality, not the number of chances I could take. The scarlet pattern spirit heart herb came inside a temperature-controlled box, its roots lighting with faint red patterns every few seconds. Its appearance alone was far superior to the spirit sensing flower. I deliberately kept the receipt, ingredient description, and purchase record. If I ever needed to explain the finished potion's origin to Rose or an investigator, public evidence would be more reliable than my word. The equipment was not for the system. It was for future investigators. If a student continuously produced potions without even the simplest equipment at home, anyone would question where the finished products came from. Visible tools and a few experimental records could at least disguise the system as a mysterious master's formula. After returning home, I did not begin the synthesis immediately. First, I checked the window locks, the gaps around the door, and every place someone might hide. I drew all the curtains tight and confirmed there were no abnormal signals from my phone or identity card. Rose's ability to enter the school within a day forced me to treat every synthesis as a secret operation that might be under observation. I did more than display the newly purchased furnace. First, I heated a cup of ordinary purifying solution, recorded the temperature and time in a notebook, and deliberately left a short public analysis of the scarlet pattern spirit heart herb's properties. Before inserting the real ingredient into the system, I clipped one withered outer leaf into the waste container, making the room look as though I had performed a conventional extraction. Those steps would not deceive a professional alchemist, but they could explain why a student purchased equipment and why the room smelled of spirit herbs. The system always had to be the last answer anyone considered. I even crawled beneath my blanket before inserting the scarlet pattern spirit heart herb into the system. Material detected, scarlet pattern spirit heart herb. Material grade, low. For the first time, the system had rated an ingredient without using the word garbage, and I found myself relieved. 200,000 yuan still bought only a low-grade material in the system's eyes, but at least it proved that price and spiritual potency could improve the assessment. Then the familiar quantity selection appeared, 1 to 9,999. One vial was safest, but might not recover the ingredient cost. Too many could lock the slots behind another batch of useless potions. Remembering that Rose had commissioned the batch and was willing to accept side effects, I ultimately set the quantity at 20. If the effect was excellent, I would first reserve the amount I needed and deliver the rest to Rose. If the side effect was severe, I would still explain it fully and let her decide whether to accept it. One ingredient worth 200,000 yuan, 20 finished vials. I still felt a sense of foreboding as I pressed confirm, but I could only gamble that the system would show an expensive spirit herb a little respect. A notification chimed, and the system announced that synthesis was complete. I opened the attributes at once. Potion name, Scarlet Pattern Spirit Heart, Elixir. Positive effect. While wielding a sword-type weapon, releases a scarlet wave from the user's heart that inflicts damage equal to 50% of the enemy's life force. Side effect. Each released wave simultaneously inflicts damage equal to 70% of the user's own life force. Current quantity, 20 vials. System will remain locked until all vials have been extracted. I closed my eyes and fell backward onto the bed. Dealing damage equal to half the enemy's life force sounded incredibly powerful. The price was losing 70% of my own. After one activation, I would be more badly injured than my enemy. If I activated it twice in succession, the enemy would reach zero at the exact moment I had already died. I examined the meaning of 50% life force damage again. It stated no fixed value or upper realm. In theory, the stronger the target, the greater the absolute damage. If it truly ignored differences in realm, then the batch was not useless. It was a mutually destructive trump card that needed to be paired with a life-saving method. The problem was that the system never explained the chance of release, whether defensive spiritual power could block it, or how much medicinal power one sword strike consumed. Any one of those unknowns could cost me my life in a real battle. Until I found a safe testing method, I could never touch a sword merely to verify the effect. This was not dealing 1,000 points of damage while suffering 800. It was dealing 800 and suffering 1,000. My greatest regret was that I had once again selected 20 vials. As long as they remained in the slots, the system could not synthesize anything else, and I could not possibly fulfill Rose's 200,000 yuan order with a suicide potion. I repeatedly examined the description and finally seized on the activation restriction. The wave was released only while using a sword-type weapon. I cleared the room of every object that might be classified as a sword. The short practice sword went into a storage cabinet, and I even replaced the long-bladed package opener with a small knife. The system's definition of sword-type weapon was unknown. Rather than gamble on terminology, I would avoid anything with a similar form entirely. As long as I never touched a sword again, the medicinal power would not activate on its own. Spears, sabers, and fists could all serve as weapons. Firearms gradually lost their advantage against high-level martial artists anyway. From now on, I could simply pursue the path of the spear. After confirming that escape route, I extracted all 20 vials and drank them one by one. The potion had no obvious taste and did not advance my realm. It felt like drinking 20 vials of ordinary water, leaving only a dangerous effect inside my body bound to sword-type weapons. With the system unlocked, I took out another ingredient from my coat, a piece of white bone I had bought for 100 yuan in the Wanjin Trading House's discount section. It had no proper label, and the trading house seemed unable to identify it, so they treated it as an ordinary beast bone. I had picked it up casually as a backup. Now, it was my only hope of fulfilling the deal. Material detected. Bone from the banks of the Wooding River. Material grade, low. I stared at the assessment, nearly convinced the system had malfunctioned. The Scarlet Pattern Spirit Heart herb worth 200,000 yuan was low grade, and so was an unknown bone that cost 100. Market price clearly did not correspond directly to system grade. A material the trading house could not identify might actually have been a bargain. I recalled the purchase. The white bone had been thrown at the bottom of a discount basket with a label that said only, unknown origin, weak spiritual quality, no returns or exchanges. The trading house's decision to treat it as scrap did not mean the material itself was ordinary. It meant the existing identification system could find no use for it. For the first time, that same low-grade rating from the system showed me the possibility of profiting from an information gap. I did not dare gamble on quantity again. I selected a single vial. Even if the result was still absurd, one vial could be disposed of quickly without blocking the system for long. Before confirming, I even negotiated with the system under my breath. As long as it increases strength, that's fine. Just don't make the side effect kill the user first. If you keep messing with me, neither of us will ever upgrade. Naturally, the system did not answer. It merely displayed the synthesis complete notification. After the Scarlet Pattern Spirit Heart Elixir, I was afraid to open the details immediately for the first time. Avoidance would not change reality. However, in the end, I gritted my teeth and examined the attributes. Potion name, Spring Boudoir Potion. Positive effect, directly advances a martial master by 1 minor level after consumption. Side effect, for 10 years after consumption, whenever the user closes their eyes, they will see the first person they saw after taking the potion. I remained stunned for a long time after reading it. Martial Master was the third rank of the martial path, and only around 10 martial masters were publicly known throughout Gaoqing. At that level, advancing a single star could take months or even years. This vial directly crossed one full level. Its value could never be measured by 200,000 yuan. I listed 3 possible plans on paper. If I kept it, I would wait a long time before I could use it, and the system would remain locked all the while. If I sought an unfamiliar martial master, I could charge the highest price, but also face the greatest risk of being killed for the potion. If I gave it to Rose, the price might not reach the theoretical maximum, but we already possessed a foundation of trust and an agreement of secrecy. The comparison produced an obvious result. When strength was insufficient, the theoretical highest price was meaningless. Only a profit I could actually collect without dying on the spot counted as profit. Compared with the effect, the side effect almost seemed gentle. There was no disability, loss of control, or continuous gas. The user would simply see one fixed person whenever they closed their eyes. As long as the first person after taking it was neither an enemy nor someone associated with severe psychological trauma. 10 years was a long time, but would not interfere with combat or cultivation. Still, I did not treat it as a pure joke. People closed their eyes countless times each day, before sleep, in every blink, and when fainting from injury. If the fixed face became associated with fear or hatred, 10 years could create a severe mental burden. Before delivery, the question of who the first person will be had to become a controlled step. I could not merely say it would not harm the body. For a moment, I considered withholding the potion and finding a stronger buyer. A favor from another martial master or a public auction might produce far more than 2 million yuan. But Rose had already found my school and prepaid the ingredient cost. Bypassing her now would deliberately turn the partnership into hostility. More importantly, I lacked the strength to protect a high-level potion. An unfamiliar expert might not pay anything and simply force me to reveal the source. By giving the potion to Rose, at least I preserved our shared interest. The stronger she became, the more medicine she would need and the more reason she would have to protect me. The price, however, had to be renegotiated. One level at the martial master rank had an entirely different value from a body tempering potion. Accepting only 200,000 yuan would not merely be a loss. It would cause her to underestimate the potion's rarity. I decided to confirm her true realm the following day before adding a charge based on the effect. That night, I left the spring boudoir potion in the system slot and did not extract it, preventing an outsider from discovering the physical vial. The Scarlet Pattern Spirit Heart herb worth 200,000 yuan had produced a batch of dangerous junk, while a nameless bone worth 100 yielded a genuine high-level product. Once again, the system proved that cost alone could not predict its results. The next morning, I arrived at school earlier than usual. At the gate, the fat kid stood with his head lowered, both eyes surrounded by dark purple bruises. Uncle Zhao came home. I circled him once. Those don't look like the result of staying up late. They look like one punch on each side. The fat kid immediately trapped my neck beneath his arm. You have the nerve to ask? If it weren't for that moonlight potion, would my dad have beaten me like this? He gave me a full account of the previous night. First, Uncle Zhao made him test his realm again. After confirming that body tempering level 6 had not faded, he even offered the rare praise. At least you finally did something useful. Then he opened the replay of the live stream and watched the full hour from beginning to end. Afterward, he gave the fat kid one punch beneath each eye, saying it was his duty to preserve the honor of the Zhao ancestors. The fat kid considered the outcome fair. His realm had advanced permanently, while the black eyes would disappear in a few days. I reached a different conclusion. The stronger the effect, the more tolerant users were of embarrassing side effects. Rose greeted us from behind. The fat kid released me immediately and claimed the bruises came from a full night of his father's encouragement and praise. I did not expose him. I merely swallowed my laughter. As the three of us entered the school, Rose walked beside me and asked in front of the fat kid, "How is the thing we discussed yesterday coming along?" The fat kid's smile vanished instantly. His gaze asked whether I had stolen his girl while he was home. First, I had to find an explanation for this high-level potion deal that would not involve the fat kid. You mean those books from last semester? I answered at once. I found them. I'll give them to you in a little while. I gave the fat kid another look, telling him not to imagine nonsense. Rose's eyes visibly lit up at the words, "I found them," and she grabbed my hand and pulled me toward the classroom building. Give them to me now. I can't wait. The fat kid remained where he stood, utterly baffled. Why was she in such a hurry over a few old books? Rose led me all the way to the entrance of the girls' restroom in the main classroom building. I stopped. I can give you the potion, but why here? There are stalls inside. Once the door is closed, no one will disturb us. I suggested an empty training room, the equipment storage room, and the roof. Rose rejected them one by one. The training rooms had reservations, the storeroom had cameras, and the teacher on duty recorded everyone who entered the roof. The girls' restroom was absurd, but precisely for that reason it had no cameras and received the fewest visitors at this time of the morning. This was not a spontaneous, perverse joke. She had genuinely calculated the privacy and risk. The problem was that I bore every risk. Then let's use the boys' restroom. No one will call you a pervert for going inside. The same isn't true for me. She asked what misunderstanding would arise if the fat kid followed and saw the two of us emerging together from a stall in the boys' restroom. I admitted that the fat kid's imagination was capable of choosing the worst possible explanation, but I still refused to enter the girls' room. Rose gave me no more time to argue. She seized my arm and dragged me inside. I gripped the door frame. So she reminded me that if we continued struggling, any passerby would first see a boy clinging to the entrance of the girls' restroom. At that point, any explanation would sound more suspicious than hiding in the innermost stall. I had no choice but to release the frame and let her pull me inside. No one crossed our path. When the door of the last stall closed, the sounds outside immediately grew distant. The space was so narrow that our shoulders nearly touched. The bottom of the partition did not fully conceal us. If someone entered, it would be easy to see 4 feet inside one stall. I lowered my voice and told her to state her realm first. My master brewed this potion. It works only on martial masters. If your rank isn't right, drinking it may be a waste. I attributed the high-level product to a master who did not exist. Producing a martial master potion at my age was far too unreasonable. A mysterious alchemist behind me made more sense and also discouraged Rose from applying force casually. After a brief moment of surprise, she answered directly, 7-star martial master. The answer still sent a shock through me. She looked like nothing more than a high school student, yet her true strength stood among the upper tier of Gouching's publicly known experts. When she twisted my arm the previous night, she clearly had not used even a fraction of her real power. 7-star martial master perfectly met the potion's condition and increased the transaction's value still further. 200,000 covers the ingredients, not the finished product. Once my master learned the effect, he refused to accept the original price. Rose asked how much I wanted. Rather than name a figure immediately, I explained the effect and the price. It directly advances a martial master by 1 star. The side effect lasts 10 years. Whenever you close your eyes, you'll see the first person you saw after taking it. It won't harm your body, but it may affect your sleep and mental state. Now you know every risk. Decide whether you still want to buy it. I also required her to repeat the terms to prevent any later claim that she had not heard them clearly. Rose accurately recited, martial masters only, 1-star advancement, 10 years, closed eyes, first person scene. Only then did she ask the price. The step might have appeared unnecessary, but it made her personal responsibility for the decision unmistakable. As for price, I did not simply apply a markup to the ingredient cost. A breakthrough potion for a martial master could not be sold for only 200,000 yuan. That would neither reflect its rarity nor prevent her from suspecting that I could mass-produce it casually. A final payment of 2 million was still low, but at my current stage, gaining an 8-star martial master as a customer and preserving our secrecy were more valuable. The urgency in her eyes did not diminish. She asked only how she could control the identity of the first person she saw. That was precisely what worried me most. If she drank the potion in front of me and I was the first person she saw when she opened her eyes, then my face would appear every time she closed them for the next 10 years. After hearing the price and conditions, Rose barely paused. I'll give you another 2 million. Give me the potion now. To a body-tempering student, 2 million yuan was a fortune. To a martial master trapped at 7-star for 6 months, an immediate 1-level breakthrough was worth far more. She had just won 5 million at the arena. The payment was more like returning part of the profit I had helped her earn. Only after confirming the transfer and the confidentiality agreement did I extract the spring boudoir potion from the system and hand it to her. Her fingers trembled slightly when she accepted the vial, showing how important the breakthrough was to her. The medicine had been delivered. I immediately reached for the door. Wait. Rose raised the vial toward the light, first examining its color and sediment, then smelling the opening. Did your master say whether it conflicts with other medicine? I answered that the system listed no known incompatibilities, but recommended taking it on an empty stomach and avoiding forceful circulation of other techniques during the breakthrough. The system had not provided those conventional details, so I explicitly told her that the final 2 points were merely suggestions to reduce unknown risks, not confirmed facts. Rose locked the stall door again. Don't leave. I'm drinking it now. You can go after I confirm there's nothing wrong with the potion. She was unwilling to stake her life on a description. Keeping me there allowed me to observe the effect, but it also treated the seller as collateral. If the potion was poisonous, she could at least restrain me before she lost the ability to move. My true concern was not safety but the target of the side effect. If I was the first person she saw after drinking it, then she would see this face whenever she closed her eyes for the next 10 years. I was willing to maintain our partnership, but I did not want to be bound by a connection that could never be interrupted. You could ask someone you trust to stay with you while you drink it tonight. I've already waited half a year. I won't wait another day. The difference in our strength prevented me from forcing my way out. All I could do was lean against the stall door and remind her that I had explained the effect and side effect in full. The decision to consume it was her responsibility. Rose twisted off the cap and drained the vial. Spiritual power erupted from her body almost instantly, pressing against the air in the cramped stall. I could not accurately judge every difference between 7-star and 8-star, but I could clearly feel her aura climbing without pause. She closed her eyes and guided the medicinal power. Her previously stable spiritual energy seemed to break through an invisible barrier and suddenly intensified. The spiritual pressure made the stall door rattle softly, and tiny ripples appeared across the surface of the toilet tank. I had to brace a hand against the wall to remain steady in the narrow space. She had not accumulated outside spiritual energy over a long period. In only a few breaths, she crossed from 7-star to 8-star, proving the potion directly altered her realm rather than providing temporary stimulation. 8-star Martial Master. After the breakthrough, the medicinal power continued clearing her meridians and consolidating her realm, while her aura pressed steadily toward the next level. She repeatedly circulated her spiritual power and confirmed there was no weakness, backlash, or obstruction. Only then did the caution on her face turn into genuine delight. "Your master is at least a high-level alchemist," she suddenly said before opening her eyes. Why would someone of that level stay in gouching? I had already turned my back to her. Staring at the stall door, I answered, "I don't know his business, and I won't reveal it for him. The potion works, so our transaction is complete. Turn around and look at me when you speak." "There's no need. You just advanced. Keep checking your body. I'm leaving." The more she insisted, the more stubbornly I refused to turn. If I was not the first thing she saw after she finished circulating the medicine with her eyes closed, perhaps the side effect would lock onto the stall door, the wall, or some other person who later entered the restroom. Rose quickly sensed something unusual. "You've kept your back to me this entire time. Is there something else you haven't said?" I explained the side effect completely. "You can choose the first person you see. Then I choose you." Only then did I understand. She had not misunderstood the risk. She had deliberately decided to bind the side effect to me. Perhaps she wanted permanent oversight of the potion seller, or perhaps she only wished to retaliate for my constant use of a master to deflect her questions. Whatever the reason, a 10-year decision already went far beyond an ordinary business relationship. Footsteps approached behind me. She grabbed my shoulder and tried to turn me around. I braced myself against the stall door and still refused to look back. As the two of us struggled, female voices and the sound of the outer door opening came from beyond the stall. Someone had entered the restroom. For feet were plainly visible beneath the stall door. Neither of us could risk making another loud sound. The girls outside chatted as they approached, then stopped at the neighboring stall. Taking advantage of my inability to make a sound, Rose clamped a hand on my shoulder and forced me around. The gap between our realms was too great. My resistance did nothing. At the instant I turned, her eyes opened and met mine directly. Rose's expression went blank for a moment, as though something had suddenly entered her consciousness. She blinked several times, closed her eyes again to confirm it, and slowly smiled. The spring boudoir potion side effect had locked onto me. "I only wanted you to look at me. It isn't going to kill you. Were you keeping your back turned because you didn't want the remaining 2 million either?" Since the outcome could not be reversed, I immediately changed strategies. The potion had already taken effect. Continuing to offend her served no purpose, but I still had to secure the final payment. "I was only afraid of disturbing your breakthrough. Of course I want the balance, or I won't be able to answer to my master." Rose gave me a card containing 1 million yuan on the spot and retained the other million as a 3-day observation payment. High-level potions could have long latency side effects, so she wanted to confirm there was no other harm to her body before paying. At the same time, she promised to buy every potion of the same level I could produce at the same price. I accepted the arrangement. The spring boudoir potion's true side effect was already written down. It would not suddenly cause physical backlash. 3 days from now, as long as she could tolerate seeing me whenever she closed her eyes, the final million would most likely arrive. After the girls outside left, I urged her to return to class and prepared to slip out of the stall first. Rose suddenly smiled with suspicious cooperation. "All right, you go first. Don't let anyone see you." I pressed my ear to the door and listened for more than 10 seconds. Only after confirming there was no running water at the sinks did I open the stall door a crack. The mirror showed no one, and I could see no shadows near the entrance. I specifically told Rose to wait another 30 seconds so we would not be caught leaving together. The more agreeable she became, the more I sensed something wrong. I could not remain trapped inside the girls' restroom. However, after confirming the hallway was quiet for the moment, I opened the door and rushed out. I had taken only a few steps when a shout infused with spiritual power exploded behind me. "Help! There's a pervert in the girls' restroom." The voice traveled down the entire hall. My ears rang, but I did not dare stop. If I was caught here, no one at school would ever discuss the fat kid's moon dance again. Every conversation would become, "Chuzhou sneaked into the girls' restroom." I sprinted into the boys' restroom across the hall, entered a stall, closed the door, pulled down my pants, and forcibly disguised myself as someone who had been using it all along. If anyone searched, At least they would have no direct proof that I came from the girls' room. Footsteps from several boys soon sounded in the hall. They rushed to the girls' restroom entrance but did not dare enter, only asking from outside whether anyone had seen the pervert. Sitting in my stall, I controlled my breathing, silenced my phone, and even pulled the tips of my shoes behind the door. Several minutes later, Rose casually emerged and told them she had been mistaken. Only then did the footsteps scatter. She had created the panic and personally ended the pursuit, clearly intending only to make me experience the pressure of having my identity exposed at any moment. After waiting a long time without hearing pursuit or questions from a teacher, I finally understood that Rose had merely been teasing me. She stopped after the shout and did not truly intend to make the matter serious. That made her even more dangerous. After her breakthrough, she would see me whenever she closed her eyes. Instead of becoming furious, she acted as though she had found a new toy. For the next 3 days, she might use that side effect at any time to pressure me for more potions. After washing my hands, I messaged our homeroom teacher to request leave and decided to leave school temporarily. Partly, I needed to avoid Rose. More importantly, I needed to buy additional spiritual materials. I had finished the academic curriculum early in my second year, so missing half a day before the college entrance exam would make little difference. The 3-month martial deadline could not tolerate delay. This time, I did not plan to buy another high-level ingredient worth 200,000 yuan. Such materials might produce medicine usable only by a martial master. I could not use those myself and lacked the strength to seek more buyers publicly. Ingredients costing 50,000 each were better suited to my current level, and buying enough of them would allow continuous testing. The system's side effects could be ridiculous regardless of price. Since I could not avoid them, my only option was to filter for effects truly suited to me through repeated, small-batch syntheses. By the time I reached the Wanjin trading house, a crowd had packed the entrance so tightly that no one could pass. I intended to wait for it to thin before entering, but martial artists arriving behind me pushed me all the way to the front. At the center of the crowd, 2 martial artists had already taken their stances. The trading house guards remained inside and did not intervene. The Wanjin trading house strictly prohibited violence within its walls, but fights outside were handled under the city's enforcement rules. Rumors said 2 martial masters once clashed inside the store and were thrown through the front doors by the resident expert in less than 30 seconds. The man in black was a 3-star martial artist. His opponent was only 2-star. Nearly every spectator assumed the 3-star fighter would win. At the martial artist rank, a difference of 1 star was already substantial. Once the fight began, the 3-star martial artist did indeed take the advantage. His fists and feet carried greater power, and he applied constant pressure. A single clean hit might have ended the fight. The 2-star martial artist refused to meet him head-on. He maintained a half-step distance, forcing the other man to keep pursuing. Every evasion skimmed the edge of an attack without wasting motion. After several exchanges, the 3-star fighter became impatient. An elbow strike missed, and his footwork grew heavy from excessive force. Several times, the 3-star martial artist tried to use his superior realm to seal off the space, only for his opponent to shift position half a step early. The 2-star fighter was not absolutely faster. He read the direction of the shoulders and hips before every attack had fully formed. He used the edge of the fighting area as bait, deliberately making his opponent believe that one more step would trap him in a corner. That final elbow missed precisely because of the illusion that he was only 1 step away. The 2-star martial artist did not pursue a flashy counterattack. He first disrupted the man's breathing, then swept away the supporting leg. The entire reversal took less than 3 seconds, but rested on more than a dozen earlier retreats that had seemed passive. The 2-star martial artist appeared to have been waiting for that moment all along. He immediately closed the distance, struck beneath the ribs, swept the leg to destroy the man's balance, then added a final impact with a short punch. The 3-star fighter staggered back 2 steps, failed to regain his footing, and crashed heavily to the ground. The spectators fell silent, then erupted into even louder discussion. Some said that while the 3-star martial artist had the higher realm, his experience seemed accumulated entirely on a training floor. The 2-star fighter's movements clearly came from life-and-death battles in the wilderness. He understood how to create an opening with the least possible force. The fight affected me more deeply than anyone else. I had risen from body tempering level 5 to 8 almost entirely through potions. My comeback at the arena seemed impressive, but in truth, it still depended on my opponent's ignorance of my recovery and his repeated attacks on the areas most suited to reinforcement. Against an experienced enemy who focused on vital points, I might never have had a second chance to stand. Realm determined the upper limit of power, Combat experience determined whether someone could actually use it. If all I did was pile up levels with potions, sooner or later I would make a mistake like that 3-star martial artist and lose to someone in a lower realm. The underground arena offered experience, but no retreat. Once the iron door closed, the result was life or death. The wilderness was dangerous too, but if the situation turned, I could still withdraw, hide, or choose another target. I decided to begin practical training early, starting in the low-level mutant beast zone near Gaocheng. After the crowd dispersed, I entered the third-floor medicinal materials section and selected 20 basic spirit herbs at 50,000 yuan each. The total was exactly 1 million, emptying the card Rose had just given me. Their medicinal properties varied. Some strengthened the constitution, others stabilized the mind or enhanced perception, giving the system an opportunity to produce different combinations. I did not ask the counter to choose randomly. I divided the properties into 3 groups: 2 herbs for the first life-saving test, for combat growth, and the remaining 12 for 1 high-investment synthesis. Even if the system ignored conventional properties, these groups would make it easier to compare whether number of ingredients affected the finished potion strength. Spending someone else's money was certainly easier than spending my own, but this was no gift. Every advance payment corresponded to a finished product and a share of risk. If I failed to make effective medicine, Rose would not invest forever. As I left the trading house, I noticed someone at the street corner glance twice toward me and the direction of the school. The person quickly blended into the crowd without following, and I could not tell whether it was one of Rose's watchers. Only later, after examining communications left by our enemies, did I learn that someone had indeed been monitoring both Rose and me that day. Uncle Wang had also become entangled in the matter, and the true target had never been my potions. It was Rose herself. At the time, I had no evidence. I merely recorded the anomaly, took a roundabout route home, and carried the 20 spirit herbs with me. After returning home, I locked the door, drew the curtains, and checked for followers as usual, then placed every spirit herb beside the bed. The system had no storage space, so I had been forced to carry ingredients worth 1 million yuan the entire way. That alone created a risk of exposure. First, I selected 1 ironleaf greenblade grass and 1 frostbell white flower and inserted them into the system. Ingredient assessment: garbage. The system still insulted herbs worth 50,000 yuan each as garbage, but I no longer reacted. The finished product mattered, not the assessment. I would make only 1 vial this time. As long as the side effect was not fatal, I would consume it immediately and unlock the next batch. Potion name: Last Breath Sovereign Elixir. Positive effect: when the user is on the verge of death, preserves the final spark of life for 10 seconds. Side effect: after the potion activates, male reproductive function will be weakened for 3 months. I did not let the embarrassment of the side effect distract me from the definition of on the verge of death. It might activate just before the heart stopped, or it might require irreversible bodily damage. The description also did not say whether death would occur immediately after the 10 seconds ended. This was final insurance, not a resurrection potion that allowed repeated mistakes. It might be the most practical life-saving potion I had made so far. 10 extra seconds after a mortal injury could let me evade a finishing blow, wait for reinforcements, complete a counterattack, or even swallow another potion. Compared with a life, a 3-month price was entirely acceptable. I drank it immediately, clearing the system's slots once more. The potion did not activate on the spot, confirming that it would begin only when I truly approached death. Though the first 2 herbs were already gone, I regretted not making more vials. One could never have too many potions like this. Encouraged by the first success, I increased the input and refined 4 spirit herbs together. I still did not dare raise the output too far. I selected 5 vials, ensuring that even if the side effect was severe, I could dispose of them quickly by myself. Potion name: Frenzied Hunt Spirit Devouring Elixir. Positive effect: while carrying out a hunt, increases the user's spiritual energy absorption rate by 500%. Side effect: excessive absorption will cause the user to lose mental clarity. The user must be struck by an external force to recover. This potion resembled the Battle Spirit Convergence Elixir, but changed the trigger condition from being struck to hunting. As long as a battle drew blood, my cultivation speed would increase 5-fold. After I lost control, a companion would have to hit me in time to restore my senses. Using it alone in the wilderness would be extremely dangerous. After killing 1 low-level mutant beast, I might continue charging towards stronger targets, transforming myself from hunter to prey. But if Rose came with me, she could control the situation and possessed enough power to restore me with a single blow. I drank all 5 vials. The effect did not activate within the safe zone, showing that a real hunt was required. The system unlocked again. 12 spirit herbs remained beside the bed. The 5 vials did not increase my strength immediately. They left only a faint heat in my blood. To prevent hunting from being triggered by gutting a fish in the kitchen or drawing blood by accident, I touched no raw meat for the rest of the day and put away every sharp tool. The true test had to occur somewhere Rose could control me. The first 2 batches had already supplied life insurance and hunting-based growth. I decided to insert all the remaining materials at once in pursuit of a more powerful, comprehensive effect. For quantity, however, I selected only 1 vial, continuing my elite approach of high investment and low output. All 12 ingredients disappeared together, yet the system's assessment remained unchanged. I no longer cared that it called the materials garbage. I only waited for the result. Synthesis complete. The consecutive successes made me hope this vial would directly advance my realm or cover the weakness caused by losing control under the frenzied hunt spirit-devouring elixir. When I opened the attributes, however, the system had once again produced something entirely different. Potion name: Origin Restoring Long Sleep Elixir. Positive effect: comprehensively restores all bodily functions. Side effect: the user will sleep for 1 year after consumption. 12 spirit herbs had produced only 1 restorative potion. The effect should be powerful, but the price was an entire year. Many ordinary injuries would recover substantially after a year in bed anyway. Unless the body suffered catastrophic damage that could not heal on its own, this potion had almost no practical value. More importantly, only 3 months remained before my 18th birthday deadline. Drinking it now would mean waking after my parents' belongings had already been reclaimed and destroyed. I did not extract the potion. I left it inside the system slot. That locked the system, but at least the medicine was absolutely secure and could not be discovered by someone who then forced me to drink it. In the future, if I found someone who truly needed long-term restoration, it might become a bargaining chip. I recorded the appropriate scenarios: extensive destruction of internal organs, meridians incapable of repairing themselves, and injuries that required a long period of rest even under conventional treatment. For minor injuries, the cost was entirely unreasonable. For a mortal wound, a year of sleep might be the cheapest possible price. The locked system meant I could not brew any new potions during the trip beyond the city, so my 3 existing effects had to complement one another. The frenzied hunt spirit-devouring elixir would drive my growth. Rose would interrupt my loss of control. The last breath sovereign elixir would provide 10 seconds in the worst situation. The origin restoring long sleep elixir would be reserved for a catastrophic injury that could not be treated quickly. The potion I most needed to use now was the frenzied hunt spirit-devouring elixir already inside me. It absorbed spiritual energy only during a hunt. Refusing to enter the wilderness would waste the effect. I immediately returned to school to find Rose, hoping this 8-star martial master would accompany me into a low-risk area. When she saw me downstairs, her first question was, "Didn't you take the day off? Why are you back?" "I came specifically to find you." Rose's eyes lit up, assuming I had another potion. I told her this was not a transaction. My master wanted me to gain experience in the wilderness, and because my strength was insufficient, I hoped she would come with me. A high-level alchemist doesn't have a bodyguard? Why ask me? She also pointed out that if my master truly cared about me, the logical choice was to assign a permanent guard rather than make me hire someone who had partnered with me only twice. I had no choice but to blame the inconsistency on my master's refusal to appear publicly. I emphasized that the potion source required me to search for ingredients personally and record the feedback. No one else could take my place. I had anticipated the question. I explained that my master disliked revealing his identity and that Rose had kept her word after receiving the medicine. At least she was more reliable than an unfamiliar bodyguard. Rose did not press further, but demanded payment. "Give me another vial like the one this morning, and I'll go with you." Trading a martial master potion for 1 bodyguard assignment was grossly unequal at normal prices. But I could not reliably make another product of the same kind. All I could do was promise to credit her work toward a future strengthening potion, with the exact effect and side effects still subject to negotiation. "Deal." She agreed quickly and asked when we would leave. I wanted to go immediately. The earlier I began hunting, the better I could use the potion in my remaining time. Rose asked first, "Where's your travel permit?" I had never even heard of such a thing. She looked at me like a child with no common sense. No one stopped people from leaving the safe zone, but returning required identity and mission inspection. Only official martial artists could apply for a normal permit. I was merely at body tempering level 8 and had not reached the minimum threshold. since she mentioned the problem only after agreeing. However, she clearly had a solution. Big Sister Rose can do anything. Of course you can handle one small problem for me. I immediately softened my attitude. Rose laughed and promised to arrange a temporary permit. She gave me 1 hour to prepare wilderness supplies, then told me to meet her at the eastern gate. I was about to leave when I had to admit I did not even know what I should buy. The academy had taught wilderness basics, but truly leaving the city was not the same as memorizing a textbook. Forgetting one critical item could get me killed. Rose gave me a complete list. First, she told me to plan for a 2-day trip on paper, then pack enough supplies for 4. Water had to be calculated for the worst possible temperature, and high-energy rations could not all be stored in one layer of the backpack. Hemostatic medicine and bandages had to be placed in the left and right pockets separately, preventing an injury to one hand from leaving both inaccessible. The locator needed offline maps downloaded in advance. I could not assume a city signal would exist throughout the wilderness. The water and high-energy rations had to last 2 days beyond the planned trip. Hemostatic and anti-inflammatory medicine and bandages would treat ordinary wounds and prevent minor injuries from worsening outside the city. I needed at least 2 general-purpose antidotes, because even low-level mutant beasts might be venomous. For the night, I also needed lighting, a fire source, an emergency blanket, and spare clothes. The locator and distress beacon were most important. If we became separated, losing both direction and communication would mean waiting to die. As for weapons, I could carry only something I genuinely knew how to use. Bringing a stylish but unfamiliar weapon at the last minute would only obstruct me in battle. She also warned me clearly not to treat my martial master companion as unlimited insurance. She could save me at a critical moment, but she would not bear the consequences of every mistake. If I spent the entire trip hiding behind her, the experience would have no value. I followed the list and chose reliable models whenever possible instead of chasing low prices. Water, compressed rations, a medical kit, antidotes, bandages, lights, fire starters, the locator, the distress beacon, and spare clothes all went into the backpack. I also added a simple sleeping bag and a waterproof tarp. For weapons, I did not buy a saber or sword at the last minute. The 3-section spear Uncle Wong had given me could be broken down inside the backpack, and its joints were still firm, making it well suited for travel. Rose made me disassemble and assemble it twice on the spot, confirming I could not reverse a section even while feeling around in the dark. She also checked the spearhead cover to ensure I would not injure myself while walking. The backpack quickly swelled to an absurd size, its weight pressing down on my shoulders. I removed nothing. Money saved inside the safe zone might not even buy a funeral once I reached the wilderness. The load itself could serve as marching training. 1 hour later, I reached the eastern gate. Rose wore clothes designed for easy movement and spun a temporary travel card between her fingers. I had to call in a favor for this permit. Understanding that she wanted proper credit, I immediately promised to inform my master and give her priority in future potion deals. My non-existent master had temporarily become the best shield available. He also meant I had to sustain every promise with real finished products. She gave me the card without explaining exactly how she obtained it. As long as the gate system accepted the information, it was enough for this mission. Before departure, she asked our destination one last time. I chose marker 0564, which lay relatively close to Gauching and was populated mainly by level 1 and level 2 mutant beasts. Level 1 roughly corresponded to martial artist, while level 2 approached martial warrior. I had not even become an official martial artist. Entering a higher risk area voluntarily would be suicide. Rose approved the choice, but reminded me that generally low level at the outskirts did not mean absolutely safe. Mutant beasts migrated, and conflicts between criminals and hunting teams were even harder to predict than monsters. We walked toward the gate. Just as she said, no one checked the temporary card when we left the city. Its true purpose would come when we tried to return. As we passed the checkpoint, I looked back and saw several figures stop at a distance inside the city. One person seemed to be confirming Rose's location, then quickly disappeared behind a building. She followed my gaze but said many groups were leaving the city and that we should not alert anyone yet. I recorded the person's clothes and position in my phone and marked the sighting on the offline map. Rose did not return to investigate because if the person was only an ordinary passerby, we would expose our caution. If he truly was a watcher, capturing one peripheral agent might not prevent the information from being sent. At the time, I did not know that our route had already been transmitted. A team targeting Rose was assembling, and Uncle Wong had a connection to that force that I could not understand. Marker 0564 should have been nothing more than a low-level training trip. From the moment we left Gaocheng, However, it had already become an ambush aimed at Rose. Only when the high wall receded behind me did I truly see what lay outside the safe zone. Tree roots had shattered the highway long ago, abandoned vehicles had become rusted shells, and vines covered the exterior walls of buildings. Some giant trees had grown straight through rooftops, their crowns cutting the sunlight into scattered blocks. A wolf's howl occasionally sounded in the distance, echoing among empty buildings until there was no way to tell how far away it truly was. I tightened my grip on the spear and unconsciously edged half a step toward Rose. She noticed immediately. Scared. This is my first time outside the city. A little caution is perfectly normal. Didn't you say inside the city that you wanted to train until I didn't need to save you? A goal can be ambitious. Actions still have to respect reality. Rose laughed once and stopped exposing my bravado. She walked ahead, occasionally stopping to identify broken road signs and traces on the ground. I recorded the route, north along the old highway after the eastern gate, through 2 collapsed residential districts, then around a patch of woodland containing fresh beast droppings. We encountered several hunting teams along the way. Some carried mutant beast materials back toward the city, while others dragged injured companions. We observed one another only from a distance. No one approached. In the wilderness, there were none of the explicit rules found at school or in the arena. Strangers were harder to judge than low-level mutant beasts. Rose taught me to distinguish traces as we walked. Freshly broken shrubs meant a large creature had recently passed. Tracks where the forepaws sank deep and the hind paws remained shallow often belonged to a beast skilled at pouncing. If birds and insects suddenly fell silent in a region, either a high-level predator waited ahead or someone had cleared the area in advance. She also made me look back at our retreat route every half hour. Battle could change wilderness terrain. A gap passable on the way and might have collapsed by the return. Remembering only the forward direction and not the points where one could withdraw was among a novice's most common mistakes. After nearly 2 hours of walking, the locator finally showed that we had reached marker 0564. The place had once been a county town. Now, only a vast expanse of ruins remained. Fallen billboards lay across the streets, and earth had long since covered the broken glass. Mutant beasts roared from deep within the ruins. Occasional explosions and the clash of weapons mingled with the sounds, proving other hunters were already fighting. I took off my backpack and removed the 3 sections of the spear Uncle Wong had given me from a side pocket. Once I screwed each section into place, the spear measured nearly 7 feet, its tip gleaming coldly in the shadows. Uncle Wong had only said the weapon was sturdy and easy to carry. He never asked why I suddenly wanted to practice martial arts. Holding it now gave me an inexplicable sense of reassurance. First, I pressed the shaft against a broken wall, then thrust several times through the air. The joints remained tight. Its center of gravity leaned slightly forward, making it suited to thrusting but requiring the rear hand to control the direction constantly. After watching, Rose said only, "It'll work." She neither praised Uncle Wong's gift nor told me to replace it. For a first training trip, familiarity mattered more than price. "We'll search the perimeter for an isolated level 1 beast," I said. "If we encounter a level 2, we withdraw. We don't pursue wounded targets or enter underground spaces with obstructed sight lines." Rose raised an eyebrow. "You sound reasonably prepared. Textbook knowledge is still knowledge. Your textbook never taught you what to do when you meet people like these." Her gaze traveled over my shoulder to the intersection ahead. 4 men emerged from behind a broken wall. Their clothes were old and filthy, but their weapons were carefully maintained. The leader was blind in one eye. The other traveled back and forth between Rose and me. The remaining 3 spread half a step apart, blocking both our forward route and the path behind us. That formation was not an impulse. It looked like an encirclement developed through years of cooperation. The one-eyed man looked first at my spear, then at Rose's face, and smiled unpleasantly. "2 little kids dare enter 0564. Put down your packs and weapons. As for the girl, she can stay and keep us company." I did not answer. First, I examined their collars, wrists, and weapon serial numbers. Several identifying marks had been deliberately ground away, and old scars on the one-eyed man's face resembled those commonly seen on wanted notices. Their packs were light, yet their bodies carried the grime of people who had spent a long time in the wilderness. Most of their supplies likely came from robbery rather than legitimate resupply. The one-eyed man's short saber had no standardized design, while the weapons of the other 3 came from different hunting teams. They looked more like trophies collected from victims. The 4 did not attack immediately because they were checking whether Rose and I had companions nearby. The more panic we showed, the safer they would feel. The moment they discovered Rose's true realm, the robbery would become an escape attempt. This did not look like an ordinary robbery. Rose, however, suddenly abandoned her relaxed demeanor. She grabbed the edge of my clothes and hid behind me, her voice soft and frightened. "Little brother, I'm so scared." I looked back at her. An 8-star martial master was hiding behind someone at body tempering level 8, one hand gently pushing against my back. I understood immediately. She was preparing to amuse herself at my expense again. When the one-eyed man and his companions saw Rose afraid, they laughed even more loudly. I felt no urge whatsoever to play the hero and save the beauty. She could pin me with 2 fingers and easily subdue martial artists outside the arena. Of the 4 men before us, the strongest, the one-eyed leader, seemed to be only a 2-star martial artist. The other 3 were weaker. The ones who truly needed to worry were not Rose, but them. I lowered my backpack to the ground and slowly pushed it toward them. "Take the supplies. We only formed a temporary team. I don't know her. Let me leave now, and we all save ourselves trouble." As I pushed the pack, I deliberately exposed the open zipper, revealing the high-energy rations, medical kit, and locator inside. To men who survived by robbery, supplies they could use immediately were more tempting than a spear of unknown value. As long as they lowered their heads to search the pack first, both Rose and I would gain a moment to attack or leave. Rose peered from behind me, disbelief covering her face. "You're really abandoning me like this? Didn't you say to run if I couldn't handle something?" I reminded her. "I'm taking your wilderness lesson seriously." The man beside One Eye laughed and slapped his thigh. "The boy understands. Get lost. We're in a good mood today, so we'll let you live." 2 others were already crouching to inspect the pack. One removed the locator and smashed it, while the other stomped the distress beacon into the mud. They were not merely stealing. They were cutting off their victims' chances of returning to the city or calling for help. Even if they truly let me leave, a body-tempering student without water or navigation might never survive the return to the safe zone. That made me even more certain they had never intended to leave witnesses. Telling me to get lost was merely a way to make me turn my back so they could stab me more easily. I turned immediately, temporarily leaving my spear beside the backpack. All I wanted was to put some distance between myself and the performance. After I walked more than 10 paces, I heard no fight behind me. Instead, hurried footsteps approached. Rose caught up. She leaned close and asked darkly, "You really left? What else should I do? Stay and applaud for you? You're heartless." Before I could answer, she suddenly turned and kicked. My spear flew from the ground, skimmed the one-eyed man's shoulder, and shot straight toward me. I caught it on instinct. Rose immediately raised her voice so all 4 men could hear. "Calm down. Don't risk your life against them just to save me. And whatever you do, don't kill them all." The smile vanished from One Eye's face. From his perspective, I had pretended to surrender before launching a surprise attack with my spear. Rose's words, "Don't kill them all," sounded even more like an announcement that I had decided to eliminate the witnesses. "You little bastard. You dare play games with me?" I turned with the spear in my hands. I wasn't the one who kicked it. "The spear is in your hands right now." Because it flew toward me. I could hardly catch it with my face. The explanation clearly meant nothing. One Eye drew his short saber, and the other 3 dropped the backpack and approached from different directions. Instead of retreating immediately, I slowly moved the spearhead among the 4. One Eye posed the real danger. The other 3 had weak auras, but their positions restricted the spear's movement. If they surrounded me at close range, the weapon's length would become a burden instead. Before stepping away, Rose gave me one warning. "Don't watch the blade. Watch the shoulders and hips. A blade can deceive you. The direction of force can't." It was the first explicit instruction she had given me in real combat. It also meant she truly intended to leave One Eye to me rather than wait for me to humiliate myself before casually cleaning up. I looked toward Rose. She had already retreated beside a broken wall and folded her arms, prepared to enjoy the show. "This is your one-on-one lesson. For people taking turns fighting you one-on-one," she answered righteously. "Don't worry. I'll step in if you're truly about to die." "Thank you so much." One Eye charged first, his saber aimed straight at my chest. I blocked horizontally with the shaft. The metal collision numbed the web between my thumb and forefinger. The gap in strength became clear from that one contact. He was an official 2-star martial artist, while I had not even reached body tempering level 9. I retreated with the impact and planted the spearhead against the ground to steady myself. Believing I could not withstand him, One Eye followed immediately with a second cut, while the other 3 began moving toward my flanks. At last, I recognized that his first attack merely tested my strength. The second was intended to pin down the spear's haft while his men closed in. If I continued retreating in a straight line, they would soon trap me against the broken wall. I shifted half a step left, briefly placing One Eye in line with one of his men and preventing attacks from all four directions at once. Rose suddenly bent down and picked up 3 pieces of gravel. I knew she was finally prepared to do something a bodyguard should, but I did not dare rely on her intervening in time. One Eye's saber was already pressing toward my face. I had to survive this battle Rose had forced upon me with my own strength first. Before the saber fell, I rolled close to the ground and slipped beneath One Eye's arm. The spear scraped shrilly across the pavement, and its tip swept upward with the motion, forcing him to pull back and defend his ribs. The moment I created distance, the other 3 charged together. One tried to seize the shaft from the right. A second circled behind me with his saber raised. The third ran directly toward my backpack, preparing to take the supplies first. Rose did not release spiritual power over a large area. She used the least conspicuous pieces of gravel to interrupt all 3 with perfect accuracy, neither handling One Eye for me nor allowing the others to interfere with my training. Rose flicked her fingers in rapid succession. 3 stones struck their knees almost simultaneously. The men screamed and collapsed to their knees, dropping their weapons. Rose brushed dust from her fingertips and told One Eye, "Keep going. Beat him, and I won't interfere." After seeing his 3 men fall without enduring even one attack, One Eye finally understood that she was the most dangerous person there. But Rose had not killed him. She had left me directly in front of him, giving him one last glimpse of survival. If he captured me first, he might use me as a hostage. His saber technique immediately became more vicious, but he no longer aimed for an instant kill. The blade repeatedly drove toward my arms and legs, clearly intending to strip away my mobility. Following Rose's instruction, I shortened my grip, turned my wrists, and controlled the distance. The basic movements reduced the pressure, but they could not erase the gap in realm and experience. One Eye feinted a horizontal slash. When I raised the spear to block, he suddenly changed direction, and the tip of the saber scraped across my upper arm. My clothes split, and blood immediately flowed. The instant the smell of blood entered my nose, the frenzied hunt spirit-devouring elixir inside me ignited violently. Spiritual energy poured madly into my body at several times the normal speed. My meridians heated, my heartbeat roared, and every color before me rapidly became painfully vivid. It turned out that hunting did not recognize only the blood of mutant beasts. My own blood could trigger it too. My strength was rising, but my reason felt as though someone were drawing it away bit by bit. I knew I should create distance and wait for Rose to strike me awake. My body, however, retained only one thought: keep attacking. I stopped defending and thrust the spear again and again. At first, One Eye evaded with experience, but this style of fighting that completely disregarded injury quickly disrupted him. He cut my shoulder, and I smashed his wrist with the shaft. He opened another wound at my waist, and the spear point pierced his jacket and left a bloody hole in his chest. One remaining corner of my reason knew the exchange was extremely foolish. Any one of One Eye's cuts might strike an artery or organ, while my loss of technique caused many of my thrusts to do no more than break his skin. The frenzied hunt elixir gave me strength and erased everything Rose had just taught me about stabilizing first. One Eye soon exploited this. He deliberately exposed his left shoulder to draw my full power thrust, then turned aside and cut toward my neck. My surging reactions before the breakthrough allowed me to tilt my head just in time, but the blade still left a shallow line beside my face. Half a second slower, and it would have been far more than a scratch. The pain only accelerated the absorption. Spiritual energy compressed from my limbs toward my dantian and forcibly shattered the final obstruction of body tempering level 8. My bones, muscles, and vitality all heated at once. New strength surged from a body that had already grown tired. The breakthrough brought more than brute force. My hands, which had been numb from the collisions, tightened around the shaft again. The dizziness from blood loss briefly faded. When One Eye sensed the change in my aura, he voluntarily abandoned his attack for the first time and held the saber across his chest in pure defense. He was not afraid of a student who had just reached body tempering level 9. He was afraid of a lunatic who ignored injury and continued growing stronger in the middle of battle. Body tempering level 9. The breakthrough did not restore my reason. It made my assault even fiercer. I stepped forward to block One Eye's retreat, repeatedly using the spear point to seal off his shoulders, throat, and heart. My movements remained crude, but they were too fast to let him reorganize his saber technique. At last, he became afraid. "Stop. I'll give everything back and leave right now." I could not understand a word. One Eye retreated quickly, his peripheral vision already searching for an escape route. The three men, kneeling on the ground, also endured their leg injuries and began crawling toward the edge of the ruins. Rose did not stop them. She only stood to one side and observed my eyes and breathing. I knew she was waiting to see exactly how far I would go after losing control. At that moment, there was no training, surrender, or transaction left in my eyes. There was only prey. One eye turned and ran. I raised my spear and chased him. He was faster than I was, but his injuries prevented a full burst of speed. I stepped across broken bricks, leaped from a sloping wall, and drove the spear forward with both hands. The tip entered his back and passed through his chest. After entering his body, the spear point became lodged between his ribs. I did not pull it out immediately. I twisted the shaft with the momentum of my charge. One eye tried to turn and swing his saber, but his arm lost strength halfway up. Only after confirming he could no longer retaliate did I plant a foot against his back and wrench the spear free. One eye looked down at the blood-covered point, and the saber fell from his hand. As I withdrew the spear, he collapsed too. The heavy smell of blood drove the frenzied hunt spirit-devouring elixir completely out of control. Spiritual energy poured into my body like a storm. After one eye died, I did not stop. I immediately turned toward the remaining three men. Their injured knees made escape impossible. The first had barely crawled over a broken wall when the spear point pinned him through the back. The second tried to hide inside a ruined car, so I thrust through the shattered window. The last discarded his weapon, dropped to his knees, and begged without pause. The first man tried to push a companion toward me to gain a few more yards. The second shut the twisted remnants of the car door, believing the cramped space would restrict my spear. The third continuously shouted the location where One Eye had hidden money and even offered to lead me to their camp. In a normal state, I would at least have evaluated whether the information was genuine before deciding whether to turn him over to the authorities. The mindless state understood neither conditions nor the concept of a prisoner. Every movement, sound, and trace of blood served only as a stimulus to continue hunting. All I saw was the pulsing artery beneath his neck. The spear fell again. When the surroundings became silent, I did not recover. With no prey remaining, my gaze instinctively searched for the next living target. Rose stood at the intersection, holding no weapon and not even assuming a defensive stance. Dragging the blood-dripping spear, I walked toward her. "Chuzhou, it's over," she said first. "They're all dead." The sound entered my ears without producing meaning. I accelerated into a charge, the spear point aimed straight at her chest. Rose did not move until the final instant. She raised two fingers and caught the spear point perfectly between them. The spear seemed to strike a wall. No matter how hard I pushed, it could not advance another fraction of an inch. So this is what it means when it says you need an external blow to regain your senses. She released the point and was already directly in front of me. I saw only her hand rise, the edge of her palm striking the side of my neck. The instant the pain exploded, the blood-red haze in my mind truly receded slightly. But to ensure the out-of-control state broke completely, she had clearly used more force than was needed merely to wake me. My final thought was not that I had recovered at last. It was that she was definitely taking revenge for my abandoning her the previous day. Then my vision went completely black. When fragmented consciousness returned, all I felt was movement. Someone carried me over a shoulder, footsteps crossing rubble and stairs. The distant roars of mutant beasts sounded around us, along with liquid splashing across the ground. I tried to open my eyes, but my eyelids felt filled with lead. The side of my neck throbbed again, and the back of my head pulsed with it. Rose's voice sounded beside my ear. "You're a pretty capable fighter when you're crazy. Why can't you move that efficiently when you're awake?" I wanted to answer, but I could not even open my mouth. Before my consciousness sank again, I smelled an extremely pungent odor, like urine left by a large mutant beast. It was being spread around our temporary hiding place to frighten off low-level creatures. At least this time, she had not left my unconscious body beside the corpses. I awoke in a half-collapsed building as dawn began to lighten the sky. The room contained only a table with a broken leg and two waterproof tarps. I lay in the deepest corner beside the wall. My spear and backpack were placed where I could see them, but could not reach them. Rose was clearly guarding against both mutant beasts and the possibility that I might lose control again during the night. Her eyes remained open constantly. Whenever she closed them, she immediately opened them again, as if true sleep were impossible. I assumed it was vigilance while keeping watch and asked whether the potion had caused another reaction. She said only that the wilderness was no place to sleep deeply and refused to discuss it further. At the time, I did not realize that she saw me every time her eyes closed. The side of my neck ached, and the back of my head felt as though a heavy object had struck it. I remembered raising my spear and charging one eye, but everything afterward consisted of broken, blood-red fragments. The harder I tried to recall them, the worse my head hurt. Rose sat by the doorway with faint darkness beneath her eyes. Hearing me move, she turned. You slept very soundly. What happened afterward? You killed all 4 men and then prepared to kill me too. I caught your spear with 2 fingers, knocked you unconscious, carried you here, and guarded you all night. She pointed outside. A ring of dried marks surrounded the building, and the pungent odor came from there. She had found an old hunter's shelter. The doors and windows offered easy observation, while debris concealed a second exit in the rear wall. She had not simply poured high-level mutant beast urine in a circle. She left a gap on the downwind side so the odor would spread outward without trapping us in its strongest concentration. She did not bring the 4 robbers' bodies near the shelter because the blood might attract more beasts. She had also reorganized my backpack, placing the damaged locator and beacon separately as a reminder that we could not venture much deeper before returning to the city. The urine of a high-level mutant beast keeps the low-level creatures nearby from approaching. I even did work like that for your safety. Once we're home, remember to ask your master for a few extra potions as compensation. I rubbed my neck. Does hitting me this hard count as protection too? You wouldn't stop without a heavy blow. If you want to test whether a lighter one would have worked, we can recreate the situation now. I immediately accepted her explanation and promised to tell my master that her performance had been excellent. Whether my master could honor the promise depended on whether the system chose to cooperate. After standing, I first checked my injuries and realm. Several saber wounds had scabbed over. Body tempering level 9 was stable, and a considerable amount of the frenzied hunt elixir's medicinal power remained inside me. If I continued hunting today, I might even touch the threshold of official martial artist. While repacking the supplies, Rose suddenly asked, "You've never learned a cultivation method or a martial technique?" My heart tightened. During my fight with One Eye, I had relied entirely on basic movements, potions, and a willingness to risk my life. As an 8-star martial master, she could see at a glance that I lacked systematic training. But the claim that a high-level alchemist disciple doesn't even have a beginner cultivation method sounded extremely suspicious. I could only continue maintaining the master story. My teacher only teaches alchemy, not combat. He considers fighting and killing too savage. As long as an alchemist can produce the right medicine, someone will naturally be willing to fight on our behalf. Rose stopped packing and narrowed her eyes at me for several seconds. A high-level alchemist capable of brewing breakthrough potions for martial masters sent his only public disciple to an underground arena alone at body tempering level 8. Without even teaching him a cultivation method? I was at level 8 yesterday. I'm at 9 now. I corrected the safest part first. As for his temperament, I can't control it. Anyone that good at alchemy is bound to be a little strange. You haven't been lying to me this entire time, have you? She approached step by step. My back pressed against the wall, and I prepared to invent an entire set of sect rules. Rose stopped before me for only an instant, then returned the spear. Your explanation is still possible. The potions are real, so I won't ask further for the moment. I had barely relaxed when she added, by your own cultivation method. I don't give things away for free. Disappointment had just appeared on my face when she pointed outside. But you made far too many mistakes with the spear yesterday. During today's hunt, I can teach you one-on-one. Learn how to plant your feet and control the spear point first. Then we can discuss killing. That was more useful than casually throwing me a manual no one would explain. I immediately shouldered the pack and called her my own sister from completely different parents, of course. Rose's expression suddenly paused. Then she kicked me in the shin. Enough nonsense. Get outside and find a beast. She turned and walked away quickly. I followed with the spear, still unaware of why the words "my own sister" made her lose focus for a moment. But I could be certain of one thing. Today, she was willing to teach me skills that might genuinely keep me alive. Rose did not give me a cultivation method. She began by teaching me how to hold the spear. First, she made me perform 50 of the most basic forward thrusts. For the first 10, the spear point still struck the same place on the wall. As my arms grew tired, it gradually drifted downward. Rose said a real battle never required only one thrust. Emotion had truly entered the body only when its path remained stable under fatigue. Next came the recovery. After each thrust, the spear had to return along the same path. I could not drag the shaft sideways merely for speed, or I would open my own centerline when an opponent closed the distance. Standing beside the spear point, she used 2 fingers to redirect it constantly, forcing me to correct with my waist and hips rather than my wrists. Every thrust you made yesterday thought only about hitting the target. She caught the shaft and stopped the point 6 inches above the ground. A spear isn't just a longer dagger. Stabilize the center line first and force the opponent around it. Then decide whether to thrust, sweep, or withdraw. She demonstrated only 2 movements. When the spear point dipped, the rear hand controlled the force. As the shaft returned, the forward hand maintained the direction. It looked simple. When I tried, the point always trembled at the final instant. Your center of gravity is too far forward. Rose lightly touched my rear foot with her toe. I immediately lost my balance and had to step forward before I could steady myself. If One Eye had been a little smarter yesterday and waited for you to overextend instead of trading injuries, even your breakthrough wouldn't have saved you. She led me away from the shelter and soon found a bristle-maned rat among a pile of broken bricks. Hard quills grew from its back, and its foreclaws constantly dug at the earth. It reached only my knees in height, but was a genuine level 1 mutant beast. You handle it. Rose retreated to the side. Unless it bites through your throat, I won't intervene. I put down my backpack and warned her in advance about the frenzied hunt spirit-devouring elixir's side effect. I may lose control again after seeing blood. An external blow restores my senses, so help me when that happens. Her eyes curved, revealing one of her small canine teeth. No problem. I suddenly felt that giving her permission to hit me might be the most dangerous decision I made all day. The bristle-maned rat suddenly pounced, and my first thrust still missed. It skimmed the shaft and rushed toward my lower leg. I stepped on loose rubble while retreating and nearly fell. My second sweeping strike had too wide an arc, allowing it to tear my pant leg. Rose stood with folded arms and offered no reminder at all. I had no choice but to force myself to stop chasing and return the spear point to my center line. When the rat pounced a third time, I no longer turned wildly to follow it. I waited until it came half a step within the spear's reach, then suddenly pressed my wrist down and thrust. The point entered beside its shoulder. The beast struggled wildly, but I withdrew with the motion and prevented it from closing in, then followed with a second thrust. The bristle-maned rat fell, and the smell of blood spread. Its real danger came not from its size, but the hard quills across its shoulders and back. If my first thrust targeted it head-on, the quills might deflect the point. Rose taught me to watch for the soft flesh exposed beneath its foreleg whenever it turned. Before the second, finishing thrust, I also had to control its foreclaws and prevent a death struggle from breaking my lower leg. The medicinal power inside me activated immediately, and spiritual energy began flooding in at high speed. My breathing grew heavy, red tinged the edges of my vision, and my fingers were already preparing to seek the next target. Smack! Rose struck my back with her palm. The force was neither light nor heavy. It dispersed the confusion exactly. I staggered 2 steps and looked back. Why didn't you knock me unconscious this time? You were drunk on killing last night. Today, the effect had only just activated. Different degrees require different amounts of force. Once I confirmed that she could truly control the potion side effect, I finally dared treat the hunts that followed as cultivation. I pointed the spear at the rat's corpse. Body tempering level 9, killing a level 1 mutant beast head-on. What do you think? Full of openings. Rose immediately listed every problem. My center of gravity pitched forward on the first thrust. My retreating steps were unstable. The sweep was too broad, and the final 2 thrusts relied entirely on brute force. I had wanted to say my first real hunt was already respectable, but all I could do by the end was admit that every criticism corresponded to a genuine danger that had appeared moments earlier. She also made me retrace my steps on the ground. I had crossed my feet on 3 of 4 retreats. A hole or corpse in my path would have made me fall. While sweeping, I had followed only the spear point with my eyes and never watched whether the beast's hind legs were gathering force for a second attack. Reviewing a fight hurt worse than taking a beating, because none of the mistakes could be dismissed as bad luck. Find another. She returned the spear. Fight it the way I told you. Afterward, I'll smack you awake again. Today, I'll train until you can't find a single fault. Then I'm afraid I'll have to live with you in the wilderness for 10 years. She walked ahead in search of a target. I followed, repeatedly adjusting my grip. This was the first time anyone had broken down my mistakes so clearly. Even if I did not advance immediately, the trip beyond the city was already worthwhile. For the rest of the day, we traveled around the perimeter of Marker 0564 in search of isolated mutant beasts. Rose did not kill for me. She only chose targets and identified mistakes. If my stride was too long, she made me start again. If I raised the spear point and exposed my abdomen, she tapped the opening with a branch. If I pursued too urgently, she deliberately kicked a stone from the side and forced me into an improvised defense. When the second bristle-maned rat closed in, I could knock it away with the shaft. When the third pounced, I controlled its path first, then reversed the spear and struck. Whenever blood appeared, the frenzied hunt elixir accelerated my absorption, and Rose struck me awake the moment my reason began to blur. At noon, we also encountered an armorback badger. Its defense surpassed the bristle-maned rat's. A direct thrust left only a white mark on the armor. Following Rose's instruction, I circled constantly and deliberately struck its left side with the shaft. When it turned to protect its head, I stabbed through the joint of its hind leg. That battle lasted the longest and taught me for the first time that the objective was not to thrust the spear, but to force the beast into exposing a place the spear could penetrate. By evening, I could warn her in advance. It's coming. Her palm landed with a smack, and the red that had just appeared at the bottom of my eyes rapidly receded. My realm had also been pushed to the peak of body tempering level 9. My vitality had compressed to a critical point. One final step would make me a 1-star martial artist. Rose watched me lower the spear and sounded a little envious. Cultivation is certainly fast when a master alchemist is your teacher. As she spoke, she closed her eyes once more, then opened them quickly with her gaze falling directly on my face. The movement was brief, but I had noticed that she barely blinked normally throughout the day. The spring boudoir potion had not harmed her body, but it was clearly affecting her sleep. She refused to admit it, and I did not expose her now. Why are you in such a hurry to become stronger? I wiped the sweat from my forehead. You're already an 8-star martial master. Very few people your age can be advancing faster. The smile on her face faded for an instant. Her gaze traveled beyond the ruins as though looking at somewhere very far away, while her fingers unconsciously tightened around the sword scabbard. I did not ask further. Everyone had a past they were unwilling to hand to a stranger. When she wanted to speak, she would. It's nothing. I simply enjoy increasing my strength. She quickly returned to her usual tone. That's enough training for today. Find somewhere to rest. I volunteered to handle dinner. No one had cooked for me regularly when I was young, and inexpensive mutant beast meat was a common ingredient at home. Long ago, I learned how to remove the strongest smelling fat and glands. After finding a ruined building with a reasonably open view, I checked the exits before preparing a section of mutant beast meat left from the day's hunt. I trimmed the fascia along the grain, scraped away every blood vessel, cut the meat into even strips, and marinated them with the seasonings and sauce I carried. Rose sat beside me, her gaze following my knife constantly. Stop watching. You won't learn this by seeing it once. Who said I wanted to learn? Despite her dismissive words, she moved a little closer after I lit the fire. The flames could not grow too high, or someone far outside the building would see them. I waited for oil to slowly emerge on the meat's surface, then turned each skewer in sequence. The earthy game smell gradually gave way to fat and spice, and the entire room soon filled with the aroma. The moment the meat finished cooking, I extinguished the fire and buried the embers beneath earth. Leaving a glow and smoke after dark would be the same as marking our location for an enemy. I handed her the first skewer. Though she had been staring for a long time, Rose still asked before accepting it, "Is this stuff even edible?" "No. I plan to use it to assassinate an 8-star martial master." She glared and took the first bite. Her movement paused for half a second. The second bite was noticeably faster. I did not expose her. I simply waited for her evaluation. "It's acceptable," she mumbled. I reached to take the remaining skewers. "If it's only acceptable, I'll finish them myself." "Don't you dare." She snatched them protectively. In that moment, she no longer looked like a high-level martial master who could slam me against a wall at any second. She looked like an ordinary person eating a hot meal in the wilderness and refusing to admit she liked it. After finishing the second skewer, Rose finally stopped pretending indifference. "How did you remove all the stink from the beast meat?" "It's a secret technique. If I teach you, what will I use to buy your protection in the future?" I did not truly conceal the method. I told her that the glands had to be removed completely and that she had to wait for oil to appear on the surface before turning the meat. If one day in the wilderness I could not cook, at least she would not make herself ill by preparing it incorrectly. Rose claimed she would never remember it, yet after one more skewer, she recited every step word for word. "You plan to hire me with grilled meat? At least it might make you hesitate for 2 seconds before hitting me." She took another skewer, silently acknowledging that the transaction was negotiable. Halfway through the meal, Rose turned the question around and asked why I was desperate to grow stronger. I told her about my parents' belongings. The bank required the rank of 5-star martial artist, and if I failed to retrieve them before turning 18, they might be disposed of under the agreement. I had only 3 months left, and did not want to spend the rest of my life living on guesses. She first asked why the bank imposed such a threshold. I repeated the employee's explanation. The belongings involved martial artist level authorization, so the heir had to prove sufficient ability to bear the risk. If the requirement was not met by the deadline, the items would be transferred and handled according to the agreement my parents left behind. The rule seemed cruel, but it showed that my parents had deliberately arranged protection. Rose then asked whether I had considered that the belongings themselves might be dangerous. Of course I had. But the more someone wanted to keep me away, the more it suggested their disappearance was no ordinary accident. I could choose not to open them immediately. What I could not accept was allowing someone else to decide that I would never even learn what was inside. I need to know why they disappeared, and I need to know exactly what they left. After hearing everything, Rose did not joke as usual. She said seriously that at my speed of advancement, I would certainly reach 5-star martial artist within 3 months. I returned the words to her. If you won't say why you're in a hurry, I won't ask. But whatever you're trying to accomplish, you'll accomplish it too. Her hand slowed around the skewer. She only gave a soft, mm. The meal passed with unusual calm. But once the calm ended, the rules of the wilderness immediately returned. I threw the skewers far away, concealed the remaining scent with earth and plant sap, then inspected the doors, windows, and retreat route. Before taking watch, we agreed on 3 signals. 2 light taps meant movement had been detected but not identified. 3 taps in succession meant immediate withdrawal. Shouting the other person's name meant it was already too late to hide. Rose also placed a spare short blade within reach of her right hand while she slept and rested the sword scabbard against the door so anyone entering would make a sound. Rose assigned me the watch. I guarded you all last night. Tonight is your turn. No problem. If I really can't handle it, I'll run first. She immediately glared at me, clearly remembering how I abandoned her to One Eye and his men the previous day. If there's real danger, wake me first. Don't charge in alone. After confirming that she had fallen asleep, I placed the spear within reach and sat cross-legged to organize the spiritual energy inside me. The day's continuous battles had allowed the frenzied hunt elixir to keep pushing my vitality. If I compressed it once more, perhaps I could touch the official martial artist barrier that very night. Wind entered through the broken window, while faint scraping sounds continually came from deep within the ruined building. I circulated spiritual energy and distinguished the noises simultaneously. At first, there were only distant beast roars and leaves striking one another. Then I heard the rhythm of footsteps. Not one set, and not 2. People were speaking in low voices and approaching the building from several directions. I stopped attacking the realm barrier and immediately gripped my spear. Only later, after we found the enemy's communication device, did we confirm that they had tracked Rose all along. Their orders were to obtain a certain item from her first, then kill everyone to eliminate witnesses. At the time, I did not know what the target was. I knew only that the approaching people were organized, had divided responsibilities, and were already outside. Sis, wake up. I lightly tapped Rose's shoulder. Those aren't mutant beasts. There are a lot of people outside. She was fully alert the instant her eyes opened. After closing them for 2 seconds to sense the surroundings, her expression darkened. At least 9. One of them is stronger than I am. I left the backpack, food, and spare clothes in place, taking only the spear and the most necessary medicine. If the enemy could accurately surround our shelter, this was clearly no chance encounter. They had come specifically for us. Run, Rose decided. We leave now. We climbed through the rear window without taking any supplies that would slow us down. After landing, we moved south along the shadows of the buildings, placing each step to avoid broken glass and loose bricks. I whispered, "Who did you offend so badly that they'd chase you into the wilderness to kill you? Why assume they're here for me? Because none of the enemies I know can send 9 experts." Rose countered by asking whether my mysterious master might have caused the trouble. A high-level alchemist hiding in a small city and allowing his disciple to sell breakthrough potions publicly could certainly attract covetous attention. Before we could settle the argument, a dark figure appeared at the intersection ahead. Others dropped behind us and on both sides, sealing every retreat at once. 8 people in black cloaks spread into a tight formation. The final man stepped out from behind them. He looked less than 30, yet his aura pressed against my chest like a heavy weight. Rose visibly tightened her hand around her sword. They did not attack the instant they caught their target. First, they occupied the rooftops, intersections, and high points along the broken walls. 2 guarded the distant retreat, performed a close-range blockade, and the remaining 2 stayed between Hunfeng and Rose at all times. The formation had clearly been designed to counter high-level martial masters and prevent her from suddenly breaking through a single point to escape. 9-star martial master, Hun Feng, she whispered to me. Hun Feng never looked at me. His gaze remained on her. After running so long, you finally decided to stop. You chased me from the capital all the way to Gouching just to bully a young girl. Rose's voice remained relaxed, but her body was ready to attack at any moment. Hand over the primordial unity jade, and I can give you a quick death. After chasing me this long, the Hun family still hasn't learned to speak like human beings? Rose drew her sword completely. The primordial unity jade isn't on me. Even if it were, you wouldn't be worthy of taking it. Hun Feng's smile faded slightly. He did not ask where the object was hidden. He merely instructed his subordinates to prepare to search her, showing that take the item first, kill her afterward, had always been the order and would not change because she denied possessing it. It was the first time I had heard the name. Rose neither acknowledged nor produced the object. She only answered, I don't have it. Hun Feng seemed to have expected the reply. We'll know after we kill you and search the body. The spiritual power in the air gradually grew heavy. None of the black-cloaked fighters rushed recklessly forward, showing that only Hun Feng could truly fight Rose. The others existed to block escape routes and prevent accidents. I examined the 8 faces hidden beneath their hoods. One man deliberately kept his head low, allowing me to see only his chin and the hand holding his saber. I could not identify him. I only formed a temporary team with her. I tested. I don't even know what the primordial unity jade is. You can settle your private dispute. I'll leave now. Rose turned her head slightly. Yesterday, you said I was your own sister. Different father, different mother. The depth of our bond can be flexible. Hun Feng did not kill me immediately. He glanced at the black-cloaked team, then spoke as though the idea had just occurred to him. Boy, I'll give you one chance to live. Leave now, and I won't pursue you. I had already prepared to force my way out. Hearing those words made me even more cautious. A leader who had come to eliminate witnesses would never release one out of kindness. Perhaps someone beneath the black cloak knew me, or perhaps Hun Feng planned to lure me from the fighting area and deal with me separately. I examined the 8 men once more. The height, shoulder width, and saber grip of the figure at the far left resembled Uncle Wong, but the hood concealed his face and the cloak suppressed his aura. The theory was too absurd. I merely remembered it without calling his name. Rose immediately followed Hun Feng's words. You heard him. Get out of here. You ran quickly enough yesterday, didn't you? Her tone sounded mocking, but she shifted half a step forward, placing herself directly between me and the enemy. She genuinely wanted to give me the only road to survival while she delayed Hun Feng. If she believed she could win, she would never have driven me away like this. I tightened my grip on the spear. My instinct for survival urged me to accept. If I turned, I might avoid facing a 9-star martial master. If I told myself she was a paid bodyguard and that staying was her responsibility, everything could be made reasonable. I even calculated a retreat route. I could cross the broken wall to the south, then circle back along the riverbed we marked during the day. Once Hun Feng and Rose began fighting, he might lack the power to pursue me. As long as the black-cloaked fighters truly allowed passage, my odds of survival were far higher than if I stayed. But every calculation depended on someone else bearing death in my place. Potion transactions could be priced. Saving my life and teaching me for an entire day could not be treated as services paid in full at the moment of greatest danger. Then I saw the wound on her back and remembered that she had not abandoned me while I was unconscious and out of control the previous night. If I walked away this time, it would not be because I trusted her to handle the problem. It would mean leaving despite knowing she might die. In the end, I did not take that step. I left yesterday because I knew you could deal with 4 men using 1 finger. I moved to stand beside Rose. Today is different. She lowered her voice. Don't be stupid. Staying will only slow me down. I know I'm weak. But if I abandon you here, I'll remember today every time I close my eyes. You're already being tortured by the potion. I don't want to give myself the same side effect. Rose froze, and the corner of her mouth actually moved. I raised the spear point at Hun Feng. I don't want your chance to live. Today, I stand with her. Rose stopped trying to persuade me. She whispered that once she drew Hun Feng off the ground, I must not try to support her and should maneuver among the ruins instead. If I broke through the encirclement, I had to signal the safe zone immediately. She would accept my staying as a personal choice, but she refused to let me turn that choice into a meaningless death. Several black-cloaked fighters looked at me at once. Hun Feng also seemed to notice me truly for the first time, then threw back his head and laughed. A body-tempering novice dares lecture me about loyalty? A low realm doesn't change which side I choose to stand on. My words were unyielding, but my palm was drenched in sweat. I knew I might not be able to defeat even those 8 subordinates, much less a 9-star martial master. The only thing inside me that could truly threaten a high-level enemy was the 20 vials of Scarlet Pattern Spirit Heart Elixir I had consumed. But the effect could be triggered only with a sword, and every activation took half the enemy's life force, while dealing 70% to me first. My weapon was a spear, and the only sword present belonged to Rose. Even if I had a chance to borrow it, one failure to activate or a side effect that disabled me first would still end in death. Hun Feng stopped laughing, and his gaze turned cold. I rarely let anyone go, yet you refuse my kindness. Then die together. He raised a hand and gathered spiritual power. Loose stones on the ground began trembling. Rose's sword slid half an inch from its sheath, and the air seemed compressed between 2 opposing forces. I used the final seconds to study our surroundings. Hun Feng stood in front, while 8 black cloaks sealed the intersection and rooftops. The buildings behind us had collapsed, requiring us to cross at least 2 broken walls. Once the battle began, Rose would be occupied by Hun Feng, leaving me to seek a chance within the subordinates' encirclement. More strangely, when Hun Feng offered to release me, he had glanced toward the team. The black-cloaked man who kept his head down had visibly relaxed his shoulders at the same moment. I recognized that tiny movement, but could not remember where I had seen it. Hun Feng finally gave the order. "The boy is yours. Rose, I'll deal with you personally." As the words ended, he and Rose charged simultaneously. Their spiritual power collided head-on, throwing stones and dust into the air. In the next instant, they rose higher and higher as the thunder of their exchange moved from the street into the sky. I looked up only once before 8 auras locked onto me again. 8 fighters against 1 at body tempering level 9. The price of loyalty was far higher than I had expected. The 8 black-cloaked fighters were about to surround me when one stepped forward first. "I'll handle the boy. The rest of you watch the fight above." No one objected. To them, someone at body tempering level 9 was not worth attacking 8-on-1. The man approached alone, and I immediately thrust my spear at his chest. He slipped aside. The familiarity of the motion made my heart jump. I withdrew and thrust again, but he had already closed the distance and caught my fist with one hand. His sidestep contained no wasted movement, and when he caught my fist, his thumb pressed precisely against the power point in my wrist. When I was young, Uncle Wong had taught me self-defense using the same method. He said that against someone weaker, there was no need to meet force with force. One only needed to interrupt its source. I did not dare identify him immediately. Instead, I deliberately drove the butt of the spear toward his ribs to see how he reacted a second time. He raised a knee to block the shaft, then casually slapped the back of my head. No one else would use such a gesture, the gesture of an elder scolding a child in the middle of a life-and-death battle. "Stop fighting. Move to the side with me." He kept his voice very low, but it could not have been more familiar. "Uncle Wong." The hood rose slightly and revealed Wong Wenlong's face. My thoughts plunged into chaos. Uncle Wong wore the same black cloak as Hun Feng's subordinates, had followed the team, and had even volunteered to kill me. Had I chosen the wrong side? Had the spirit-dispelling potions he gave me truly not been intended as protection? "Keep fighting and move toward the back of the ruined building as we do," Uncle Wong said, blocking my spear and speaking quickly. "Don't let them see anything wrong." I forced down my questions and swept the spear horizontally. Uncle Wong retreated with the motion, then used a palm wind to drive me toward the side. Our battle made plenty of noise, but we both restrained our true strength. The other 7 watched only briefly before returning their attention to the sky. The moment the broken wall completely blocked their view, I lowered the spear. "Why are you following Hun Feng?" The Gouching enforcement team planted me as an undercover agent. He opened the inner side of his cloak long enough to show me a concealed enforcement number, then covered it immediately. The number explained his identity, but not why Hun Feng allowed an undercover agent he already suspected to join such a critical mission. When I pressed him, he said only that he had been undercover for a long time and had not been formally exposed before that night. Uncle Wong checked me for injuries first. Only after confirming I was unharmed did his expression darken. "How did you become involved with Rose?" "Before we left, what I feared most was finding you here. And yet not only are you here, you refuse to leave in front of Hun Feng. She's the bodyguard I hired. Then her assignment is over. Leave immediately. I'll return and say I killed you. Hun Feng won't care about the corpse of a body-tempering student." I looked toward the sky. The shock waves from Rose and Hun Feng's battle continuously struck the ruins, while their fight moved farther away. Rose did not seem to have the advantage, or at least I could not hear one in the sound. "I can't leave her here." Uncle Wong cursed at me under his breath in anger. "What realm are you?" What can staying possibly accomplish? I know I'm weak, but if I leave today, this will remain stuck inside me forever. No matter how high my realm becomes, I'll know I escaped while fully aware that my companion might die. Uncle Wong asked whether remaining and causing all three of us to die would be more correct than escaping alone. I could not prove what the result would be and had to admit mine was not the most rational choice. I was not staying to play a hero. I still had the Scarlet Pattern Spirit Heart Elixir and Last Breath Sovereign Elixir. Their chance of success was unknown, but at least I was not entirely without a hidden card. I did not reveal the system. I only told him I had an offensive potion that might activate while using a sword and a life-saving potion that preserved me for 10 seconds after a mortal injury. Hearing that made Uncle Wong even angrier. He said gambling against a 9-star martial master with unknown medicine was simply suicide. I replied that precisely because he did not know the full effect, neither did Hun Feng. That might be our only advantage. He stared at me for several seconds without immediately trying to persuade me again. I seized the opportunity to ask the rest of my questions. Who is Hun Feng? What is the primordial unity jade? Why did you make me drink spirit-dispelling potion? Uncle Wong raised a hand to stop me. There isn't time to explain everything. Hun Feng comes from the Hun family in the capital. My undercover assignment is connected to them. Your parents' disappearance may also be connected to the forces behind the Hun family. I don't know exactly what the primordial unity jade is either. I only know Hun Feng cares about it greatly. The mention of my parents made my entire body tense. The answer to the spirit-dispelling potion emerged with it. Uncle Wong had not wanted to harm me. He knew the faster I grew stronger, the more likely I was to follow my parents' clues into the same danger. That was why he wanted me to remain an ordinary person for the time being. I still asked him directly. So you gave me spirit-dispelling potion to make sure I would never become stronger? Uncle Wong did not deny it. He said he initially intended only to delay me for a few years. Once the trail connected to my parents disappeared completely, he would find a way to restore me. But spirit-dispelling potion was prohibited, and long-term use itself might destroy a person's martial path. His protection had crossed a boundary I could never accept. You saved me and cared for me all these years. Those things are true. I lowered my voice. But after we survive tonight, you owe me a complete explanation. Other people can't keep choosing my path forever. Uncle Wong fell silent for a moment, then said only, all right. It was the first time we had stopped hiding the subject behind concern and suspicion. I had once mistaken his protection for malice. Uncle Wong, I dash. Later, he looked past the broken wall. If you insist on staying, we first need to find a way to survive tonight. Footsteps were already approaching. The other 7 had begun to wonder why a simple execution was taking so long. I held my spear horizontally and made it clear that my decision had not changed. Uncle Wong sighed. Then I'll stay with you. This is my decision. You don't have to follow me to your death. If your undercover mission has already been exposed, you can withdraw first. He raised a hand and patted the shaft. You can't abandon someone you've known for a few days. How could I abandon the boy I've watched grow up? If I truly left, I wouldn't be able to get past myself either. The words left me unable to answer for a long time. In the end, I could only nod. Then we'll do it together. But if a chance appears, you leave first. I should be saying that to you. There was no chance of winning 2 against 7 in a frontal battle. Uncle Wong quickly offered a plan. He would pretend to have subdued me and escort me back to the team. Once we were close, I would seize his saber and attack the nearest target while he ambushed 2 others. If we badly injured 3 in the first round, we might have a chance to maneuver against the remaining 4. We also agreed on a failure signal. If Uncle Wong coughed once, it meant they were already suspicious. I would immediately pretend to struggle and escape, drawing attention toward the broken wall. If he tapped my shoulder twice with the back of the saber, we would attack together as planned. We established the target order in advance. The man carrying concealed weapons first, then the one with the best leg technique, and the frontal saber wielder last. The spear was too conspicuous. I first laid it horizontally in the shadows beside the return route. If we could retreat there after the ambush, I could recover my familiar weapon. If we could not, one spear would not save our lives. I hid it behind the broken wall. Uncle Wong twisted my arm behind me, pressed the back of his saber against my neck, and marched me outside again. I cooperated by staggering and wearing an expression of despair. The 7 black-cloaked fighters suspected nothing. They were all looking up at the distant battle in the sky, occasionally whispering assessments of the 2 martial masters' techniques. One even complained that Uncle Wong was moving too slowly and casually asked why he had not finished yet. I left him breathing so the superior can deal with him personally, Uncle Wong answered. We approached step by step. 5 paces, 3, 2. Uncle Wong's elbow suddenly loosened half an inch. I spun around, drew the short saber from his waist, and slashed directly at the nearest man's neck. He reacted quickly, instantly releasing protective spiritual power. Even so, the blade skimmed along the side of his neck and down his back, opening a long, bloody trench. I had aimed for the carotid artery. At the final moment, he raised his shoulder and displaced the blade half an inch. The strike did not kill him immediately, but it prevented his right arm from lifting normally. The ambush bought only the first exchange. After that, everyone would defend at full strength, and attempting any finishing blow might deliver me into the encirclement. At the same time, Uncle Wong attacked with both hands. One palm struck the second man's chest. The other caught the third man's wrist, twisted the joint backward, and slammed him into the ground. 3 people lost their normal combat ability in one instant. The remaining 4 finally reacted. They immediately drew their weapons and created distance. Xian, what are you doing? The man pinned to the ground recovered first and tried to shout a warning to Hun Feng. Uncle Wong kicked him in the jaw, turning the shout into a muffled groan. I recovered the spear and positioned myself between the 3 wounded men and their 4 unharmed companions, preventing a rescue amid the confusion. The 4 black-cloaked fighters did not charge impulsively. First, they repositioned and cut Uncle Wong and me off from the wounded. Then they checked whether Hun Feng had noticed the change below. Hun Feng and Rose had already moved far away, and the thunder of their battle covered most of the sound. Only those few seconds offered a real opportunity. Can't you tell? Uncle Wong stood beside me with his true saber in hand. Gouching enforcement team, acting undercover under orders. We have gathered evidence of your crimes, and reinforcements are on the way. Surrender now, and you may still enter an interrogation room alive. All 4 men's expressions changed. I also believed Uncle Wong had arranged reinforcements and had just begun to relax when he edged half a step closer and whispered for me alone. There are no reinforcements. Watch my signal. I nearly cursed aloud. The men opposite us clearly had not been intimidated either. Their leader glanced at the wounded companions on the ground and slowly raised his saber point. Traitor! Attack together and clean house first. 4 auras erupted simultaneously. All 4 were 4-star martial warriors. Even after crippling 3 in the ambush, the remaining gap in strength still stood like a wall. Uncle Wong lowered his center of gravity. Don't move too far from me. I switched back to the spear I had recovered from the ground and aimed it forward. The ambush had bought us a slightly fairer way to die. It had not yet purchased a road to survival. The 4 black-cloaked fighters split to encircle us from both sides. They did not swarm merely because they had the advantage in numbers. Instead, they maintained distances that allowed mutual support. The 2 in front forced Uncle Wong to use his saber, while the 2 behind searched for a gap between me and the wounded men. Uncle Wong's successful ambush had made them unwilling to underestimate any movement. A long saber from the left cut toward Uncle Wong's waist. On the right, a short blade approached low and targeted his legs and knees. The 3rd attacker raised an iron staff behind us and swung toward my head. The last did not approach at all. He first threw 2 black spikes, one toward each eye and throat. Uncle Wong dragged me behind him, used his saber to deflect the first attack, then slapped the short blade aside. I did not meet the iron staff head-on. Following what I learned during the day, I turned away and lightly lifted its shaft with my spear, changing its point of impact. The staff struck the ground, sending numbness through the soles of my feet. The 2 black spikes arrived together. I lowered my head beneath the first. The second scraped my scalp and embedded itself deep in the tree behind me. The bark around the black spike corroded into tiny white bubbles, showing that it was likely poisoned. Even without striking a vital point, a scrape could quickly rob someone at the body-tempering rank of movement. I did not dare stand motionless beside the wall again. I had to keep moving and deny the thrower a predictable height. The enemy never intended to leave us alive. After the brief exchange, 3 of them turned to surround Uncle Wong, leaving only one to handle me. They quickly discovered that I was his most obvious weakness. If they aimed killing blows at me, he would inevitably become distracted and come to my rescue. The remaining black cloak approached step by step. A body-tempering novice dares interfere? You aren't even qualified to run. He did not hurry to kill me. He used his footwork to force me away from the open ground where the spear functioned best and into the space between 2 broken walls. There, I could move only forward and back, with no room to sweep a long weapon. Outwardly, I continued retreating. The butt of my spear quietly shifted the rubble beside my feet, clearing level ground for one final roll to the side. When his saber point feinted left, I did not follow it with my eyes. I watched his right shoulder. Rose's lesson during the day proved useful for the first time. The shoulder pressed downward, showing that the attack would cut diagonally from above right. I folded my body half a step early, allowing the blade to slice only my clothing. I raised the spear and retreated until my back soon struck the ruined wall. The enemy brought his saber down. I blocked with the shaft, but the instant our strength met, both my arms went completely numb. His next upward strike sent the spear flying from my hands. The blade rose again. On the other side, Uncle Wong suddenly accepted an iron staff blow and forced his way from the three-man encirclement toward me. The same three immediately changed direction, joining the fourth in pressing all their attacks toward my position. Four martial warriors approached at once, and only one sentence remained in my mind. This time, I'm really finished. Just before the blades fell, a shock wave of spiritual power thundered in from the side. The four men seemed to be struck by a giant wave and flew backward. One smashed through a broken wall, while another rolled several times across the ground before stopping. The shock wave also hurled me toward the wall. Uncle Wong caught my collar in time to keep the back of my head from striking a sharp stone. The mere aftershock of Rose's palm strike at a distance exceeded everything we had done. It showed me more clearly what kind of power separated martial warrior from martial master. My eyes lit up. Rose. She landed before us, blood still dripping from the edge of her sword. My first thought was that she had defeated Hun Feng. Otherwise, she could not have returned to support us. You won. Rose did not answer. First, she spat a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale, and her breathing had become badly disordered. I don't think I won. A penetrating wound ran through her left shoulder, and the hand holding the sword trembled slightly. Saying, I don't think, was mere stubbornness. Based on her wounds and the stability of Hun Feng's aura as he descended, not only had she failed to win, but he had forced her out of the sky and back to our side. Yet she did not treat her own injuries first. She struck away the four enemies closest to me. That choice also gave Hun Feng time to pursue at his leisure. The hope that had just risen immediately fell again. In the next second, Hun Feng slowly descended. His clothing was damaged in several places, but his aura remained stable. Only one star separated 9 from 8, but at the martial master rank, that was enough to suppress Rose. The four black-cloaked fighters rose again and took positions behind Hun Feng. Uncle Wong placed Rose and me behind him to one side, blood from his arm running continuously down the saber's hilt. When Hun Feng saw Uncle Wong's position, he showed no surprise. Instead, he smiled. Exine, you've finally dropped the act? Uncle Wong did not answer. Hun Feng lightly flexed his wrist as though the previous battle had been nothing more than a warm-up. I knew long ago there was an undercover agent in the team. You were more useful than the others, so I kept you until today. The moment he said it, I understood that all of Uncle Wong's disguises and ambushes had failed to deceive the one person who mattered. Hun Feng had waited for him to reveal himself. Hun Feng attacked with almost no warning. One step carried him several yards. His palm planted directly against Uncle Wong's chest. A dull impact sounded, and Uncle Wong flew backward before crashing heavily in front of me. Uncle Wong could have dodged sideways, but stopped during his final step. I stood directly behind him. Had he moved completely, the palm would have struck someone at the body-tempering rank. He had time only to concentrate his protective spiritual power over his chest, yet one strike from a 9-star martial master still punched through the defense. When I caught him, I heard the faint sound of bones shifting out of place. A small area of his chest had caved in, and every breath brought more blood. Ordinary hemostatic medicine and bandages were meaningless against an injury like this. Only the origin-restoring long-sleep elixir inside the system might save his life, though it demanded a year of sleep. I threw myself down and supported him. Hot blood immediately soaked my hands. When he opened his mouth, fragments of internal organs were already mixed into what he coughed up. Uncle Wong. His eyes could still open, but he could not form a full sentence. His fingers only clamped tightly around my wrist, preventing me from charging at Hun Feng. Hun Feng approached, his voice as calm as though discussing someone else. I gave you a chance to remain loyal. You insisted on betrayal. That palm was your own choice. I stared at the growing bloodstain across Uncle Wong's chest, and the fear in my mind disappeared instead. Charging at my realm would obviously mean suicide, but I still possessed the system's hidden cards. I had consumed 20 vials of scarlet-patterned spirit heart elixir. I turned to Rose. Lend me your sword. She first looked at my waist and the spear in my hands, clearly unable to understand the sudden change of weapons. I could explain only in the fewest words. The potion recognizes only a sword. If it works once, it can severely injure him. The price rebounds onto me. Rose asked how severe the price was. I did not say 70%. I answered only, it may kill me. Her fingers paused on the hilt. but she still handed over the sword. We were no longer choosing whether there was a safe plan. Every available plan might kill someone. She froze. What are you trying to do? Kill him. You aren't even a martial artist. That's why he won't regard me as a real opponent. This is our only chance. Rose looked into my eyes and finally stopped arguing. She offered the hilt with only one warning. Don't do anything reckless. I accepted the sword and stood. Uncle Wong still held my wrist. I whispered that even if he refused to let go, I would still go. His fingers trembled before slowly releasing me. When Han Feng saw a body-tempering novice approaching with a sword, he looked surprised at first, then could not suppress his laughter. The four subordinates behind him immediately joined in. A student wants to kill the superior? Impressive courage. Too bad he has no brain. Han Feng deliberately looked back at them. These country bumpkins are all the same. They believe courage can close a gap in strength. The world recognizes only the fist. Everything else is worthless. I ignored the laughter and remembered only the activation condition. When using a sword-type weapon, deal damage equal to 50% of the target's life force. Each release causes me damage equal to 70% of my own. In theory, if I succeeded twice, Han Feng would certainly die. I would fall first. I calculated the order again. If I remained conscious after the first activation, I would immediately order Rose to evacuate with Uncle Wong. If I entered a near-death state at once, the last breath sovereign elixir would give me 10 seconds, allowing me to hand over the origin-restoring long-sleep elixir. As long as Uncle Wong lived and Rose escaped, the hidden card would not be wasted even if I failed to survive. Fortunately, the last breath sovereign elixir remained inside me. When I approached death, it could preserve my final spark for 10 seconds. 10 seconds was short, but long enough for several more swings, and perhaps enough time to give Uncle Wong the origin-restoring long-sleep elixir. You heard Uncle Wong. Leave your life here today. I raised the sword. Han Feng laughed even more loudly. I mistook you for someone brave. You're merely an idiot. Come, let me see whether your hidden card can touch me. Though his words were contemptuous, layers of protective force expanded around his body. A 9-star martial master who had survived this long clearly would not abandon every defense merely because his opponent's realm was low. Holding the sword in both hands, I swung the first strike. Its center of gravity was completely different from the spear's. I had never learned swordsmanship and could only treat it as a switch that activated the potion. To prevent the weapon from slipping, I locked both hands around the hilt while using the forward and back stance I knew best from spear practice. The movement looked clumsy, but it was enough for the system to recognize that I was using a sword-type weapon. Everyone stared at the blade. The wind passed. Nothing happened. Han Feng's protective force continued humming, but there was no sword light in the air and no power touched him. The Scarlet Pattern Spirit Heart elixir failed to activate on the first attempt. The most dangerous thing in that instant was not Han Feng's mockery. It was that everyone saw I possessed no true sword technique. If the second attempt also failed, he would not need to attack personally. Any one of the 4-star martial warriors could take my life during the opening after a swing. I had to use words to disguise the failure as a deliberate test and keep Han Feng's attention on an unknown hidden card rather than my realm. The 4 black-cloaked men froze for an instant, then laughed more loudly. Rose frowned. Even Uncle Wong, lying on the ground, struggled to raise his eyes. My heart sank, but I could not show panic. The 20 vials did not correspond to 20 guaranteed attacks. They created a chance of releasing the effect while I wielded a sword. Failure on the first swing did not mean every later attempt would fail. I chose to laugh first. A 9-star martial master has maximized his protective force against someone at body tempering. Han Feng, exactly how afraid are you of dying? His subordinates immediately stopped laughing. None dared agree with me to his face. That only made Han Feng's expression uglier. A student had forced him to defend at full power, only for the attack to be an ordinary swing. You dare play me? Han Feng did not immediately withdraw all his protective force. He first tested me with a small palm wind. Once he saw I could only block clumsily with the sword, he confirmed that an ordinary attack posed no threat. Then his palm power suddenly intensified. He intended both to kill me and to use frontal pressure to force my hidden card into the open while he was prepared. He withdrew part of his defense and struck with one palm. Before the force even approached, it felt as though a boulder pressed against my chest. Instead of retreating, I moved forward and swung 3 times in succession. The first sword produced no change. The second missed as well. Halfway through the third swing, a scarlet ripple suddenly lit along the point. Before the red light appeared, there was no accumulation of spiritual power and no sign within my meridians. Even I could not sense it in advance. Precisely for that reason, Hun Feng could not evade based on the opening movement. He could only retreat instinctively after seeing the ripple. Hun Feng's expression changed violently. He immediately restored his full protective force while stepping back. The scarlet sword light ignored the spiritual barrier and entered his body directly. His entire body went rigid. He fell from the air and spat blood. His previously stable 9-star aura collapsed by a large amount in an instant. The ripple left no obvious external wound. The damage seemed to be deducted from within the body itself. After landing, Hun Feng first touched his chest, then immediately checked his meridians, clearly unable to identify the route by which the attack crossed his protective force. That incomprehensibility made him more wary than an ordinary injury would have. The four subordinates hurriedly gathered around him. The way Rose looked at me changed as well. No one had expected a body-tempering novice's swing to penetrate a 9-star martial master's defense. But the side effect returned to me at the same moment. It was as though an invisible sledgehammer struck from inside my chest. My bones, meridians, and organs erupted in agony at once. The blood I coughed splashed directly across the blade, and my legs lost their strength. Every sound around me immediately receded, and large black spots appeared in my vision. I could clearly feel my heart skip a beat, while each breath filled my lungs with the taste of blood. This was no ordinary internal injury. It was as though the system directly extracted a fixed proportion of life and allowed the body no defense. I did not brace the sword against the ground to look impressive. If I collapsed completely, Hun Feng would immediately realize that my hidden card caused a fatal backlash. Remaining upright for even a few more seconds could make him believe I was capable of attacking repeatedly. 70% life force damage was more real than the number in the description. I supported myself with the sword and remained on one knee without falling. One more activation would certainly drive me to the edge of death. But Hun Feng had already lost half his life force. One more hit would kill him. Rose came beside me, wanting to help but afraid to touch me. "How are you?" "Not dead yet." I told her to take Uncle Wong and leave first while I remained to delay them. As long as Hun Feng feared that sword light, they might gain time to withdraw. Hun Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression terrifyingly dark. "You want to leave? No one walks away today." I forced myself upright again and pointed the sword at him. "That was only my first hidden card. I have plenty more. If you aren't afraid of death, come test them yourself." It was not entirely a bluff. Medicinal power remained inside me, along with the last breath sovereign elixir. The real question was whether the next Scarlet Sword Light would kill Hun Feng before the side effect brought me down. Hun Feng did not approach personally. He only signaled to his four subordinates. They immediately spread out and probed forward from the left and right. The Scarlet Ripple had ignored protective force. None wanted to face the sword directly, but none dared disobey the order. The front two deliberately lowered their bodies, while the rear two maintained a greater distance and prepared to attack from my blind spots after I swung. From the first ripple, they had already observed that the red light appeared only along the front of the blade. By applying pressure from 4 angles, they hoped to force me to choose. Hun Feng remained at the rear and continually used palm winds to seal Rose's approach. He took no risk himself, but refused to let the 8-star martial master rescue Uncle Wong and me while his subordinates tested the weapon. I could see Hun Feng was gambling. He was badly wounded, but he had also recognized that I was at the end of my strength. As long as a subordinate exhausted the next attack or forced me to reveal my true condition, he could finish the situation afterward. "Didn't you say you have plenty more hidden cards?" Hun Feng stepped half a pace forward. "Show me." "You take one more step first." I angled the sword point slightly toward Hun Feng, instead of chasing the subordinates moving to either side. As long as the primary threat remained locked on him, he had to consider whether he would become the next target. That prevented 2 of the black-cloaked fighters from crossing the blade completely. Every time they approached, they instinctively hesitated. The stalemate bought me several more breaths and gave Rose time to drag Uncle Wong behind a section of broken wall, protecting him from another shockwave. My words did not retreat, but the hand holding the sword trembled constantly. Every breath felt like a blade in my chest, and my vision alternated between light and dark. Rose did not expose me from behind and to the side. She only shielded Uncle Wong and waited for me to create an opening. The 4 black-cloaked fighters suddenly accelerated together. I chose no single target. I swung repeatedly toward all 4 directions. Several ordinary sword winds missed, but the Scarlet Pattern Spirit Heart elixir activated twice among them. 2 scarlet ripples shot out one after the other. The 2 fastest attackers had no time to evade. Their protective spiritual power might as well not have existed as the light passed directly through them. Both fell from the air, rolled a long distance, and continuously coughed blood. The other two had not been struck, yet they still forced themselves to turn the instant the red light appeared. One shattered the ground underfoot by stopping too violently. The other threw his short saber to block, but the ripple passed soundlessly through the blade. Faced with an attack that could not be blocked, all their past combat experience gave way to the instinct to run. The remaining two retreated immediately and hid directly in front of Hun Feng. Hun Feng's pupils contracted. Moments ago, he could still suspect I possessed only one hidden card. Now he had seen the attack appear repeatedly with his own eyes. If even one more struck him, a 9-star martial master might die on the spot. But the price I paid also stacked upon itself. After the first backlash, my body had barely retained 30% of its life. The two new side effects did not deduct a percentage from that remainder. Each once again demanded a full 70%. The total far exceeded what my body could withstand. Had I not already taken the last breath sovereign elixir, I would not have remained conscious long enough even to fall. The sword point struck the ground, and my entire body pitched forward. Rose lunged toward me, but Hun Feng's palm wind forced her back. All she could do was reposition herself in front of Uncle Wang and me. Her sword was in my hands, leaving her only a spare short blade. Hun Feng stood stunned for an instant, then threw back his head and laughed. So your own life is deducted too. Now that you've exhausted your hidden card, it's my turn. He pushed aside the two subordinates hiding in front of him and gathered spiritual power in his palm again. His wounds left his aura incomplete, but he remained far stronger than the badly injured Rose. I'll kill her first, take the primordial unity jade, then deal with you. Hun Feng struck Rose with one palm. I lay on the ground as my heartbeat and breathing rapidly vanished. Under normal circumstances, this was death. But another potion inside me finally activated when my life reached its lowest point. The last breath, sovereign elixir. I had compared it to living for 10 extra seconds. Only when it truly activated did I discover that it did more than delay death. The medicinal power restored my chaotic heartbeat to a steady rhythm, temporarily fixed my ruptured meridians, and returned my body to a mobile state for 10 seconds. But the injuries remained pressed behind the effect. They had not disappeared. That meant I had to complete 3 tasks before the 10 seconds ended. Save Uncle Wang, kill Hun Feng, and deal with the remaining subordinates. Any delay in one step might send the situation out of control again. The potion could not genuinely heal my wounds. It only preserved me for 10 seconds after I approached death. The power of the system forcibly held my final breath. My organs stopped collapsing, and the tearing agony was temporarily suppressed. My vision brightened again. The 10-second countdown had already begun. I rose directly from the ground. Hun Feng's palm strike paused for an instant halfway to its target. The two black-cloaked fighters stepped backward, and even Rose looked over in surprise. A moment ago, my aura of life had completely vanished. Now I stood upright as though every injury had disappeared. What else did you use? For the first time, obvious panic entered Hun Feng's voice. I had no time to explain. Every instant of those 10 seconds was worth more than my life. First, I extracted the origin-restoring long-sleep elixir from the system and handed it to Rose. Give this to Uncle Wang. It'll repair his body, but he'll sleep for a year. The vial appeared suddenly, leaving Rose no time to ask where I had taken it from. She only confirmed, will it save his life? After receiving an affirmative answer, she turned to act. Uncle Wang could no longer swallow normally. She opened his jaw, let the potion flow slowly down his throat, then used spiritual power to help him swallow and prevent it from entering his lungs. While she treated Uncle Wang, I tightened my grip on the sword and swung continuously at Hun Feng. The scarlet ripple did not appear with every strike. Ordinary sword winds posed no threat, but Hun Feng did not dare guess when the next activation would come. As he retreated, he pulled the two remaining subordinates in front of him as shields. I watched only him. 1 sword, 2, 3. Each swing consumed the countdown, but urgency could not make me abandon direction. I constantly changed position to keep Hun Feng in front of the point. He retreated quickly around the broken walls and tried to use the structures as cover. Ordinary sword winds left only shallow marks on the masonry, but the unknown scarlet ripple made him unwilling to truly enter a blind spot. He feared being unable to determine its direction if the red light appeared. Time continued diminishing. The body maintained by the potion still felt whole, but my real wounds had not vanished. When the 10 seconds ended, I might collapse instantly. Hun Feng turned to run, his movement leaving only an afterimage. I continued swinging. On the 7th attempt, crimson finally flashed across the sword point. The ripple passed through the bodies of 2 black-cloaked fighters without harming them and remained locked on Hun Feng. It followed every change in his direction. Left turn, right turn, sudden retreat, nothing could shake it. Hunfeng panicked completely. He pushed his speed to its limit, his voice coming from the distance. I am the young master of the Hun family in the capital. If I die, my family will find all of you. No one connected to you will survive. He also tried to negotiate. He was willing to abandon the primordial unity jade, take all his subordinates, and even promised not to pursue Uncle Wang for infiltrating his organization. But when he had controlled the situation, the only choices he offered were surrendering the object or dying. Now that the battle had turned, any promise would remain valid only until he regained power. I had no ability and no intention to stop. The scarlet ripple had already left the blade and had only one target. Identity, threats, and pleas could no longer change the result. After releasing the final attack, the usable medicinal power inside me was nearly exhausted. The last breath sovereign elixir's 10 seconds were about to end. I returned the sword to Rose. The rest are yours. I don't have any strength left. She accepted the sword and turned, her movement sharp and decisive. The first black-cloaked fighter tried to drag away an unconscious companion, but the blade had already crossed his throat. The second ran only several steps before Rose caught him from the side and drove the sword into his heart. She left no chance for the two men previously wounded by scarlet ripples to counterattack either. In less than a moment, only the breathing of the three of us remained. When the last breath sovereign elixir ended, agony returned throughout my body. My legs weakened, and I sat down, but I did not die immediately as expected. The 10 seconds had not only preserved me by force. They had drawn me slightly back from the line of death, though my injuries remained severe enough for me to lose consciousness at any moment. I examined my body immediately. My heartbeat was weak but continuous. Blood still frothed in my breath, but at least I could move my limbs. The potion had restored only the minimum function necessary to sustain life, nowhere near enough for continued combat. If even one unharmed martial warrior delivered a finishing blow now, I could not resist. Rose had already poured the origin-restoring long-sleep elixir into Uncle Wang's mouth. The medicinal power spread along his injuries. His weakening aura gradually stabilized, and the bleeding slowly stopped. The price was 1 year of sleep. At least he was alive. In the distance, the scarlet ripple continued chasing Hunfeng. His speed began to fall, and the gap rapidly closed. In the end, Hunfeng failed to escape the scarlet ripple. When the red light entered his body, he froze violently in midair, then fell into the ruins like a puppet with cut strings. The aura of the 9-star martial master disappeared completely. Rose did not relax merely because his aura vanished. First, she sent a sword energy through the air to strike him again and confirmed he possessed no substitute or method of feigning death. Then she sensed the surroundings to rule out hidden support. A 9-star martial master carried far more life-saving items than a student. One missing confirmation might invite a final counterattack. I sat on the ground until I was certain he would not stand again. Only then did my clenched hand truly relax. The trip outside the city had been intended only for killing a few level 1 mutant beasts, practicing the spear, and absorbing medicinal power. Instead, we encountered robbers, were surrounded by 9 experts, and saw Uncle Wang enter a year-long sleep after a mortal injury. I also survived only because of 2 life-saving potions. More troublesome still, Hunfeng had named the Hun family in the capital before he died. What exactly did he want from you? I asked Rose. The primordial unity jade? Wariness immediately entered her eyes. You want it too? I don't even know whether it's a stone, a piece of metal, or a card. I only want to understand why I nearly died tonight. Rose remained silent for several seconds and still did not explain. Don't ask. The more you know, the harder it will be to escape. This place is no longer safe. We're returning to the city immediately. I accepted the boundary and did not press further. Before leaving, we had to clean the scene. Otherwise, the Hun family would quickly trace us through the corpses and equipment. We searched every enemy. Weapons and communication devices carrying serial numbers that could reveal an identity were separated. Unregistered cards, standard equipment, and tradable resources went into the backpack. Hunfeng also carried a neural sensor close to his spine. Its indicator had already turned from green to red. Several communication devices had automatically erased most of their records, leaving only the final mission coordinates and a short order. Confirm Rose possesses the primordial unity jade. This proved both that the ambush had nothing to do with me and that the Hun family retained at least one remote command chain. Even if every fighter on-site had died, mission records might remain at the other end. We could not read the total value of the unregistered cards in the field, so we collected them by count. We kept general wound medicine for ourselves. When selecting weapons, we considered weight and distinctiveness. Common short sabers and standard longswords could be sold, but armor marked with Hun family patterns had to remain no matter how valuable it was. Rose looked at the device once and said, "Something like this usually transmits when the life signal ends. The Hun family may already know he's dead, and they may be locating his final coordinates." I could not personally see what was happening in the Hun family's capital residence, but the sensor's bright red light led to the same conclusion. They had certainly received an alarm, and they would not send ordinary people next. We destroyed every local record we could, gathered the bodies in an open area where the smell of blood was strongest, and scattered blood around them. Mutant beasts would soon be drawn there and consume most of the direct traces. Serial-numbered weapons we could not carry safely were thrown into separate ruins to prevent the formation of a complete chain of evidence. We also had to address the footprints. Rose deliberately dragged several corpses in different directions, creating the appearance that members of the team had scattered in escape. I wrapped torn cloth around the soles of my shoes and removed it only after traveling some distance. We could not make the scene look untouched. All we could do was make it difficult for later investigators to determine the number of survivors and their direction of withdrawal. Rose inspected every piece of loot individually and left behind anything that might continue transmitting. Though my body was weak, I insisted on taking several unregistered cards and standard weapons. I had almost paid with my life that night. I could not leave empty-handed. Finally, I lifted Uncle Wong onto my back. He had entered a deep sleep, his breathing slow and steady, but he had not become any lighter. The moment I bent over, the injuries in my chest began to ache. "Can you walk?" Rose asked. "I have to, even if I can't. If the Hun family arrives first, all three of us will remain here forever." She scouted ahead while I followed with Uncle Wong on my back. We did not retrace our original route. We circled through several collapsed districts, then moved toward the safe zone along the riverbed. The night remained deep, but behind us, the roars of mutant beasts fighting over food had already begun at marker 0564. Hun Feng was dead. The real trouble had only just begun. I carried Uncle Wong for several hours until my waist and legs were almost numb. By the time the lights of the eastern gate appeared ahead, the sky had begun to brighten. The guards noticed us quickly. Uncle Wong was covered in blood and unresponsive across my back. Rose's clothes and mine were equally torn. No matter how anyone looked at us, this had not been an ordinary training trip. The closer we came to the checkpoint, the more I worried that someone would demand an explanation for the origin-restoring long-sleep elixir on the spot. A normal medical institution might not recognize a system potion. Forcibly moving Uncle Wong or injecting other medicine could interfere with his recovery. His undercover identity also made me afraid to contact the enforcement team casually. Who knew whether Hun family agents were on the duty roster? In advance, I coordinated with Rose on what we could say publicly. We encountered a high-level mutant beast. The badly injured man had received a long-term restorative potion and needed to return home for immediate rest. She only said we did not need to prepare so much and told me to follow her. As we walked, I prepared the explanation anyway. First, I would say we met a powerful mutant beast in the wilderness. Then I would present the temporary permit. If they demanded that we report to the Security Bureau, I would have to consider whether Uncle Wong's undercover identity might be exposed. At the checkpoint, however, Rose produced a card I had never seen. One glance at it immediately changed the guards' behavior. They stood straight and opened the passage voluntarily without checking my temporary permit or Uncle Wong's identity. After entering the city, I could not stop myself from looking back. The guards were still watching Rose, as though the person who had passed was not an ordinary martial artist, but someone they had no authority to question. What was that card? It was made of dark metal with a ring of silver lines only around the edge. The front bore no name or institution. I could not see what information the guard scanner displayed. I saw only the terminal change directly from a yellow warning to green, skipping even the manual confirmation for transporting a critically injured person. An ordinary VIP card could not possess that authority. It represented either a special institution or an identity so elevated that the city defenses would accept responsibility for granting passage on their own. A card that gets me into the city. I can see that. The question is why every procedure disappeared when you flashed it. Knowing too much is dangerous. You already proved that once today. She clearly did not want to speak, so I stopped asking. The Primordial Unity Jade, enemies from the capital, the special travel card, and her status as an 8-star martial master in her early 20s made Rose's identity far more complicated than I had initially imagined. After we entered the city, she stopped. I need to find somewhere to rest for 2 days. I'll contact you after some time. No problem. I answered too readily, and she stared at me. It was not that I had forgotten, she saved my life. But in only a few days traveling with her, the danger had risen from one eye and his 4 robbers all the way to a 9-star martial master. Her temporary departure would at least let me settle Uncle Wong and reduce the risk that the Hun family would find both of us together. Rose turned and walked away. Watching her back, I felt both relief and an inexplicable emptiness. In the end, I adjusted Uncle Wong higher and continued toward his home. After a dozen yards, she looked back and warned me not to visit an ordinary hospital and never to mention Hun Feng or the primordial unity jade. If anyone asked about my companion, I should say she had only helped deliver the injured man to the city gate. Then she sent me a temporary contact number and promised to reach out voluntarily in 2 days if she was safe. This was both protection and separation. For the time being, we had to become 3 unconnected lines, preventing the Hun family's investigation from linking every survivor through a single name. Uncle Wong had taken me to his home once before. As I approached the entrance of the apartment complex, my steps grew slower. How was I supposed to tell Aunt Wong that Uncle Wong betrayed Hun Feng to save me and nearly died from a single palm strike? Or should I reveal the undercover assignment, the Hun family, and my parents' disappearance, drawing her in as well? In the end, I decided to explain only his injury and conceal the enemy's identity. Aunt Wong quickly answered the doorbell. She froze when she saw me. The instant her gaze reached Uncle Wong, her face turned white. What happened to Wan Lang? She reached out to support him, but first pulled me close for an examination. She checked my arms, neck, and face one by one. Only after confirming I had no fresh, critical injury did she release a long breath. Aunt Wong did not begin by asking why we left the city, nor whether Uncle Wong had been hurt because of me. She first made me sit, brought warm water and a clean towel, and wiped the blood from my face. After confirming most of it had already dried and I was not currently bleeding, she finally relaxed slightly. The more I tried to help position Uncle Wong, the more she told me not to strain. Only after seeing that I could walk and speak normally did she turn her full attention to her husband on the couch. I had prepared for blame throughout the journey. Not one word came. She cared only whether we were still alive. That hurt more than being cursed. I carefully laid Uncle Wong on the couch. Aunt Wong touched his hand and face and confirmed that he remained warm before looking up at me. Xiaozhou, what exactly happened? I stood before the couch, my throat dry. Uncle Wong was badly injured. I gave him a restorative potion. His body will recover slowly, but he'll sleep for a year. I explained every observable sign. His breathing remained steady by the minute. His temperature had stopped falling. The collapsed area in his chest had ceased worsening, and he had not coughed blood again after the medicine activated. Aunt Wong checked his pulse and placed an ear against his chest for a while. Her movements were far calmer than those of an ordinary family member. That made me even more certain she understood martial artist injuries and was not merely someone who waited at home for news. Aunt Wong held his hand and remained silent for several seconds. She did not collapse at the phrase 1 year. Instead, she first confirmed, "He will wake up, won't he?" "He will. The potion specifies 1 year. His vital functions will remain stable during that time." Her shoulders finally relaxed slightly, and she asked what we had encountered. Hun Feng, the undercover mission, the primordial unity jade, and the Hun family passed through my mind. I did not know who supervised Uncle Wong or whether the enforcement team itself was safe. Telling Aunt Wong the truth now would only make her another target. We encountered a very powerful mutant beast. I lowered my head. We couldn't defeat it. I held Uncle Wong back. Otherwise, he could have withdrawn alone. Aunt Wong glanced at the palm imprint on his clothes. Mutant beasts generally left wounds from claws, teeth, horns, or collisions. Such a distinct palm strike was difficult to disguise. She had clearly recognized the inconsistency, but asked only whether the mutant beast had continued to pursue us. I said we had shaken it, and it would not find this place in the short term. Her refusal to expose me meant she accepted that I could not speak now, not that she believed the story. The excuse could not deceive even me. Aunt Wong frowned, clearly hearing the problem, but did not force me to continue. She walked over and lightly patted my shoulder. "It's okay. It's okay. What matters is that you're alive. No one goes outside the city forever without getting hurt. He was lucky you happened to have the right medicine." I became even less willing to lift my head. Uncle Wong had given me spirit-dispelling potion because he feared I would die while investigating my parents. I had suspected him of wanting to harm me. Now he would sleep for a year because he saved me, and Aunt Wong still did not utter one word of blame. The words, "I'm sorry," seemed laughably light before an injury like that. All I could say was that I still had something to handle and needed to leave. Aunt Wang wanted me to stay and eat. When she saw my determination, she only reminded me to be careful on the road. Before closing the door, I looked back. She had returned to the couch, holding Uncle Wang's hand between her palms. Her voice was soft, but no longer panicked as it had been. "You sleep well. Leave everything else to me." The words stopped my steps for a moment. Aunt Wang appeared to know far more than I had imagined, but I had no right to turn back and question her now. After leaving the apartment complex, I did not return home or go to school. I headed straight to the Wanjin trading house. My body was so exhausted that my eyelids sagged, but my mind refused to let me rest. Whenever I closed my eyes, Hun Feng's palm, the blood Uncle Wang coughed up, and the black-cloaked fighters reappeared. First, I disposed of the standard weapons taken from the battlefield. Rose had inspected them one by one and removed every serial number and tracking device. What remained was common standardized equipment available on the market. The trading house inspected and appraised it, ultimately offering nearly 2 million yuan. The trading house divided the weapons into 3 price categories. Intact pieces were bought for 60% of the second-hand market price. Battle-damaged items received an additional deduction for repairs. Unnumbered weapons with no explainable origin could be placed only on anonymous consignment. I did not argue for an extra few tens of thousands. I chose the fastest settlement to avoid leaving a long record of myself at the counter. The clerk asked why I was disposing of so much at once. I said a hunting team had disbanded and I was selling the shared equipment on everyone's behalf. The explanation was imperfect, but the Wanjin trading house handled similar goods every day. As long as nothing had a stolen serial number, they cared more about whether it could be resold legally. Adding the unregistered cards, my previous balance, and the portion of Rose's transaction that she had not yet settled in full, the assets available to me approached 8 million yuan. I did not redeem all the unregistered cards at once. First, I checked each denomination and its restrictions, then stored them separately. Rose's 1 million yuan observation balance had not formally arrived. Therefore, approached 8 million, included both confirmed assets and an anticipated payment. It did not mean 8 million in cash was already sitting in my account. I could not spend the money casually. At least part had to be reserved for Uncle Wang's treatment and living expenses during his year of sleep. Another portion would purchase ingredients without identity records. Only what remained could become a budget for weapons, cultivation methods, and wilderness supplies. In the past, that number would have excited me for a long time. Now, it provided only a brief sense of safety. Money could buy ingredients, weapons, and supplies. It could not buy the speed I needed to react before Hun Feng's palm landed. If the Scarlet Pattern Spirit Heart Elixir, the Last Breath Sovereign Elixir, and the Origin Restoring Long Sleep Elixir had not all functioned the previous night, the 3 of us would have died. Hun Feng had dared decide who could leave and who had to stay because he believed a 9-star martial master controlled everything. If I had been a martial king or martial emperor, would he still have dared cripple Uncle Wang with a casual palm? Would he still have dared say that no one could leave? At last, I understood one thing completely. Whether or not I wanted trouble, if someone else chose to move against me, then without strength, I could only submit to his decisions. Nearly 8 million yuan was not the destination. It was only material I could exchange for strength. The Hun family might come at any time. Before they traced us to Gaocheng, I had to become a true martial artist first and then keep climbing.